Oh, cool. I didn't know I could just jump in on air.
Yeah, hello. You're live,
Cool. Hi, everyone.
but you're probably inaudible because the audio balance is.
I'm very quiet. The music I'm going to is totally on my voice. I don't like that feeling. Fix that.
Let's fix it all. What are these? Oh. Sorry, I'm getting distracted by weird choices I've made. There we go. Dog. Say something?
Dog, I'm saying something. Given the existence as uttered forth in the public works of Puncher and Watman of a personal God, qua, 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 qua. Outside time without extension, qua, 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 who from the heights of divine apathia, divine anathema, and so on, and so on, and so on, etc., etc., etc. How we doing?
We're good. I think. Can you be louder somehow?
Yeah, let me see if I can turn my mic up a little bit.
All right. That was awesome, though.
Thank you. That's waiting for Godot.
Yeah, dude. Dude, we're getting started on the right foot.
That's what I'm all about. All right, sound settings, sound settings.
Hello, Prester. Yes, indeed, I've gotten a haircut. It's a little short, but it gets the job done. Hello, Bundy.
I did a slight sound increase. I can do a little more if you want.
Do a little more.
All right. How's that?
That's good. That's
okay.
Do a little less.
All right, just a second.
Just a little less.
I can do a little less. Woohoo! I win!
Ugh. Bastard.
That was the easiest final one I've ever seen.
Bastard.
Yeah, why would you do one that you can verify? That's...
Yeah. And there was more than enough time. Sorry,
just fucking count.
All right.
Well, everybody, you had a good run.
Good job, Lithros. You win again.
Wait. If someone
I win
won,
again.
would they have become the new
guest?
Yes.
The new guest. That's not a
That's
bad
a good
idea.
Rotating guests.
I do want to do some wacky shit like that. I do.
Yeah.
Not today, but.
All right, I think that's probably enough Jackbox. We can get on with the show. You agree?
Yes, I agree.
Redeem myself.
No,
you
no
say,
chance.
Do you agree as if you're not the dictator here?
Well, it's good to give them the illusion.
All right, Ari and Presser, I now banish you from the stream.
Just
Goodbye.
a little bit of choice.
Bundy, I'm pretty sick of always winning too. Imagine
Banished.
how I feel.
Banished. You're sick of all this winning?
It's hard, man. Just like Trump promised. I'm sick of it.
Sick of all this winning. You're going to be sick of winning. You just didn't know it would be on Jackbox, on Philosophers on Twitch, playing Flight Simulator.
Yeah, who could have predicted that's the way this would have gone? So should we jump into Flight Simulator then?
Let's do it. I am booting it up.
Cool. I hope that your internet can handle the sheer power of our combined efforts.
Yeah.
I want everyone to know I am not going to be playing on a gamepad. I'll be playing with a joystick and throttle and rudders. So if I outfly Kersey, it's not his fault. He's limited by his tools.
That's right. Where did I put... Well, limited by my... Oh, there's my controller. I was about to be real limited by my tools. Is it possible to see, like, the joystick and shit? I am
yeah. All right, so here's the throttle. Got real nice resistance to it. And all these buttons I can do stuff with. I don't really need to do them in this game.
Yeah.
But I can. Here's the joystick with a little flippy cap for my missiles.
Oh, shit.
And then the rudders really just look like the pedals on your car. Like they're just at my feet and I press them, so they're not really worth showing. I can't pull them out anyway.
So real planes use rudders in that way?
Yes, all planes have foot-controlled rudders. They only really use them to control during takeoff and landing. They're very rarely used in flight. But they do have them, and they're very important for takeoff and landing.
Right.
We're going to be flying a World War II plane today. Most World War II planes actually flew slowly enough that they could use the rudders in flight for maneuvering. However, the particular plane we will be flying has a crappy rudder, so you cannot use it for in-flight maneuvers.
I feel like I could use it a little bit.
A little bit. I mean, like, if you were fly basically any other World War II plane, you could use it a lot.
Right.
And you could just, like, turn the plane in midair, no problem.
Right.
The Spitfire in particular is known for having a bad rudder, so I wouldn't recommend it very much.
Well, where will we be flying today? And also, let me get this set up. So online, what, East USA or something? Or
I would like to fly to Thailand. I don't think we've done Thailand.
Okay, are you on?
The game's still loading for me,
Okay,
so I'll let you know as soon as I'm actually in.
I do not think we've done Thailand.
Great. Have you got the code?
Hell yeah, dude. What is the code?
We're going to be flying out of VTBS.
Suvarnabhumi International.
Yeah, you got it.
I love this place. No, I've never been to Suvarnabhumi. What direction? Are we just gonna go north or something, or should we pick a destination, or are we just gonna fly? Oh, there's Angkor Wat is over here. That's kind of cool.
Well, that's in Cambodia, but it's probably pretty close. I want to fly in that direction.
Okay. Well, maybe I'll just select that as arrival.
Great.
Do I need to add you from here, or can I find you in the game?
When we're on friends, we should just see each other if we're in the same place, and you set the game to friends only.
Okay. Well, you can see what I'm doing here. All right. So, by the way, people may or may not know this. We are going to play, so we're both on. So, LITHROS has flight sim, so we're both going to be flying different planes around, which means that for once I can pick my own plane. But I am going to
we're going to fly different planes. We should have relatively similarly speeded planes, or we're just not going to be near each other for any length of time.
Well, hold on. Let me make sure the liveries are this. You taught me how to pronounce that word. The liveries.
Livery, yes.
on the clipped and unclipped Spitfire?
Yeah, they're identical.
Are they identical?
I think I will be flying the unclipped Spitfire because why clip?
Yeah. Did you ever find out what that means?
I think it's just shorter wings, a little less lift, but a little more maneuverability.
Okay, I gotta go with the shiny one.
But I know how planes work. Okay, you go with the shiny. I will be going with the Gray Nurse.
Oh yeah, we'll all right, I'm gonna hit play. I'll hit go. Right?
Hang on, we gotta make sure we have our multiplayer settings up right. Did you check that already?
No.
Okay. Maybe it'll be good to go. We'll see.
I clicked something. Riddle Doodle has arrived to roast you for wearing a tie. How does that make you feel?
Welcome. Of course I'm wearing a tie. Why would you even ask? I almost wore sunglasses, but I decided it was a little too much. I know how to be a little restrained at times.
Welcome to this podcast.
Yeah, I would definitely outfly him in anything, but he would go faster. Oh, and I need to turn off... We need to turn off stress damage, or else the plane will just stop working. For whatever reason, these World War II planes just decide to stop working in midair, and I don't know why, and I haven't had time to study this one and figure it out. So I'm going to have to not fly like a real Royal Air Force pilot and be a chump who turns on cheat modes so his plane is invincible.
Like I do every week, by the way.
Yeah, exactly.
Like I do every week.
All right, my game is loading. We're going to find out what we find out.
Yeah,
It said that our flight time in this plane to Angkor Wat from Suvarnabhumi Airport is about an hour. So
totally
we'll see how we do. If we are ignoring the rules about speed, we can probably get there a little faster.
Okay. I'm in game.
This is what it was going to look like, just so you guys know.
Dude, it looks good. It's like pilot mode. Is that your wife?
All right. Yeah, she's laughing at me.
That's awesome.
Giggling at me, that is. My controls are not bound. Give me 1 second to bind all these controls and everything.
Okay, but I've got to... All right, you do that. I'm going to go to the multiplayer options and see if we can get... I don't even know how to do this.
How to do what?
The multiplayer. It says, I'm online.
Okay.
and I see you.
Great.
Invite to group.
Do that.
I just invited you to a group.
I see the invite. I accept the invite.
I appreciate your acceptance of the invite.
Thank you. All right, so my game is not seeing my joystick. This is my first time using this joystick since I bought it with this game.
Yeah.
And in the interest of speed, I think I'm going to fall back on the gamepad and break everyone's heart. I didn't have time to actually test anything out because my wife dumped the kids on me at the last minute right before the stream started. So all the time I had planned to set it up, she decided to go learn how to knit or something instead. Can you imagine when your husband has this big event planned, you decide to randomly go learn to knit?
Well, yeah, but how do you know you're not going to randomly need a sweater?
All right, I can't actually see anything, so I'm taking these off. I'm sorry if anyone was really feeling it.
They do look
Thank
good.
you very much for the compliments. They are very nice. I am very pleased with those sunglasses, which I found at a random store at a nearby small town. I think my game crashed, so
Uh-oh.
we're going to go ahead and restart the game. You just need to wait a couple more minutes.
No worries. I'm chilling. I can show off
I mean, you can probably just start flying. I can drop right on you.
Oh, really?
So, yeah, you don't need to... I mean, I won't get to take off, but whatever. We already proved that I can take off.
Well, no, I don't know. The idea of you fucking up the takeoff, as you have a few times, does entertain me.
It is pretty funny. I will probably crash the plane trying to take it off. It's very, very difficult to take off these planes.
I'm going to try to take it off.
Wait, you need me to put them back on, Ari?
Ari was digging it.
I'm here for you. I'm not going to let you go. Come on. There we are.
All right, I'm gonna take this motherfucker off the ground.
Great. I'll be right with you.
I'm gonna do what few can, which is fly the Spitfire.
I've got my eyes on, so don't let me down.
Boom. I have left the group though.
Oh, you left the group?
I don't know. It just says you have left the group.
Oh, probably because I closed the game, but I should just be able to rejoin you.
All right.
Good takeoff. I'm very impressed.
Dude.
I was impressed the other time too, as you remember.
Yeah, I do. So it is a fucking smooth takeoff. Let me turn on some clouds. I need a few clouds. I'll turn on few clouds. Naturally. I do love the look of this fucking plane. I might switch to the livery with the teeth if you don't.
That's what I was gonna use, but if you want to use it, go ahead. I'll pick something else.
No, use it.
So I just sent you an invite to the group, or unless you want to send me one again. I don't think we need to be in a group to fly together if your multiplayer settings are right, but I don't know if they are.
Well, my status is just online.
Right. In the top, there should be a little notification button that says, like, you've been invited to a group.
I didn't get it, but...
we will pretend to have a dogfight. Unfortunately, the guns do not work in this mod, so...
Yo, it's
no such luck.
All right. I'm going to invite you.
Yeah, invite me again. That's fine.
I'm just going to keep inviting you.
Alright, my controller is back live. Let's turn off airplane stress. I'm in the group, so I'll be joining your game momentarily.
Very good. Now, I love these planes with this kind of... I just can't resist the chrome. There's something about it. I just can't resist.
Yeah, no doubt. Alright. You're my departure. Angkor Wat is my arrival. Dope. And here we go.
You're just gonna plop into my vicinity.
Yeah, and the cockpit, if Kersey shows you the interior, that's actually taken from photo scans of a real historic plane from World War II.
There you go. Interesting looking joysticks.
if you can call it that.
Yeah. They just got wires all over the place. It's amazing.
Yeah, I mean, there's not a computer in there, right? It's all
Right.
just working. Okay, I am in the air. I'm right behind you. I need to turn down the game because it's super loud.
I don't see you. Are you... What's your altitude? Oh, I see you. I see a little dot. Oh. I don't know if the viewers can see my mouse. There's a little dot. That...
I'm gonna catch up.
Oh god, wait. I'm like flying straight at the ground. Does it show, like... Did these shoot gun... How did this... What munitions did these have?
This plane, the model only shows 2 machine guns, and I think the actual plane had 4. I think they were 30 caliber machine guns.
Mm-hmm. That the one pilot would use?
Yeah, you would just press a button and it would shoot them.
Just like a straight, basically.
Well, they were angled a little bit, so they would converge at a central point in front of the plane.
Right. Hello, embryo.
All right, you need to slow down a little bit, or I will not catch you.
Uh-huh. Well, let me find you. I can go back towards you. Out of pity.
Okay, that's one way to do it.
I'm not capable of slowing down. Okay, no, that's not true. I'll slow down. I'll slow down. I'll go to, you know... I'm going, like, straight east. And I'll go
Great.
to, like... I don't know. It won't slow down, though. No, it's slowing down.
Isn't our destination... Is it east?
Yeah.
Okay. For whatever reason, it's not showing at the right place on my thing.
Mm-hmm.
Prince, welcome! Good to have you here. Embryosity, you as well.
Dude, we got the whole game. We got Holy here.
All right, I'm gonna lose the sunglasses. I'm sorry, Ari. I hope everyone's gotten their fill of them. It is actually making it hard for me to see. You can just appreciate my baby blues.
Where are you, bro? I can't find you.
I see. I'm 12,000 feet away from you, so I am turning to go east. I'm enjoying the beautiful vistas
Of Thailand. Enjoying this Thai land.
Yeah, it's interesting. The ways that landscapes are similar and different where you go.
Totally. I wish you would
My
show me
engine
you
just
on the map.
dipped.
Did your engine just die?
No, it just dipped. I lost RPMs for a second, but they came back. I think I'm going to be all right. I mean, I turned off the stress damage, so there shouldn't be any reason the engine spontaneously fails.
Right.
Although I didn't leave with full fuel, so who knows what's going to happen. It'll be interesting.
I just hit that fuel hotkey when I need fuel.
Yeah, that'll do it.
Dude, I still don't see you. I'm looking directly behind me.
I mean, I'm not flying towards you right now. I'm flying east. Well, I'll fly towards you. I see you very brightly.
That's because I'm all
You are
chromed
flying
out.
away from me.
Yeah, we're going
I
to
am
Angkor
directly
Wat.
north of you.
You're north of me.
Yes.
So that's left of me. Oh, are you that
Yes.
shiny thing? In the sky?
I guess I am. You don't see my name? I have your name in my sight.
Oh, I probably need to turn it on. Alright, hold on. Let me...
See, this is why you gotta check your multiplayer settings.
Alright, general options. How do I do this?
I don't know. I've never turned that off.
This guy.
We cannot shoot. I'm very sorry, Riddle Doodle. There are no working guns on these planes.
That's true. Bruh. I don't know. Graphics, perhaps?
Alright. I guess I'm gonna have to check. Let's see here.
Camera?
Can't believe this guy.
Volume? No.
I'm pretty
Crap.
sure it's because of your settings, but let's look for player. No.
I've seen it before. I put it on before.
Oh, really? Traffic nameplates. It's under traffic. You need to turn traffic nameplates
Traffic.
on.
Traffic nameplates on. All right.
Yeah.
F11. Go back. And now, there is Lithros.
Of course.
Hell yeah.
Still says we're going away from each other, but I assume that's an error.
No, I see the feet amount going down.
Yeah, you're very... Oh, that's our altitude it's showing. It's not actually our
yeah?
distance. Nice flyby.
Yeah. Oh, and I went upside down. Someone just subbed as well.
Mage,
Hey,
welcome.
Holy. Thank you for the sub, Holy.
Oh, my RPMs are not good. Not good at all.
Yeah, I'm losing control of my vehicle.
Well, what else is new?
All right, no, we're good. We're good. I'm good. I'm back. Let's try somehow to fly like near each other in an attractive cinematic fashion.
Can do. I'm not going very fast, and I'm losing speed, so...
It's Mage. What's up, Mage? All right.
Oh, thank you, Holy. You want us to ram each other? We're just gonna bounce like idiots if we can touch it all.
Yeah, it's not very exciting.
Things are not looking good for my RPMs.
What?
We might have one of those embarrassing falls out of the sky.
Why would that happen, though?
For our sins? I don't know.
All right, well, you're going south. Go east.
I'm going south. Yeah, you're right. All right. Let's use the rudder to turn. Down I go!
Real? Oh, my God.
It's all good. It's all good. Got some RPMs back that way.
All
I
right.
needed was to let gravity do its work.
Yeah. You got to have faith.
Oh, I got faith.
Talking about wingtips, right? Touch tails.
Can always count on you guys. Okay. Yeah, I don't know if I'm going to stay in the air, but I'm going to try. It is a weird plane.
Why
I
are
might just
you-
go into slew mode.
Why are you having so much trouble?
I couldn't tell you. This World War II plane doesn't get along with me.
I must have some easy flying settings or like some difficulty setting or something like that.
My throttle control is at 100. Let me make sure my boost is on properly. There's a boost button in here.
I'm just going to turn my engine off.
Bunch of radio. Turning your engine off. Why are you doing that?
I'm just turning it down. I'm slowing
Okay.
down.
Like, we're gonna die. What a weird plane.
Hello, Johnny. Yes, we both are. We're playing multiplayer, and Lithros is so. Lithros, we should talk about you and flight sims.
I'd be happy to.
But
I have been playing flight sims on and off since I was about 9 years old. I think my first exposure was at my friend's house. His dad showed me Secret Weapons of the Luftwaffe, which was a World War II flying game. It was extremely primitive, but you got to fly World War II planes and shoot at each other. I played the old Red Baron game. I played a game called Corncob 3D where you flew a crappy T6 Texan, which was a World War II plane, but you flew it against aliens.
Cool.
You could also go on foot and teleport and stuff. It was an amazing game. But again, very primitive. If you looked it up, you would be very ashamed. But the bulk of my flight sim hours have been in space sims. So I have played a huge amount of X-Wing, TIE Fighter, X-Wing versus TIE Fighter, X-Wing Alliance, a fair amount of Free Space, which was a sequel to the Descent series, but set open in outer space. Wing Commander Prophecy, I have a lot of that under my belt. More recent, and then here and there I would play modern flight simulators about jets. I played a lot of F-16 multi-role fighter and MiG-29. Those were Novalogic games that came out around 2000. Now, I had joysticks for basically all of this. So I've been flying with a stick all that time. I never really had a separate throttle or rudder until recently. I really started to get into it last year with DCS World. Freelancer is a different game. I did play a demo of it, but I have not played the full thing. It is really cool, though.
I might have just gone into a tailspin, but I'm good now.
All right, that's cool. I'm seeing you way ahead of me. You know, not waiting for me at all.
I
we're
was
barely
trying to
flying
go back
together.
for you.
Uh-huh.
I don't know how to really wait. Like, what do I do? Turn down the engine?
That would do it.
Okay, my engine was like off. All right, I'm gonna put my
Yeah.
engine to 15. I don't know what that would 1500. Is that reasonable? Oh god,
I guess it's reasonable.
starting to dip. Starting to dip. I gotta go up. I gotta go to 20. I'm going to 2000. I'm flopping around in the air.
How low are you?
I am at 3,000 feet.
All right,
4,000 feet.
coming down to meet you.
I'm
Coming
gonna
in for the kill.
All right, now I gotta crank the engine, dude. I'm cranking.
Anyway,
the
in recent years, I've played other flight simulators, mostly space ones like Elite Dangerous, a little bit of Star Citizen, though I haven't been super happy with those games for various reasons.
Right.
And like I said, for the last year, I've probably put about 60 hours into DCS World, which is an ultra-realistic World War II and modern combat plane simulator. And it's fully featured for a lot of the planes, so every last control is modeled, and it can take an hour to get the plane ready for takeoff if you choose not to skip the pre-flight.
Dude,
Yes, I have played Ace Combat. That's an arcade game. It's got pretty fun stories, but it just doesn't feel like a flight simulator to me. The planes are cool, but you have like unlimited ammo in your missiles and everything, or at least so many that it might as well be.
right, I got
And
that
of course,
game.
I did play Microsoft Flight Simulator, Microsoft Space Simulator back in the day, and the iterations that have come out since then. I've played those, but the shooty shoot games were always my favorites. So I would say, even with all of that experience behind me, it
Yeah.
is not until last year playing DCS that I started to actually understand planes and how they work.
Right.
And up until that point, I was just playing games. And once I started playing DCS, it's not a game anymore. If you learn how to take off a plane in DCS, you could pretty much sit down in the real cockpit and take that plane off. It's the exact same. Now, the downside is the planes in DCS, in order to get that level of fidelity, they are only able to get access to planes that no one is using to fly combat missions anymore. So the government's not going to let you sit down in an active duty F-35 and write down how it works.
And that's because that's like secrets. That's
Yeah,
like,
exactly.
Yeah.
They don't want anyone to know that except people who need to know it.
right.
And so you only really get that full simulation of older planes that are out of service, or at least at the end of their life.
Right.
But it's still amazing. And some of them still feel very new. They might only be 5 years out of service.
By the way, dude, I got out of my tailspin and I'm at 5,000 feet and I'm going east.
Great. My engine just is not happy.
So it unfucked my engine when I did my hotkey for refueling.
You think I'm just low on fuel?
I don't know whether it has to do with fuel. It just happened to reset it. So
I guess I need to set one of those hotkeys because I'm going to crash.
let's take a look here. There's simply I'm going to pause in the air. There's simply a blank space where you should be.
You can set your pilot's weight to whatever you want. My pilot weighs 2,500 pounds. The plane will not fly. All right, I have filled up my fuel. Let's see how we do. Hey, the engine works again. That is bizarre.
Isn't it weird?
Oh man, this thing's purring.
So, how is Microsoft Flight Sim as a flight sim?
I mean, it's good. Like, oh wow, the plane is immediately starting to stall again for whatever reason. We'll see. I don't have any complaints about how it flies. I have used a joystick, rudder, and throttle with Microsoft Flight Simulator, just not this one. So I know how that works.
Mm-hmm.
The flight mechanics are very solid, but most of the planes are not modeled to the same level that the ones in DCS are.
Mm-hmm.
So for me, flying, it just feels a lot chiller.
Yeah.
And I don't really play flight sims to chill. I
Mm.
play to be pushed to the very limits of my human endurance.
Yes. By the way, we got a good shot here. We are flying.
Yeah, I'm still losing RPMs. I don't really know what's wrong.
I'm also losing. I'm just gonna keep resetting my fuel.
Yeah, but my fuel's at 100. Like, that can't be it.
It just fixes it. I'm telling you, it just fixes it. You might have seen on screen. I'll point it out next time it happens. The little bar, and look, now I'm pulling ahead of you.
Yeah, well, I can't even move.
Oh no, you're in the tree.
Yeah. All right, well, I have a solution for this problem.
Yeah.
How embarrassing.
What is your? Are you slew moding?
Of course I'm slew moding.
He's slew moding.
You're going the wrong way there.
Well, I was turning back to help, but I guess you don't need
I'm
my
sure. Oh wow, the plane just plummets.
help. Oh, it just happened again. Here, I'll show you.
I hit the reset button.
Yeah. Oh boy, this plane is just truly wacky. It is truly wacky.
It is a strange plane.
All right, where are you, bro? There you are.
Well, it's flying. Although my engine sounds are off now. These aren't really, I mean, they are technical difficulties. Like, the plane is modeled correctly. There's just something we don't know about this plane.
About how
I have not played Desert Bus. I have watched people play Desert Bus, and I have no desire to ever play Desert Bus.
So, by the way, anyone who's curious about this, I'm wiggling my mouse. This is my RPMs. The ticker, the like needle, is stuck at 2200 or whatever, and that triangle, that's what I set it to, which is maximum. Now, if I hit the equals sign, which is my thing for fuel, immediately fixes it, and the RPMs crank up to 3000. So that's what I was showing LITHROS. Who knows what that means?
Who knows? Indeed. Let's see what I have set to reset. Was the command like reset fuel in the menu?
I can find out. Do you want me to look?
Yeah, you better look, or else I'm just gonna keep crashing.
Yeah. Let us see. Wait, not options. Controls options. And keyboard. It is. I just saw it 1 second ago and I made it disappear. Damn it.
You can search by input. If you click on the left,
Oh,
just
perfect.
press that and then type the equal sign. It'll take you right there.
Repair and refuel under miscellaneous.
Great, I need that.
Right.
So I'm gonna find that as a button. Let's try this one. No, we don't want that. Let's try this one. No, we don't want that. Definitely don't want that. Don't want that. Okay, I got it.
I look at it. It says GERT on this thing. I've seen that before.
Okay, I am going. Maybe we're burning out the engine by maxing out the throttle. I'm gonna try not doing that.
Yeah. All right.
Keeping it in the green.
Keep it in the green. That's reasonable.
Although I thought taking out the stress damage would have turned out the engine failures, maybe it doesn't.
Right. It's not playing. I don't know, Riddle Doodle. That's what's on the playlist.
We're trying not to crash the planes.
Dude, I just get in the zone, alright? Let's try this. Yeah, this is all very chill. I could turn on the hype cyberpunk music. I think it might be.
Yeah, let's get Cyberpunk up in here. I'm good with that.
Alright. Cyberpunk.
Oh, you can just hear that, Oyster? You can just hear the copyright sounds? Alright,
Yeah,
I think
dude.
we've got the flying stuff sorted out. I've got my reset button bound, so why don't we move on to talking about things?
Totally.
Unless you want to talk about the history of flight some more, which I'm fine with.
No, whatever. Let me just get my, my dark cyberpunk mid-tempo industrial type beat. That's pretty good.
Oh, you're paused. That's why I'm able to fly right past you. Okay, that's a little less interesting.
Oh, yeah.
You'll catch up.
There we go. But I gotta do copyright free. Sorry. Sorry.
Prop interrupter gears? Are you talking about the ones that they have to time with the gunfire?
Alright, let's go. Oh, my engine.
Yeah, okay. So before they started mounting the machine guns on planes in the wings, they did not have the kinds of fancy controls to put them anywhere except right in front of the pilot. And the pilot would have to basically, squeeze a trigger that was immediately connected to the gun. This would also help with the aiming because they hadn't figured out the converging stuff yet. And they didn't have the loading of ammo figured out either, so all the ammunition would be right there in the fuselage of the plane and not tucked in the wings. But there is a problem. If you have your machine gun in front of the pilot and they pull the trigger, there's a pretty good chance they're going to hit the propeller, which is also in front of the pilot. And if you shoot your own propeller, your flight is going to be cut very short. So they came up with these things called propeller interrupter gears, which were timed gears. When you pulled the trigger, it would know the rate at which the machine gun would fire, and it would interrupt the propeller's rotation to guarantee that your machine gun bullet would not hit the propellers. The propellers wouldn't actually stop. It would just time it so that the bullets would always pass through the propeller blades, which is a pretty ingenious invention, and one of the... My engine's still acting weird, but maybe I'll survive. One of the coolest things that I've heard about combat aviation, but eventually they did just start putting the machines in the wings, and then it wasn't really an issue anymore.
How the fuck do you time a propeller to not get hit with a bullet?
I don't know the exact specifics of how they're designed, but it's all mechanical, and you know the rate of the propeller rotation at all times, because that's based on the engine's output, and you know the rate of fire of the machine gun at all times, because, that's based on the machine gun's design. So if you know those two things, you can basically make sure they sync up so that one or the other has a hiccup when you pull the trigger and they don't coincide. I do not know if the Spitfire was the first plane. I mean, you can see the Spitfire has wing-mounted guns, so I don't think it had them. They were using those in, World War I. Because it's World War I where, the biplanes had stuff mounted behind, right on the cockpit. The first practical gear, if far from reliable, was fitted to the Fokker-Eindecker fighters, which entered squadron service with the German Air Service in mid-1915. So, mid-1915, German planes were the first ones to have these. And then they just stopped being that important by World War II, because things were mounted in the wings, and you would want lots more bullets, so you have a much better chance of hitting.
Right. Headlights that can shine a light around raindrops. Is that a thing?
I've never heard of that, but that's cool.
All right, so let's get a little bit of lore, so just for people joining here. So, because even if people have watched this show for a while, they may not have watched it as long as you've been around. So you think you probably showed up during the Eigen episode, which I think was episode 5.
I don't remember watching any of the earlier ones, so apologies if anyone here was on one of those, but yeah, I definitely watched the Eigen one.
What were the prior ones? I think the prior one...
You had
there was
No Silver V.
Yeah, there's Harvey Krishna. Vogel was
maybe
second.
Gray was on.
Maybe Gray and No Silver V might be the 4.
Yeah.
Chaos.
Was Chaos before Eigen? I thought he was after.
I think he was
Because I definitely
after.
watched Chaos as well.
I think he was 7. I think he's number 7. Pretty sure. I'd have to look back.
I'm looking at your YouTube playlist right now, so I can just correct everyone.
There we go.
All right. Eigen was 5.
Yep.
Chaos was 7, as you said. 6 was to Zion. I don't think I watched that one.
Yeah, that was Colin of Zion. Oh,
Yeah.
I almost hit you.
Oh, nice.
Where'd you go?
I'm behind you.
All right, well,
You flew past
I'm
me.
having camera problems. Oh, there you are. And
You just
auspicious
zoomed
number.
past me.
Well, earlier I did use the. I can use
Yeah.
the.
So anyway, I've been in it for a minute. It's been quite a while
Yeah.
together.
Well,
with
tell
you.
me what I would like to know is tell me how the show has changed, if at all. Like, I have thoughts on that, but what have you observed?
Well, I would say that early on, you seemed to have things more planned out.
Uh huh.
Which don't take this as a critique of how it is now.
Right.
But right now, you're like more willing to just go with the flow. It seemed like early on, you wanted to keep to a schedule. You wanted to hit certain topics.
Mm-hmm.
It just felt structured in that way.
Right.
And now it just feels more like hanging out.
Right. Right.
Although I think that didn't quite apply with Eigen because he's just so verbose that it covers everything no matter what you do.
Right. Just kick back, you just talk. Yep.
Also, you guys, I think, both got drunk on that episode, which makes a big difference.
Yep. Oh, speaking of which, I should pour my gin here. If you're drinking, I'm gonna have.
I'm drinking.
I was gonna bring it up, like, yo, you can bring a drink, but I was like, no, he's a father. I don't want to
Get out of here.
be a bad influence. You know.
My dad energy compels me. I am still going down. Let's hit this reset button. It just works again. Okay.
It just works again. See, I'm not good at this game as a flight
Sirs.
sim, but I'm good at it as a game. Now, let me
Yeah, I mean,
I
I'd like to
figured it
see
out.
how you do in some of the challenges the game has before we judge that, but you can just slowly ramp up the difficulty. Honestly, though,
Right.
flying, there's 3 things you can do in flying that are like a challenge.
Mm-hmm.
And the first one is takeoff and landing,
Right.
which you're pretty good at. I actually don't know how you are at the landing, but it's much harder to land, so
is much harder.
we could have fun seeing that.
Right.
The second thing you can do is like maneuvering.
Right.
So there are challenges in the game where they'll pop gates on the map and you just try to fly through them all. Depending on the plane, that's easier or harder.
Yeah.
And then the third thing is dealing with random disasters. And the game models those. You can say, yeah, there's a chance of my right wing falling off. Let's see how that goes.
Like literally falling off.
I don't know if it actually makes the wing fall off, but it will do stuff like that.
Dude, I've been.
Okay, cool. So, and of course, there's also some challenges for navigating without your instruments or with your instruments, but that only really applies to super long distance planes.
Right. Oh, interesting. Navigation.
So,
can you play it with the map off?
sure, you can turn off any of the elements.
Oh, you just turn it off. It's not like you have no map. Get to Texas.
Well, I think you can kill the GPS. You know, you can say my GPS broke,
Right.
my electrics broke.
Right.
You can still fly most of these planes with the electric system failing.
Right.
The World War II planes don't even have one, so that's
Yeah.
easy enough.
All right. Cheers, Lithros. I managed to pour this.
Beautiful.
All right.
So yeah, I would say the evolution of the show has been really fun. Obviously, I appreciate the addition of Jackbox a lot.
Yeah.
I think it helps lubricate things, to use a very fun word.
It totally does. It totally does. You know, do you remember? I don't know if you remember. I don't know what episode this might have been. I know it was the Thinkwort episode. I think that was 6 or 8, probably 8.
That was 9.
9?
I don't think I saw that one.
So.
No, I did see that one. I did.
So this was one of the challenges, which is, you know, you get people on the show. A lot of times it's the first time I've actually talked to them, right? And it takes a second to get in the zone. And one of the things for that has been like, okay, like bring a drink if you want. Not everybody wants to do that, blah, blah, blah. Doesn't totally handle it. But before we thought of Jackbox, who even thought, you might have thought of Jackbox.
Maybe, I'm not sure. I think we talked about doing a Jackbox night at one point, and then we did it, and then somebody suggested doing it as a regular thing as part of the show.
You know what?
Could have been me.
We did it between season 1 and season 2.
Right.
Because I think we played it and then watched a movie or something like that. And then I was like, shit, why don't we do this every time? But before that, my idea was literally I would drill somebody with 10 questions as they got on the show. That was my earlier idea, which I did a few times, and I did with ThinkWord. And yes, Prester, there's a ThinkWord episode. The ThinkWord portion is 1 hour long, and it's quite good.
I really loved hearing ThinkWord's description of his whole process when it comes to tweeting. That actually had a big influence on me in how I relate to using Twitter.
Yeah, so talk to me about how long have you been... Did we get on Twitter around the same time? Because I feel like I've been on Twitter for like basically at this point a year and a half.
I mean, it's going to feel like the same because that's when I seriously started like communicating with people on Twitter.
Yeah.
I have had a Twitter account since 2008. I only really started using it with any frequency in like 2015. And I would just cross-post whatever I was posting on Facebook to Twitter. I didn't really have any friends on Twitter. I didn't really have any engagement on Twitter. And I didn't really interact with anyone on Twitter.
Right.
So I was simply clicking a button in my social media client that existed at the time that would let me post to Facebook and Twitter at the same time. And I was doing all my engagement with my friends on Facebook.
So you were posting
Yeah, it was really weird jokes. It wasn't like really thoughts I had. It was just all this one-off stuff. And I would post links to my blog as well.
Right.
But nobody was reading it. Over time, in like 2018, I started trying to get involved with poetry Twitter. So I was posting some of my own poetry and talking to people in the poetry world. And I still have 1 or 2 people that I know from then. But really, I didn't find a lot of anything to really hold my interest with that. Like, some people were posting interesting poetry, but for whatever reason, they didn't seem that interested in discussing it on Twitter, and no one cared at all about my poetry, which was very discouraging. And I could get feedback on Facebook, so that was the difference. Although Facebook was all people I know in real life, so they might just be being nice to me, but at least I got something.
This is yeah. Oh, wait.
You want me to keep going? You want to? Oh, nice.
That was pretty good. No, I was just enjoying.
Okay, so I also tried to get a little into like movie and TV critic Twitter, but I started to like, even when there's a critic whose opinions I really love and their writing I really love, over time you just know what they're going to say about something.
Right.
Like, you get the feel for what they like, how they describe themselves, and it's hard for them to surprise you anymore. So they can just become tiresome over time. Right. And also, film and TV critic Twitter after, over the course of Trump's term, got more and more political. And not that I necessarily disagreed with all of the politics, but it was just a huge drag. And it's like, it just hurts my ability to appreciate. It's tiresome for sure. People aren't very entertaining usually when they're making political arguments, but to see someone who I'm following because I like how they think and I like their ideas and the way they express values, to see them parroting bad arguments, even for things that I agree with, is really discouraging. Like, I loved you as a film critic, but you have no taste, basically, when it comes to political arguments. Like, I want to see good arguments for your point of view, and they're just retweeting bad arguments, and there's no point to me arguing with them. Like, they're just wrong. So you can't, and if you try to tell someone, hey, that's not the best way for arguing for this position, right? There's a better argument, then they flip out at you and they're like, wow, you must be a political opponent of mine because you're not agreeing with me 100%.
Totally.
So getting more and more of that kind of thing kind of drove me away from that. And then, right after the pandemic started, I started using Twitter a lot more. I had started following Eliezer Yudkowsky.
Yep.
I was never on Less Wrong, but I love Slate Star Codex and was like just a huge fan of that. And I had read Harry Potter and the Methods of Rationality, so I just followed Eliezer because he seemed to be saying kind of interesting things. I don't really care very much about AI risk, so yes, I do like how Ari thinks. I don't really care about AI risk. Like, it's an interesting subject, but I find it very convenient that a self-styled expert on it would think it was the most pressing issue in the world. Anyways, so not that anything in particular Eliezer posts is especially fascinating to me, but
it was your way into a group of people.
Through him, I found a variety of other people, and I get obviously Eigenrobot is like the one that really clicked, and I was like, whoever this guy is hanging out with, those are the people I want to hang out with.
Right.
So lurking in Eigen's mentions, getting to know all you wonderful people, following all you wonderful people is kind of my course, although that didn't really start kicking off until the fall, basically. So I spent the summer just like trying to navigate the web of who was good between the people hanging around Ayla and the people hanging around Visa and the people hanging around Eigen. And as far as on Twitter, I definitely have focused in on Eigen, although I still have really close friends from the other two, and I consider myself friends with Visa to begin with.
Right. Riddle Little said, I figured it out. I only get along with Slate Star Codex stands who are never on Less Wrong. I actually
exactly.
I was deeply on Less Wrong. And I was on Less Wrong when some of the original sequences by Eliezer were still being written, by the way. I was balls deep in all that stuff for a great deal of time, so and maybe a counterexample.
Please don't say balls deep while I'm taking a drink when you're talking about anything rationalism related.
Yeah. I was balls deep in Eliezer Yudkowsky's rationality scene, you could say.
I mean, I will say that like the way he expressed his ideas in Harry Potter and the Methods of Rationality really spoke to me. And I got out of that, and I also really enjoyed the story. And I was like, man, I should really read the sequences. I just never got around to it.
Right.
But every time I tried to read anything on Less Wrong itself, I was just like totally repelled.
It's fascinating to me. It's things have changed. You know, it's a different crew.
Yeah.
It's a different world. Absolutely. And then I remember, I don't know if you remember this. So I also got much more into Twitter during the pandemic. I remember being in a group chat with you, which might be the one that we're still in. I don't remember, or it might have been.
There's the Solstice chat. That's probably the one you mean.
And then there's a bunch of other ones I'm not in that I don't even want to hear about. All right.
Let's not talk about those.
Let's not
it's
talk
not
about
gonna make
those.
anybody happy.
I don't want to talk about that shit. And sorry, my fucking plane is falling out of the sky while I make.
Hey, I just passed you. Go me.
Good job. And what was I even saying? Sorry, you distracted me with things I hate. No. I remember.
I didn't bring up group chats.
My age is cracking up. I remember I ordered Korean food, and I posted in the chat, yo, check out this crazy Korean food I got. And you were like, I love tteokbokki, or whatever.
Yeah. Tteokbokki's amazing.
I think
I wish I was eating it right now.
Dude, me too. I even could order some. But that's when that's like my first LITHROS memory, I'm pretty sure. Because then we talked about
Korean
weed
food is
stuff.
my favorite food. That is a good thing to have in common.
Yeah.
Well, thank you. I am really glad that your first memory of me is associated with that.
Yeah, dude. It's wholesome.
I would have assumed it was associated with me yelling at you about flying a plane, but you know, nobody's perfect.
Right. No. Well, we've had to work through some things, you know, look past some things, but it takes work. It takes work.
And so, as far as Twitter goes, I was meditating on this the other day. Like, is in terms of like my daily life satisfaction, I don't think nothing has made as large of an impact on my overall mood and attitude as this group of people on Twitter. Like, I used to consider myself a pretty melancholy person.
Yeah.
And I would just like, you know, I would enjoy spending time with people, and I loved being with my family, and that was great. But whenever something wasn't actively taking my attention, I would pretty much lapse into not quite depression, but like a kind of malaise. And
that's great.
You want to say something?
No, that is great. I thought you were going to say nothing has had as much of an impact on my mood as this group of people. I fucking hate you guys.
What's wrong with you? Why would you even take it that way?
No, like the negative. It's funny. It's funny.
No, I mean, I enjoy arguing with people too, but it's like
Yeah.
such a good spirited argument where we're all just kind of like screwing around in the same way, feeling like I'm on the same page with these people. And
Yeah.
and like that's the way I felt when I found Slate Star Codex and reading Scott Alexander's stuff. I was like, wow, here's a person who's like as focused on outcomes and not just rote posturing as I feel that I am, and that's amazing. And hearing him talk about his life experiences and stuff, I found a lot I connected to, and it was very exciting. And I felt the same way when I found the Slate Star Codex subreddit. I never really did anything with the comments section of Slate Star Codex. That seemed a little skeevy to me. But the people on the subreddit I thought were awesome. The subreddit is actually how I found Slate Star Codex, because someone
Right.
posted a really good thing on Ask Historians. And I was like, that person is so smart. I want to know what they're about. And I clicked into their profile and saw they had posted in a subreddit called Slate Star Codex. And I was like,
Right.
what the hell is that? And that's how I found all of this.
Isn't there another subreddit called The Mott?
Well, yeah, they introduced that when they made a no culture war rule in the Slate
okay.
Star Codex subreddit. And I can't speak to it too well because since I've gotten so bit, like interested in Twitter, I hardly look at Reddit anymore at all.
Yeah.
I might look at Reddit like 3 times a week. I used to spend all my time on it, and now all my time is on Twitter.
You know what most decreased my amount of time spent on Reddit was forgetting my password and not knowing where I put it. And it's sort of been like, oh,
Hey.
that's
Yeah, that'll do it.
it.
So anyways, to finish up with what I was saying, like now in my free time, if I'm not on Twitter, I'm just like thinking about things that I have planned with people that I know from Twitter.
Yeah.
And thinking about funny tweets I could make. And so like there's never that downtime where I just feel bummed and alone anymore. Everything is this constant warm glow of community, which is just wonderful.
Dude, hell yeah. That's interesting.
My plane is not cooperating. I keep hitting the reset button and it keeps wanting to crash.
Uh-huh. I am having some trouble catching up to you, but before I was having trouble not
Mott
passing.
is really pronounced Mott. Yes, it is pronounced like that. It's one of those E-ending English words, like shop.
Shoppy.
Yes, it's pronounced moth, of course.
Moat.
Yeah, I'm gonna hit the ground.
Oh, it really went down.
I don't know. I'm hitting reset and it's not feeling it. I don't know why you're having better luck than me. This isn't fair. This is really hurting my cred. So we had talked about doing a stream where we flew the real accurate combat flight simulator that I was referring to. I have 100% guess. And if we were doing that, I would make Kersey look like a complete
No,
fool.
you'd slaughter me. That's true.
Yeah, and I would actually shoot him. But we're not doing that this time, so unfortunately you have to watch me just sputter. Also, Kersey decided to make me buy this plane and learn to fly it in 2 days, so I didn't really have time to do that either, which is why I don't know why it keeps dying.
There's a version Chad meme where I'm Chad who just flies it right the first time. Doesn't even have it. Doesn't even
the first
have
time I
joystick.
tried to take it off, it just like immediately hit the ground too. It's been real bad for me on this plane.
Yeah.
All right, anyways. So that's my lore with Twitter. That's my life on Twitter. Twitter is wonderful. I love you all. Now that we got the sappy stuff out of the way,
Yeah.
we can move on to the real hard-hitting part of the show.
Yeah. Am I supposed to think of what the hard-hitting part of the show is?
I have hard-hitting stuff. I'm willing to leave it to your discretion at first, but hey, I'm ready to just tear the house down.
All right, dude. Let's go. Let's
Yes,
tear the
I am
house down.
deeply in love with Aerie. I'm probably going to leave my wife as soon as Aerie moves to Pennsylvania. Yeah, I get a lot of that, Johnny, when I tell my friends, like my closest real life friends, I just like grab lunch with them or whatever, and I talk about Twitter and how great it is, and they're like, okay, whatever you say, I'm not going to get on that cesspool. And I'm like, no, you don't understand. It's so good. but my friends just.
I have
I've
friends.
said before. Yeah, go ahead. You say your part first.
I was just gonna say I have a friend who just burned out on Twitter, and he gave it like a college try. But I'm pretty sure he was too much. I was like, no, you don't have to quit Twitter. Just like like follow
Just
different
unfollow
people.
everyone except Cheesecake.
Yeah, I don't know if that would be exactly his style. It might be, but it is interesting. People do bounce off. Like I have two different people I'm thinking of where one's kind of bouncing off, doesn't really get it. The other one did burn out after using it a lot, and I think just got sick of stuff.
All right. What was I saying before you really interrupted me?
You were saying that your real life people think you're a nerd.
No, yeah, I was gonna say I have a sort of like anti-persuasion field about me, which you would not think, but for whatever reason, the people in my life that I recommend things to, they're like their first instinct is to argue with me, fight with me, say no to me.
Right.
And even the people who like will profess to love me and care about me and consider me one of their closest friends, if I'm like, hey, you should do this thing that I like, they're just like, no, screw you. Why would you even suggest that to me? Yeah, well, that's why I never practiced as a lawyer, obviously. Although I am great at arguing, I'm not great at winning arguments. So there's that.
And how
Yeah,
does
I
that
should
make
answer
you
that
feel?
question about how does it make me feel? I would say a little frustrated.
Yeah.
But, I don't need to get everyone in my life on the exact same page about everything. I just have that impulse to share the things that I love and that are wonderful to me with everyone I know. And some people just aren't cool enough to be involved in 60,000 different activities like I am. So what you gonna do?
You do like activities. You are big on activities.
When I got married, I blamed my wife for planning a lot of things and keeping us very busy. And over the years, I have filled in so many of my own things that I'm now realizing I was wrong to blame her and that I would have found things to fill my time in either case.
Yeah, so
Uh,
yeah, I guess I don't know how much people have this impression. I think a lot of people in chat just know you from Twitter and do know your deal, but in case anyone doesn't, I've been astounded at how basically in my personal mythology, if not in real life, but at least in my personal mythology, Lithros knows everything. And because I think I don't know if I've ever once brought up a game that you haven't like played and played more than me, for example. But you have studied a decent amount of history. You seem to be able to like have some views on like theology-ish stuff, not even just philosophy, but like sort of like the religious side. And I'm like looking for the thing where you don't have shit, but it's been harder than you might expect.
I only know a very little bit of opera presser. I actually have been trying to teach myself to sing some of Largo, some of the sequel to Marriage of Figaro, whatever it's called. I forget now. But I know that opera is one of the areas of my life that is deficient. Although operettas, I'm pretty good on. Yes, Largo Affectum is the specific song I was trying to learn to sing, but I don't think that's the name of the Bar of Seville. That's the opera. Thank you. Anyways, Riddle Doodle's got me beat on the opera angle. I'm still working on it. Thank you for correcting me on the order of those. But obviously, if you talk about something that I don't know that much about, like I won't speak up.
Mm-hmm.
So you'll get the impression that I know everything because I don't say I don't know that.
Okay, but can you mention do you still run the 17th century French RPG
I do.
thing?
So we can talk. Yeah, I can talk about that a little bit if you think it's worth going into.
I think it's interesting. Part of what is interesting about Lithros to me is the breadth of interest, and like you go into all of them. Like you're not just like dabbling.
Yeah, all right.
If you're dabbling, you seem to really take it seriously. You know what I mean?
It took me a few years to get off the ground with that, though. So I follow this one blogger, kind of Twitter personality who's pretty small, but has a bit of a following named Rutskarn, and he has a blog called Chocolate Hammer where he talks about weird RPGs, and those are pen and paper RPGs generally. And one of the ones that he discussed was this one called On Guard. On Guard is a real old, like from the 1970s, pen and paper RPG, which is intended to simulate the life of a noble, swashbuckling bravo type in France in the 16 or 1700s. And he described the game. It kind of emerged in the days when role-playing was really just a thing you did on top of wargaming. So there's a very strong military component to the game, and really the core of the mechanics are about the military and all the stuff where you wander around France courting women and dueling each other for stupid reasons is kind of fluff on top of that. But because it's really fun fluff, it becomes kind of the face of the game. So On Guard, you create a noble. It takes about 5 minutes to make the character. You roll about 6 dice, and then you find out if you have a noble or a peasant. You find out if you're rich or poor, and from that you have a social status. The entire game is about building up social status. So in the 70s, when they did these kind of war games, one of the big focuses was, rather than sit down in the room with your buddies with 3 people, you would have a mail-in game. And you would have specific orders you wanted your character to do every month of the game time. You would mail those in, and then the people running the game would accumulate all of the orders, calculate what happens, and then send the replies to everyone else in the mail. So those play-by-mail games were pretty popular. I've never actually played any of them by mail, but I've read about it. And so this game was intended to be played that way. So it's very mechanistic in the sense that the things you can do, there's like 10 actions you can take on any given week. And there are predetermined outcomes or die rolls required for those. Anyways, so I bought the game. It cost about, $30. And I read the rules. I tried to get some friends at work into it. They were not very interested. Mm-hmm. I kind of put it on a shelf. I couldn't really find the right group to play it. And then after the pandemic started, I made some friends on Discord, in Visa's Discord, and one that Ayala set up. And I found kind of the right group of people with my real life friends as well, mixed in the bunch. My wife plays too. And we actually got a game off the ground. So basically every week, all the players submit a month's worth of actions. And then I do all the calculations on the back end. We started with 10 players. We're down to 8 now. But I calculate if, for example, 2 rivals in love happen to go to the same nightclub or gentleman's club and they see each other, then we have to have a duel. And then the dueling is a whole separate set of rules. And then occasionally they'll join a military regiment. They'll get sent out on a French military thing. And then their characters basically die immediately. You get like 1 die roll, and then you're dead.
Oh, so it's
very
brutal.
realistic. I don't think it's like Calvin Ball at all. There are only 10 things you can do, and they don't change.
I think they're talking about Gnomic. I don't know.
Oh, Gnomic. I've heard of that one. Yes, that is a game where you do whatever you want. Anyways, so I am still running that game. If that sounds interesting to you, I am always looking for more players. That goes for everyone in chat as well. Just send me a DM or message me on Discord, and I will happily add you to the Discord where I run it. You can create a character and figure out the rules real fast. The game is kind of dying because the players who have been playing for a year, and without we have a small enough player base that there aren't that many conflicts possible. The original design of the game is that you have like 30 to 50 feral hogs or players that go against each other. And there can be a lot of action because every time your character dies, you have to make a whole new character, and then you're stealing somebody's girlfriend, and you're getting in fights and arguing over the limited number of promotion opportunities, and bribing the Minister of War to send your buddy's regiment out to war so you don't have to go. There's a lot of stuff that can happen that you can't really do at the small scale with only 8 players. So if we could get more players, it would be really awesome. If we can't, I might not keep the game going. But we'll see. It's been pretty fun and pretty low effort. When we started it, I was writing newspaper articles every week to talk about what happened.
Oh, cool.
and I would like write them in the style of an old newspaper, kind of anachronistic for the 1600s in France, but still really fun to write this old style newspaper article and have funny things happening and little intrigues between the different players. Those are the good old days, back before anyone knew when the pandemic was going to end.
Okay, and so how much history have you studied?
I mean, my formal studies of history have been minimal.
Same.
I did a political science major in college, so I studied what I needed to understand what any given political situation they asked me to learn about, but that wasn't a lot of stuff. Um, However, I have listened to a lot of podcasts in the past decade
Yeah.
and read a fair few history books, so I have a pretty decent understanding of most aspects of Western history in the last 200 years. I've also played the Paradox games heavily. So, I've played Crusader Kings 2 over almost 3,000 hours. I played EU3 about 200 hours. I played EU4 not very much, about 20 hours.
Yeah.
I have about 200 hours on Victoria 2, and I've played through Hearts of Iron 3 and 4, a combination of about 20 hours, but I probably know more about World War II from the outset anyway, so whatever.
What's your favorite Paradox game?
So I can't not say Crusader Kings.
Okay,
I have
thank you.
3,000 hours on Crusader Kings 2. I made my own mod for Crusader Kings 2. It's called the Gods mod. It's still available on the Steam Workshop, so check it out. I am still trying to get into Crusader Kings 3. It is very fun, but I just don't have nearly as much time as I used to. Yeah, I made the Gods mod. I didn't make the original one, but it was abandoned, so I picked it up, and the version that's currently most heavily subscribed is the one I made.
Wait, are you like a big deal in the Crusader Kings
I mean,
modding
I
community?
don't think there are that many subscribers.
Do you guys see what I'm saying? So let me hold on. Let me just pause you for a second. So
Okay.
this is me interrupting Lithros in the middle of his Crusader Kings, his Paradox rant, which was in the middle of his history rant, we were talking about this because of his RPG that he runs, and I randomly find out that he's kind of a big deal in the Crusader Kings modding community. It's just like the total branching paths of things that this dude does are just fucking out of this world. I just had to narrativize that.
All right. Thank you. So
Yes.
right now we're at 10,000 subscribers for the Crusader Kings 2 mod.
Bro.
I have stopped updates to the mod because Crusader Kings 3 is out now. I was intending to make a version of it for Crusader Kings 3, but somebody beat me to it. They basically copied all the features and made a really good version, which is no skin off my nose. I'm not going to complain. So I haven't been doing anything with Crusader Kings 3. My plane is crashing again. Let's see if we can fix this. All right, there we go.
Are you do you have the black livery right now?
I am in the gray nurse with the teeth.
Oh, with the teeth. Okay, cool.
Okay, so anyways,
Yes.
Crusader Kings, obviously my favorite game, although in terms of the most fun to play, if you leave out the role-playing aspect, which is the whole game of Crusader Kings, I think Victoria 2 is the best designed game. I really, really loved playing Victoria 2. I felt like it gave me... It says I left the group. Why did I leave the group?
I don't know, man. Why'd you leave the group?
Anyway, I felt like it gave me a really deep understanding of the actual way that the history of international relations worked in the 19th century, at least between the great powers. It was so fascinating to see concepts that I had only read about in books translated into game mechanics, and to have the game mechanics make perfect sense. So I am super excited they just announced Victoria 3. I think it's probably going to be amazing, considering the work they did on Crusader Kings. Yeah, the writing is pretty bad. The newspapers in Victoria 2 are stupid. But the actual mechanics and the way that history progresses in Victoria 2 was just incredible. And the way your country develops, I really love. And learning about the economic growth of your country over time and watching it change, and the politics of your country change as the people become more educated, etc., is really fascinating. So, anyways, having played all the Paradox games gives me a really good basic footing in history because for any given country, I basically understand where it was at the dawn of that period of time. And I can extrapolate that out based on how things worked to kind of understand where people were. I've learned about the history of the church a lot, being raised Catholic, and then I spent a brief amount of time having fun making fun of my Protestant friends. Even though I never really cared about religion very much, it was enjoyable to like LARP a fervent Catholic, and I
Just for fun.
learned a lot about how the Catholic Church works and its history, so I could make fun of them because the vast majority of my Protestant friends, at least in high school, had no idea what the Catholic Church was, and it was really easy to dunk on them by giving them basic information.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, for history, actually, the historian Brett Devereaux, who is on Twitter and has his own blog, has a series of articles he's right now writing about Paradox as a history teaching tool, which I strongly recommend to everyone. It's a very fascinating series of articles. He's going game by game and talking about how the mechanics of the game interrelate with the historical era and how well they reflect like what was going on and serve as a teaching tool. So you should really read that. He has a lot of sources. I don't care about them. I feel like I know what I need to know to have fun talking about things, which is the most important thing for me.
Totally. Welcome, Correction.
Thank you, Cheesecake. Oh, my plane is crashing again.
Yeah, and also we got disconnected on the thing. I think we're getting
Yeah,
close
we
to
did.
Angkor Wat, though.
We must be. I don't even know. I don't even know how to bring up the map. I've played this particular game so little.
Yeah. You just hover over the top thing and click the little map shape. I'm showing it.
Oh, yeah, there's a map up there.
Yeah.
Zoom out. Oh, wow, we're really close. It should be in view, actually. Yeah, I can see it.
You see Angkor Wat.
I'm ahead of you.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
Oh,
as far as I
really?
can tell. Thank you for linking that. So that's the blog. It's awesome. He has a lot of other awesome articles about, usually it's about correcting people's misapprehensions about various historical time periods. He also has a really cool series about like how farming worked in the medieval period, whatever that means, or basically pre-industrialization, which not just farming, but resource gathering in general, like how iron was produced and stuff, how coal was made.
Cool.
It tells you a lot about how most villages through history would have functioned, because it's all basically the same once you get agriculture.
That's pretty fascinating. What's this guy's name?
Brett Devereaux is his name.
Devereaux, I think.
And there's the blog linked acoop.blog.
Nice. Nice.
Okay, so I've also, like I said, listened to lots of podcasts, read a lot, and I just have a very good memory, so I retain a lot of things, and that has helped me a lot in knowing about history.
Totally.
There's a huge built-in incentive to knowing about history because people are wrong about it so often, and you can dunk on them so easily if you know just a little bit. But there are other advantages.
Yeah.
I credit learning about the history of religious scholarship with a lot of my equanimity as it comes to... Oh, doesn't even want to go there, Ari. The equanimity I feel when it comes to basically feeling like we know the most in this time period compared to the past.
Right.
And a lot of the arrogance that I grew up with around being a more civilized time basically was wiped out of me when I started reading people making the exact same arguments 500 years ago.
Oh, yeah.
But like being in so many respects so far behind us and still thinking, oh, we're at the edge of history here, you know? We have come so far. It's the Renaissance. We finally understand right and wrong, and we are going to correct all the mistakes of our past. And then we look back on the last 500 years and we're like, oh guys, you had no idea what you were in for, right? Like, that made me go, when people in my life come to me and say, that person lived 500 years ago, but we still have the right to judge them like they live today. I'm just like, okay, well, you're not really using your brain. You're just saying something that makes you feel good.
The yeah, I was reading what's this book? Guy is Austrian. His name is Stefan Zweig. um, Holy Weather, Holy War.
I'm at Angkor Wat.
You're there. Is it by this
Yep.
water thing? Is it past this
Yeah,
water?
it's just past the big rectangular water.
All right. I'm on my way. Is it that? Is it that little thing in the
It's so
distance?
small. Why would anyone go here?
Relax, buddy. You're in a plane.
My plane's pretty small.
What are these places? I was reading Stefan Zweig, and he talks a lot about how, like, this guy lived in the late 19th century, and he lived through the world wars, and he just talks about, late 19th century being this time where people believed in progress, and, like, this new humane scientific way of life was just about to solve everything, and then it's like, boom,
Yeah.
fucking 20th
Right,
century.
exactly. There's so much. I mean, a lot of the most ironic statements from that time have been preserved and promulgated because they're so easy to dunk on.
Right.
But I mean, people were always talking about stuff like that. There just happened to have been a lot more progress in the 19th century, technology-wise,
Right.
and in some ways, morality-wise. But obviously not really. I'm not dunking on average people. I'm dunking on average people who are willing to talk too much. If you don't know stuff, you need to just accept that. And
Lithros is dunking on
speak up.
his friends that he's upset won't listen to him about things.
Well, not just my friends, but pretty much anyone who makes arguments and has a bunch of object level opinions that they want to share with the world, who is not really adequately informed about the world and how it works.
There you go. Is it this?
Yeah, Ari, you're the most moral person I've ever met or talked to, so I think you're the one to save us.
Is it this lump? Is that where I'm going?
It's a lump. Yeah, I told you it's not impressive. You should have believed me. I'm going to land at this little airport. I didn't know there was an airport right next to it. We could have just flown out of that.
But are they modeling it badly? Or is it on the lump?
It looked fine to me.
But
I think you might have missed it. That's not what it looks like.
Oh, is it like in the forest? Yeah.
It's that rectangular lake. It's right around there. It's in the middle of a lake.
It's in the middle of a lake?
Yeah.
Angkor Wat's in the middle of a lake?
It is, believe it or not.
Did they dig it out like that back then?
I don't know. Maybe. They probably did. People were building moats and stuff. It's not that hard.
It's huge. Is it this cube?
Yeah, it's that.
I don't even see Angkor Wat. I just see a bunch of trees.
Fly down there. You'll see it.
I mean, I'm flying. Oh. Hidden.
It just landed.
You landed? I could land.
I want to see you land. I don't have all the trees in my game. I was able to see it much more clearly.
Oh, and I paused.
Yours doesn't look like it loaded properly. It looks much more impressive on my game.
Hold on, screen share.
Maybe that's the wrong place. You want me to fly back to it and screen share? All right,
Well,
give me
I
a
mean,
second.
If it was not a pain.
I'll just go on slew mode and fly over to it. It's cool.
All right.
Then you can see what I'm talking about. Where are you, Angkor Wat? No.
Is that like a little baby kitchen behind you?
It is. That's my daughter's play kitchen. We're in my basement. All right, I'm screen sharing now. Here it comes.
Ah, yours is loud as hell. That looks pretty cool.
Yeah, it's just small.
Yeah.
We should have gone to Disney World.
It's not that small.
I don't know. It feels pretty small. Like, I can see the individual doors and stuff. That's not very impressive. Come on, Angkor Wat. Be bigger.
Heh.
All right, I'm killing my screen share. It's too loud.
Yeah, it is loud. I might be about to crash. Oh, I think I'm about to crash. I'm going to put my wheels down.
Wonder if I can get back in the game with you. I'm going to try to do that.
I'm going to try to
I just
land.
invited you to a group.
Okay. I'm back up. I'm back up. I'm flying.
Looks good. Looks good.
Hooah. For some reason, I'm not receiving those, but I'm able
Okay,
to send
well,
them.
you can invite me to the group.
I can also remove friend.
Why would you do that?
Just in case.
Oh, okay. I have an invitation pending to you. Wait, it's saying we're in the group still. Why am I inviting you to the group if I'm still in the group?
I don't have all the answers. I'm merely a talk show host.
All right, I forgive you.
I am no sage. I'm a
Okay,
humble
so
man.
we were talking about how I know everything.
Yeah.
And then we were talking about my understanding of history, which is,
Right.
Good enough to seem really smart.
Right.
I did want to talk a little bit about my status as a lawyer because I saw that question come up and it
Yeah, we
is
do.
related to my overall competence.
Yeah, I think I'm tempted to try another plane. This plane is really...
Yeah, we should probably switch planes. This one is kind of killing us.
All right, let's switch.
Jet?
Yeah.
All right. Jet. Sounds good to me.
Yeah, I gotta switch to the jet. Aircraft selector. Scroll to the...
Are you going to stay in the same place?
We could teleport somewhere.
No, we'll stay in the same place. It's fine.
Same place. Cool.
I want us to fly to the southeast.
Okay.
All right, you're my departure. You're my Huckleberry.
I love that movie.
Yeah, well, don't put it like that, Riddle Doodle, because I am not an active practicing attorney, so it's a tombstone. What's going on?
That's the movie. I'm your Huckleberry.
Oh, I didn't know that was a movie reference. I just heard somebody say it once.
You didn't know it was a movie? You got to see Tombstone. It's
I
a
want
great
to see
movie.
Tombstone. I will plan to see it.
I'm your Huckleberry. That's kind of how he says it. Where are you,
I
bro?
just noticed one of my friends was messaging me on Discord about the show.
Oh, yeah.
He keeps talking. Yeah, you did forget to roll your character. You better roll your character. You said you were going to do it last week. Okay, anyway. I'm in
Bro,
the jet.
roll your character. Wait, but were you going to light me up with some soul-destroying philosophical questions? Where are you?
Oh, well, I mean, I have philosophical questions to go over, but I wanted to talk about the lawyer thing first,
Okay,
and then we
go.
can get into that.
Go, you're in charge.
Okay, so-
I'm just going to go up. You teleport to me. You get to me.
I did teleport to you. I'm above you. If you didn't move,
Oh, there you are. All right, good.
I need to turn my game down again because the jet's even louder.
Yeah.
Okay, that's better. Okay, so just to make it clear, because yes, I talk about the law all the time, and I teach the law. I am not an active practicing attorney. I did go to law school. I did sit for the Pennsylvania State Bar and pass it, but I have not kept my bar registration current because I am not working in a court and taking cases and stuff. So there's no point for me spending money every year and going to classes for something I'm not using. So, although I am a lawyer, I am not the kind who can take your case. It is not illegal. It is totally legal as long as I don't do any legal work or tell people that I am an active lawyer.
Is it legal for you to judge whether that is legal?
Yes, it is.
Oh, okay.
I'm allowed to have opinions about the law. I'm just not about to give you opinions as though you were my client.
Am I allowed? Where are we going? Southeast?
We're going southeast, yes.
All right.
Are you allowed what?
To have opinions about the law?
Of course you are. Everyone's allowed to have opinions about the law.
All right. Just checking.
I mean, you probably shouldn't personally.
Right.
Like you've asked me questions about the law. I can answer your questions about the law. That's not a problem. I can teach people what the law is and get paid for it. That's not a problem. But I cannot go take a case. I cannot have a client. I cannot represent someone.
Right. But what was it you were wanting to say about your status as a lawyer?
That was mostly it. I know that someone had asked the question
Just like what
in the questions thread, like, are you really a lawyer? And I have it listed as part-time lawyer in my bio now because
Right.
I thought it sounded funny. But that's what I am. Like, I don't teach the law full time. So even in that regard, I am not a full-time attorney. But it's the kind of thing you never stop being. You never turn it off. Unfortunately.
Take the boy
Great.
out of
That's
law
awesome,
school.
Linz. I'm really looking forward to working through all of your friends that you want to sue, explaining the situation. I mean, to the extent that I am a scholar, I would say I am a legal scholar. I have done legal research. I have written legal research papers. I have not gotten anything published. I was working on getting something published, and then the person who was helping me died. So that kind of fell by the wayside. I'm still kind of interested in being published in some regard, but the state of legal research is very embarrassing to me. So I don't get excited about it because it's just a bunch of people saying whatever they can, where it isn't law students who are just writing whatever they think is likely to impress people. And it's one of those things that, like, it's even softer than most soft sciences, which are bunkum by and large, but I don't need to be a legal scholar. I should just write a book on philosophy because that's what it boils down to. And knowing about the actual laws and arguing about the laws doesn't matter because ultimately that stuff all has to be decided by the Supreme Court. Illegal research is much better.
You're in that's one of the standard liveries, right? That's
Yes.
the blue one. Somehow my world has turned into a bunch of pixels here.
Yeah, it's pretty interesting. I guess this part of the map does not have good satellite imagery.
Huh. Dude, the government's hiding something here.
We'll just go higher and it'll look better.
Yeah, shall we go up? Let's go.
Yeah, let's go up.
Go
All right. You have anything else for me right now? I just wanted to go over that so people know what my status is as a lawyer because that question did come up. We are going to have to talk about the caves at some point.
Right.
But if there's anything else you wanted to go over, we could go into that first.
No, I'm
We've
chilling.
been at this for 2 hours, so
Let's get it all in.
I want to make sure I'm not getting ahead of you, Kersey.
No, man. You're in charge. You're in charge of this next phase.
Great. All right, I got a list for you.
Yes.
Caves are pretty easy to fly in if you're a bat, but I'm not. So, first of all,
Yes.
what do you think is the nature of the divine?
Oh, boy. Are we doing this?
We're doing this. That's
Are we
my
doing this?
list. I started with the really hard stuff, so it'll get easier as we go along.
Okay,
So
you're
we're
going to have to cut
start
me
with-
off, though.
Sure, I'm ready.
Because I can just talk and talk and talk about this. But
I'm just going to ask you questions. This is going to be very Socratic, except
Okay.
I don't already think I know the answer.
Okay.
What do I do?
Well, throughout history, people have described, in every culture, have described spiritual experiences and described them as distinct from mundane experiences or having a different sort of reality to them than normal life. Often in these cultures, they don't even make a distinction between types of life, and the things that we would call spiritual experiences is just part of life to them. And there's a question of whether these are just historical things, somehow not making it into the modern world. They only exist in history, or whether they are accessible today by real people. There's a question of whether they are, they're sort of styled as religious or something, and you could think that. I'm gonna ascend. By the way, this thing goes pretty high. This goes like.
Oh yeah, it's got a huge plate ceiling.
All right, I'm just gonna keep going up. I'm gonna go to like 30,000 feet, maybe. Some people think it's all bullshit, right? So there's a lot around it.
Well, hang on. I'm confused because you started out saying throughout history. Did you
Yeah.
mean up to the current day?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's just the well-known examples are often old. It's like the well-known examples are like Jesus and stuff. Right?
Sure.
But as far as the actual nature of the divine, I think that there are relations between beings and circumstance, and beings and their goals, and a bunch of this stuff can, a bunch of these relations are apprehendable in a way that is natively understood to be significant to the person doing the apprehending. And so an example would be people will have a certain type of experience, and then they'll say everything is connected, and they will find this significant. The way in which they recognize or believe at this point that everything is connected will seem transformative and significant in a way that often seems to even go beyond important, significant, mundane things. Like, they'll think, well, I made a lot of money last year, but on the other hand, this year I learned that everything is connected. And that's awesome, right?
Yeah.
So as far as describing, just saying what the actual divine is, or what the actual nature of it is, so let me start in a different way. And again, you gotta cut me off.
Hang on, I'm gonna cut you off because I
Yes.
want to make sure we're on the same page.
Yes.
So you were talking about people are able to apprehend something about relations between beings, right?
Like themselves. Yeah. Between
You
themselves
mean
and their circumstance, or them.
themselves, and when you say beings, do you mean all entities in the physical world, or are you also saying there are entities extra physical that get lumped in here that people can apprehend relations with?
In this way of talking about it, I'm just gonna say, let's just say there are relations between people and circumstance, or people
Okay.
and like
Sure.
things of importance.
Thank you for
Same.
making that clear.
Totally. The thing I would throw out there is there's a question about whether these apprehensions are truth tracking in any way, or structured even in any way. So if I look at an apple and I say that the apple is red, no one's going to think, well, you were merely describing an apprehension of an apple. There's no apple there. It's only redness. And people will do it, but it's sort of like a philosophical, fun time sort of thing to say, not what they really
Yeah.
think.
Gotcha.
And so then there's a question of, if you recognize that, in some way you are loved, right? This could be an error-prone individual observation, but there's a question of whether that whole field of existence is error. And the hardcore materialist or hardcore atheist will believe that there are no true statements of the form. There are no true statements in this sort of spiritual layer.
Okay.
I believe that there are true statements, accessible true statements in the spiritual layer. And there are truths about, I think there are truths about like things like fate and destiny and life and death, whether we are loved, whether we are alone, whether we are connected. I think that people do have a path that they can discover, and may have discovered to different degrees. I think there is true insight. I think there's a lot of fake gurus also, and a lot of bullshitters and liars and stuff. But every good spiritualist believes that. So those are some thoughts on.
I think all the bad ones believe it too. They
Right,
might just
yeah.
not admit it as early.
Yes.
Okay, what do fake spiritualists have to do with the nature of the divine?
The only important thing about fake spiritualists is that they distract authentic seekers or authentic observers, the potentially authentic.
All right, well, let's
people.
stay on topic.
Yeah.
What's the nature of the divine?
Well, I've described a bunch of things about it. Can you say more about like how you would like me to answer apart from how I've answered already?
Okay, let me try to put it into words and see if I understand you.
Yeah.
The thing you're saying is that the nature of the divine is that which is apprehended by people who are contemplating such spiritual matters without being charlatans at some point, and otherwise is not readily perceptible, but does exist irrespective of someone's philosophical qualms about whether apprehension is real or not.
That could, okay. It could be that we're on the same page, or it could not be, because it sounded like.
Yeah, I'm not
words.
sure either.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Let me try a totally different way to describe it. What if I described it as a set of relations between people, between individuals and groups, and circumstances, as well as goals?
Well, could you give an example of one such relation that has more or less of the divine in it?
Yeah. Let me think for a second. Well, confusion I mean, this is one of these things where it's, it's going to be hard to, people will say that, like, God is in everything, right? A lot of the traditions believe that God is in everything. Maybe God is even in confusion, right?
Okay.
And then there are other things like, what is it? Augustine talking about goodness or badness as the absence of the good.
Yes.
Right. And so, but what I'm trying to say is it's complex to account for any of this stuff because you have to talk about what framework you're in. But I would say that, like, confusion is pretty lame and more like the default state of things. And,
So you think there's less divinity in confusion?
it's like, I don't want to put it like that for the reasons I said, though.
Well, let me give you an example that
Yeah.
might throw a wrench into what you're saying from another angle.
Sure.
Say someone has very firm beliefs which are very far from divinity.
Okay.
Like maybe you believe that indiscriminate murder is awesome, and
Right.
you're the only person in the world who matters, and that anyone who disagrees with that is evil. That person is probably not divine.
They may be
throwing it out there.
they may be particularly divine, though. This is one of the
You
things.
think?
They may
Okay,
be.
so you would just present the Augustinian argument
Yeah.
that wouldn't be divine. So why do you disagree with that?
Well, they may not be good in the normal way of describing it, right? I think they're probably, you would describe them as a bad person, and they probably are a bad person. God, okay. If I actually say how I think about this, I'm afraid of being taken like sort of too literally or misunderstood. But I'm going to try.
I promise to show you charity.
All right. I'll assume you don't. You're gonna. Also, the audience, and any future people who may listen. I have
Hey,
to
moral and divine are two different things, just so you know, Crester.
Yes. I believe that people have social and spiritual roles. And so the person who comes like a bat out of hell onto Earth manages to play one of these roles, even if they are a bad person, they may be participating in the spiritual interaction that humanity has been conducting since it existed, even probably since we were animals.
They may.
Divine. I'm not using divine to mean good.
Sure.
I mean sort of participating in spiritual affairs, essentially.
So my focus is not so much on the actual impact a given person has or the acts that they do. My focus is on their state of mind, because we were talking about confusion.
Yeah.
So is it possible someone could be absolutely certain of something that is not divine and therefore be further from the divine in...
Let me think about your question. People can be super wrong, and they can.
That's what I'm getting at.
People can be extremely wrong, and they can be wrong about what they are. I think you can think about people as having like a subterranean and superterranean existence. So the superterranean is how they think and the normal thoughts they have and how they narrativize themselves to themselves. They may be behaving extremely differently in a subterranean way. And so you can have someone who thinks they're important and a big shot or whatever on the top layer, but behaves or vibes basically to people like they're not, or the other way around. You can have these weird cases, in different traditions and texts, they'll talk about children as having an interesting and special relationship sometimes to divinity, where it's like the child can do something innocently and like in some way correctly, and this is like considered significant and important or good.
Yeah, but again, I'm focusing on people who are the opposite. People who
Okay.
are certain of something that is not divine.
Yeah, I don't really know what it means to be certain of something that's not divine. I mean, they're just like they could just have some belief. They just believe something. Or
I guess so. Well, the reason I'm asking that is
Yeah.
you would think that if there is a way to live or act that is more in line with the divine, if there is a purpose, as you said, for a given person, and you are living or acting or thinking in a way that is not in line with that, and you are certain of that, if you experience confusion, and that confusion draws you away from your wrongness and in the direction of the divine, wouldn't that confusion itself be divine?
It would certainly have something to it. Yeah, yeah, totally.
All right. And so I'm not trying to like
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
nitpick you.
No, you're right.
But you
though.
presented confusion as something that's not divine, and I'm envisioning here's a way confusion might be divine.
Well,
What do you think about that?
okay, I'm gonna try. Let me try again in a completely different angle. Okay,
Great.
completely different angle. Since you're asking me about this, I have no
I'm
idea
asking.
if the audience finds this interesting, but
The audience, if you want us to shut up and change the subject, speak up.
right. But okay, this is what I believe. Are you ready?
I'm ready.
I believe that we are. I believe that the human telos is towards goodness.
Okay. Not divinity, just so we're establishing. Goodness.
Towards goodness, and I think that the whatever divinity is or spirituality is deals in questions of goodness.
Okay. So I think pineapple pizza can be okay with ham, but it wouldn't be my first choice. I have had durian pizza in China, and that was very interesting. I enjoyed that quite a lot, more than pineapple probably. Okay, go on. Sorry, Kersey.
Yes. I believe that's our telos. I believe that we were caused. I believe that the thing that caused us probably caused that to be our telos. I do not believe that that was a man in the sky, but it might have been. I don't know. I don't know
Okay.
what it was.
Sure.
But I think the thing that caused us also caused our telos. Our telos is goodness. I believe that mankind seeks goodness by use of its tools, including its mind and its full scope of rationality. I believe that the pursuit of virtue can engender a person to be more attuned to the nature of goodness and more able to seek it. I think there is a real thing that is virtue, and there are real things that are vices. And so I think that, like you're saying, confusion, it's a good point. And it's pleasing to me to hear, because you may hear that in my voice. It is pleasing to me to hear that it's true. There is something that can be divine about confusion. There's something that can be good about it, right? It's like it can welcome us into a new state of awareness or whatever.
Isn't that Yudkowsky's whole thing? I noticed.
Yeah,
I'm
yeah,
confused.
yeah. It's part of it. And the rationalists have a lot of good things. They've got a lot of things.
Yeah.
Good stuff. So I think that
All right.
the cause. So when you're talking about someone who's not divine, you might be talking about someone who's like working at contrary purposes to what I would call the telos of the good.
That's interesting. So you started out making a distinction between the divine and the good, but now you're kind of suggesting that they are working towards the same end if they're not the exact same thing. That someone might not be good, but they might be moving in that direction, which
Right.
would be within the divine plan.
And so I'm unsure about a lot of this stuff. So traditions disagree. As an example, Lucifer, or the devil, is usually depicted as working at contrary purposes to God, as far as I understand. It's very different in a bunch of Eastern religions where you have demons and devils that are depicted as doing things like punishing sinners on behalf of the unified celestial sphere, where they look like devils. It's fascinating that they look like fucking demons. They are demons.
Demons from hell.
They're from hell. They got fire. They got all the same shit.
Yeah.
And though even that, I don't know if that's the same across all cultures, but it's more collaborative, basically. Does that make sense?
We're all working together. Maybe we're improving your soul, so after we beat all the badness out of you, we can put you through the cycle again.
Something like that, exactly. Something like that. So that's a way of saying that I'm still I'm not like coming out here like I know how it works. I just think that there is some truth to how it works.
Yeah.
And that is what makes me. That is the way in which I'm interested in it. If that makes sense.
I'm glad you brought up the idea of the devil working for or against God, because actually my second question on my list of Kersey questions was the question of theodicy. And I I guess this is just my chance to gush about Unsong. Have you read Unsong?
I have not, and I've had it recommended to me, and
Yeah, it's wonderful.
yeah.
I strongly recommend it. It actually has an answer for the question of theodicy, which I'm not going to spoil for you,
Yeah.
but I find it to be an extremely convincing answer. Although I tried to explain it to a really, really devout Catholic, and it didn't go well at all. So
They didn't like it.
maybe it's, oh, he was not happy.
Are you still flying out here? Did we lose each other?
I dropped out of the group again.
What's up with that?
So anyway, we just went real deep on the nature of the divine, and I think I can intuit your answer about theodicy from what you said, so we don't really need to dig into that, and I can just keep moving down my list.
All right.
Uh,
Theodicy,
but I
that's
did
the
wanna-
question of evil, right?
Right, from Job, basically.
Yeah. I'll say one thing on it, which is
Great.
I think that the process of despairing against the apparent state of destiny is crucial to our progress towards goodness.
That's a really interesting point. Like, the idea that knowing that the devil is working for God could be an info hazard.
Uh-huh. Uh-huh.
It could actually prevent us from achieving our destinies.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's kind of a fatalist argument, right? Because if everything's going to work out great, then you have no real reason to try. Although Unsong addresses that too.
Yeah, I think everything is going to work out great by means of a extremely desperate effort, a desperate and backbreaking effort over eons and millennia, during which time great suffering will occur, much of which could be avoided if we do better. Like I do believe in free will in like an important psychological sense, and sort of like I think we have a challenge before us.
Mm-hmm.
You know.
I actually don't believe in free will at all,
Yeah.
but it doesn't stop me from trying hard, because that's also part of my destiny.
That's what matters.
Yeah.
Not letting stupid philosophy shit make you act badly.
I'm going to act badly either way. Okay, great. I'm ready to move on to my next question.
All right, man.
I'm enjoying this format where I'm just giving you questions. I
We're
hope you're
actually doing
happy.
philosophy on Twitch. This is good.
That's what it's about. That's
This is
what I'm
it's
here
about.
for.
I love it, man. I'm gonna pour
Um,
another gin.
Please do. My wife poured me another scotch, so
Yeah.
she's really working to keep this engine running. This is a good time to get the baby in here, I
Oh,
think.
yeah.
So let me hold him up so you can all see him.
Oh wait, I get it. Let's.
He is sleeping, so I'm not going to wake him up,
I'm gonna switch
but
to the big.
you
screen.
are going to get to appreciate his
You're
lovely
on,
visage.
You're on the big screen.
Excellent. Come here. Come here. Thank you. Thank you.
Oh my god.
Here he is. Oh, no, no, look at me. Look at the planes.
The baby. Hey, baby. Oh, little Lithros.
Well, there was always going to be the baby, Lindsay. That's what you've got to understand. This baby is eternal. And she is extremely hot. My wife is amazingly hot. Like, I cannot even begin to describe the depths of her hotness. It's incredible. What a woman. So, yes. She's got... Oh, it's okay. It's okay. I know it's hard to hear how hot your mom is.
Oh.
It's all right. It's all right.
Oh no.
Here we go. You hungry? He's probably hungry. All right. Well,
So
there's
cute.
going to be something happening just off camera, and in case you've been participating in the Milkers discourse, don't pay too much
Oh my
attention to
God.
that. Oh, say bye-bye.
Bye, baby.
Yeah. Okay.
Amazing. Thank you.
Yes, I am a true wife guy, a devoted wife guy. It hasn't always been easy. We've had our rocky patches. We've questioned the rightness of our choices at times, but truly I never wavered in assuming that I was right when I asked her to go out with me. All right. Next question. Kersey, are you ready?
Yeah,
We're
dude.
still in the lightning round that
Let's
I'm
go.
subjecting you to. And we're going to move away from the intense philosophy.
All right, man.
Okay. In the Metal Gear Solid series, what are the themes that speak to you most strongly?
All right. I'll tell you one, which is there may be audience. There may be some spoilers for the Metal Gear Solid series. I'll tell you one, which is the relationship to authority.
Oh, so good.
I learned today that when I was a kid, some therapist diagnosed me with oppositional defiant disorder.
Wow. Good for you.
So, which I was like, that's probably totally what I had. I probably had that. Is that I didn't even know that was a thing.
I've heard of that, yeah. It's a pretty serious one.
Yeah, I mean, I was mad about shit, but life was fucked up sometimes. Like, Beast got that as well. I believe that, Beast.
Ari, you missed the baby.
There will be baby on the replay if at all possible. I gotta change this music. I can't deal with this intense shit anymore.
Yeah.
If the plane is flying.
You're gonna steal this baby. You better not hate it.
Oh my god, do I have to log in with Twitch? Ugh, it's annoying. Let me go to Firefox, open up. So it's the relationship to authority is definitely part of it. It's I like ran into that game at a time in my life. Oh wait, this is showing my entire.
And you're talking about Metal Gear Solid 1 now, right?
I'm talking about Metal Gear Solid 3. Sorry.
Okay.
And there we go. Synthwave Station. Sure.
Thank you for watching my baby in your dream, Riddle Doodle.
All right, this will work. This will do. Yeah, dude. It's just Jack is he was a Green Beret and he joined the Special Task Force to do this thing, and he goes through this whole arc, and he ultimately is the boss executes the loyal to the end protocol.
Yep.
Right? And Jack does his part and he finishes the mission. He, sort of is given full honors, right? He doesn't stop doing what he should, and sort of he does respect that system enough. But he walks out of there like this is fucked, right?
He refuses that handshake.
Yeah, he refuses the handshake, exactly. And he becomes Big Boss. And so that's definitely one of the themes that hits.
So the thing that's getting you is, deciding you know better than your superior, not just following orders, but going your own way when you know what's right and what's wrong.
Yeah, it's an independent compass on what's good, and it's just a recognition that, like, I don't know, I don't like to impose this on other people because I think a lot of people kind of like authority and certainty and stuff, and I've paid substantial costs in my life that I'm totally happy to have paid, but for being like, for not wanting to have a regular job, like there's a lot of stuff I haven't done, right? In part because but anyway, I'm not trying to impose my weird shit on other people.
Yeah, don't worry about it.
But for me, it's like, I think when you're depending on authority, you just can't know. It's not verifiable whether you're doing the right thing.
That's a good point.
That's part of it.
You can't trust them, obviously. If it's in their interest, they're going to say it's right.
So I ended up getting into spirituality and shit. Try to get my answers.
My first introduction to philosophy was a freshman college course called Individual Freedom versus Authority.
Mm-hmm.
And we read The Republic, we read Marx, we read John Stuart Mill, we read Nietzsche.
Mm-hmm.
So that was like a crash course in what's this all about. And of course, I was the obnoxious guy who was, very eager to debate the philosophical issues with everyone else in the class, and they just wanted me to shut up.
Uh-huh.
And eventually I became a TA for that course.
Yeah.
So that was fun.
Yeah.
But that concept is at the core of my introduction to a relationship with philosophy.
Oh, yeah.
Yes, Prester, the cool guy. That teacher I really didn't like, actually. So I liked the subject, but the person, I could not stand him. So of course I wound up taking another course from him when I was a senior. and got through it okay. That was an interesting course as well. Like, he had good taste in reading, but he was just a really annoying guy. And obviously that's at the core of Metal Gear Solid 3. But it's very interesting to me, in the context of the whole series, that then Big Boss goes on to become basically a terrorist.
Yeah.
Like,
how
that
cool is it?
certainty in his own moral understanding and intuition about the world
Yeah.
results in him pursuing weapons of mass destruction, sacrificing all of his friends, recruiting child soldiers, and he almost destroys the world because of that.
And
so
this is an example of what I mean. So back on the divinity question. So here's a question. The way in which he does that, I wouldn't call it good, in the sense that I wouldn't call it it's not good for the world, right? But I would call it sort of divine, and it works like this because it's in fiction, and fiction often does this by portraying archetypes, where archetypes can be like this. It's like the god of the underworld, you know what I mean? It's like an archetype that has divinity to it. You know, people don't like the god of the underworld as much, but the god of the underworld plays a role. And so, to me, the big boss is kind of, in a way, it is the bad outcome, but it's sort of honestly, it's like an agonized reaction against the constraints of a world that betrayed him. You know what I mean?
And what I love is also how he is, if you were looking at it from the perspective of the boss, he's betraying her, because she would have wanted him to stay loyal to the end.
Right, and I think he transcends the boss. I think
that's the story, but the end result of him doing that is arguably much worse for the world than if he had stayed loyal.
Right, but again, then, but the world is, I mean, that's like the Cold War, right? I mean, that's like the world we live in. So I think the series sort of sets itself up as it's like, there's a lot of problems with the world we live in, right?
There are a lot of problems with the world, but because of that whole thing, he founds his own paramilitary organization. He steals a device that almost causes a total nuclear attack response on the whole world.
Yeah.
He seriously puts the entire world in danger like 3 times because of his actions directly. That would not have happened at all if he had just been a loyal soldier.
Right.
Like, he's only really saving the world from the consequences of his own choices after that first mission.
Yeah, I guess I've identified more with Jack from Metal Gear Solid 3.
Yes, in that mission, totally, I agree with you. So I'm really just saying that it's interesting how Kojima presented this theme, where Jack is the hero, and you identify with him, and he makes his own moral choice, and that's applauded in the context of the game. And then Kojima goes on to totally subvert that, and basically kick you in the crotch, and tell you, no, you were wrong. This is what causes the world to fall into ruin.
Right.
Well, although Zero would have done his thing either way. So that's like, the Patriots is not Jack's fault, and his genes go on to save the world in the form of Solid Snake. So that's good.
Yeah, and that is interesting. I guess there's kind of like a parentage sort of lesson in there. It's like the things you try to do maybe don't work, but like your progeny or something like that.
Maybe. I think about my baby. Is he going to save the world? What can I do to help him save the world? I don't know. Metal Gear Solid is not the place to learn that lesson.
Teach him Japanese. Yeah, somewhere other than Metal Gear Solid.
I've been trying to teach my daughter Japanese since she was first speaking. She is a difficult student. She needs a lot of motivation. She is a very quick learner, so she can remember certain words and stuff, but like, we haven't even been able to get her to study reading without deeply incentivizing her. Like, every book you finish, we're going to give you some candy or let you play on your tablet. If I do those things, then yeah, she's ready to read that book. But if we don't have that extrinsic motivator, she hasn't reached the point where she likes reading for its own sake. So Japanese, she has a book of Japanese vocabulary. It's got pictures of household objects. It's got the name of the object in English, which she can read. Like she's a pretty good reader. And it's got the Japanese letters below that, and it's got the Romaji, so you can see how it's pronounced. And I'm like, can I help you study some Japanese? Can we learn some Japanese words? Like she's sitting there reading the book. I didn't give it to her. She just picked it up and started reading this Japanese book. And I'm like, can I teach you? No. No interest. So we'll get there someday.
Yeah, it's also hard. I also don't speak. So so are you fluent in Japanese?
Hey, this is the next question on my list.
All right.
What's up with Asia? Yes, I am fluent in Japanese. I started studying Japanese when I was 15 in high school. My interest in Japan, this was a question on the thread. My interest in Japan dates back to first grade. I did a book report on the Japanese train system in my first grade English class. I mean, it's all one class. And since that time, having learned that there was a place in the world that had trains, that was urban, that was totally different from where I lived, I was curious about Japan. I did not really pick that up again until I was in high school. But when I had the opportunity in my high school, I had been taking German language. I took that for 3 years. And then I was bored of German. I was hitting the point where I was becoming like native fluent in German, which was a weird experience for me because I couldn't really answer the questions on the test from having studied, but from knowing intuitively the answers. So a teacher would be like, how do I say this in German? And I would know perfectly how to say it. And then she would be like, how do you conjugate this in this case? And I would have no idea, right? It was just, I was young enough that my brain was still able to pick things up organically like that without me really understanding the rules. So I was getting frustrated with German, and I decided I wanted to do something harder. I had taken German originally because it was described to me as the hardest of the languages available to me in middle school between French and Spanish and German. And I wanted to continue challenging myself. I knew that the most different languages available in high school were Chinese and Japanese. Chinese offered 1 year, Japanese offered 2 years. So I signed up for Japanese because it was 2 years, and that has changed the whole course of my life.
Totally.
So anyway, I studied Japanese for 2 years in high school. Then when I got to college, my college offered a minor in Japanese. I enjoyed studying it in high school so much that I would have double majored if it had been an option. It was not. So I did the minor, which was 3 years of Japanese. The first 2 years were very intense. It was 4 days a week. The classes were at 8:30 a.m., both semesters. So that was a lot. The third year was a little lighter. It was just 2 days a week. And that wasn't so bad. And then I went and lived in Japan for 4 months on an intensive language study program. So I lived in Kyoto. I went to school just for Japanese language. And I studied classes like newspaper reading, and conversation, and grammar. And after those 4 months, I was actually fluent when I got there. I didn't know that. But I made a bunch of Japanese friends in college. There was a really strong exchange program at my college. And I talked to them all the time. I watched a ton of anime. Anytime I heard a word I didn't know, I would pause it and look up the word and write it down. So I was great at Japanese. There was an intake interview at the college in Japan. They asked me what my goals were for the 4 months I was in Japan. And I told them, I want to become fluent, although I said it in Japanese. Pera pera ni naritai. And I said that to them, and they were like, you're already fluent. And I was like, what? It had never occurred to me that fluency was a thing that was anything less than perfect native fluency.
Right.
And so when they said that, and I realized, oh yeah, I can totally hold a conversation and ask someone what an unknown word means, which is basically all you need for fluency. I was good to go. So I had a great experience there. Any stuff that was lingering about my fluency was corrected by being in Japan. One of my Japanese friends there, who I met there, was talking to me one day, and she was like, wait a minute. I just had a weird moment. I thought you were just a weird Japanese person. I forgot you were American. It's very flattering to me to be told that about your language skills.
I have a comparable story.
Yeah, tell me.
So this was when I was very proud of this. This is when I was studying Chinese in high school, and the girl I was dating, I was at her house. Her family's Chinese, and her mom said to her something like, "Oh, what should we do with the dog? We have to visit your grandparents this weekend," in Chinese. And my girlfriend answered, I don't remember in English or Chinese or whatever, but one of them said like, "Oh, we could Kersey watch it?" And they were like, "No, no, no." But they didn't even notice that I had understood and reacted. You know what I mean? But I had, and I was like, "Oh my god, I fit in."
That's
I made it
awesome.
work. So I was proud of that.
Good work.
Yeah.
Yeah, I feel like Chinese. I tried to learn Chinese. I went to China for work
Yeah.
a few years ago. I was there for 2 weeks. 1 week in Shanghai, 1 week in Beijing.
Cool.
And I tried to study Chinese before I went,
Yeah.
but I kind of bounced off it. The pronunciations, the tone stuff was just overwhelming for me to learn by myself.
Yeah, yeah.
So I was bummed about that.
I could give you the primer. I could give you the real basic sometime. It'd probably take us like an hour. I feel like you get it. There's like an alphabet. Like,
Yeah, I mean, like
sounds.
I listen to that kind of stuff. I'm sure it would help more coming from someone that I know that I can actually talk to, and not just listening to some random language learning podcast.
yeah.
But it was just very disappointing. But I still had a great time in. Well, I wouldn't say I had a great time in China. I made the most of my time in China. I actually found the experience of being in China, and I was there in August, so it was
Hot as
hellishly
hell.
hot.
Yep.
Yeah. But on top of that, it was just really dirty.
Yep.
And like, I had spent time before. I'd lived in Japan. I had spent time in Korea.
Yeah.
And
it's not Japan or Korea. That's for
it's
sure.
really not. I came back and I was like, well, here's how I'll put it, right? So I was there for work. I was supporting an academic program, and there were students doing an internship in China, and they were also taking some classes. And
Yeah.
I was basically there supporting that program. And I was there at the tail end of their trip. They had been there all summer, working in Shanghai, and Beijing was just the last week. And so, I there was a like farewell dinner, and I got to know them for the 2 weeks pretty well. So at the farewell dinner, which was like the second to last night, I asked them if any of them ever wanted to come back to China, and they were like, maybe Hong Kong. They were like, they had their fill of the mainland.
Oh, by the way, I'm getting a rainbow. I like to call these
beautiful.
out. I love when they have that shit in there.
Yeah, that's gorgeous. Good for them.
Do I go under the clouds to see it more? Probably.
You got to fly to the other end of the rainbow. Get your gold.
Me want me gold. Look at that.
And you lived in China for some time, right?
For a summer.
The summer, yeah. So
I
you
have
were
a
there
lot
about
of
as long as
stories.
these students.
Yeah. But the
Which
thing
cities?
is, this is the difference. The difference is that, because I did this when I was in college, and I saw a bunch of people who I was in school with who had done this whole China program where they were spending 6 or 8 hours a day in a fucking classroom. And I didn't do that. I literally just bought a plane ticket. And I ended up getting an internship from a dude that I met on a train. And
Wow.
it was just great. Like, it was
So you got there
intense.
with no plan, and you just like talked your way into an internship.
Yep, I did. And
Nice.
the guy, I mean, to be fair, the guy didn't pay me, you know. I mean, he was a cool dude. We hung out. I learned a bunch of stuff, but like he was like, "Yeah, I probably can't pay you." But I did try to teach English to make back some of the money. I literally met a dude in a KFC because I had heard that when people meet to do shit like that, they'll like meet at KFC or something,
All right.
you know, to teach him English. And he was gonna pay me so little because usually when you're doing business with China, like a Chinese person, you're paying them a tiny amount of money to do something. But when you're the one providing the service, they want to pay you a super tiny amount. Anyway, it wasn't a good setup. It was not a great way to try to make back my money I spent going there.
So on the subject of money, before you go on about China, I just want to say
Yeah.
that when I lived in Japan as a student, this was in 2007.
Yeah.
I brought all my money for my living expenses with me in traveler's checks. I didn't know if I would be able to like withdraw money from an ATM or anything, and I didn't want to chance it.
Yeah.
So I just brought it on traveler's checks. I didn't lose any of it. It was all fine.
Yeah.
But the total amount of money I brought to live in Japan for 4 months was $2,000.
Okay. Yeah.
And that's all I had. Like,
Yeah.
I didn't have more cash than that.
Yeah.
And hardly anywhere takes credit cards. So I couldn't just like swipe if I wanted to. And like, I had a special subsidized housing arrangement through my university. I had to live an hour outside of the city in a crappy little dorm that was like 10 feet square or less, and share a kitchen with everybody and everything, and have no Wi-Fi because it was 2007 and that still wasn't a guarantee. And my rent was like $150 a month. So with that,
Wow.
I was able to survive.
Yeah.
But like all my transportation, I mean, the tuition was already paid for, but all my transportation, all my food, anything that I wanted to do, my cell phone, all of that had to come out of $2,000. I managed it. It was terrifying, but I survived. I used all the money. I came back with like less than $20 in my pocket.
Yeah. That's a great experience, though. It's pretty good. It's intense.
It was a scary time. Okay, so anyway, you were in China. You worked in this internship.
Yep.
And you were working 8 hours a day?
Nah, I some hours a day. It was pretty low key. It was mostly like hanging out with this guy who went to Duke, who was starting this company.
Okay.
And I did some stuff, but it was like not very intense.
Which city again was this?
This was in Shanghai. So yeah.
When I was in Shanghai and I was talking to people in business, I wasn't really talking to Chinese people. Like all the people who were coming to talk to the program I was assisting were foreigners. So I talked to like some Dutch people and some Russian people and some German people about their business in China. And the feeling I got was that like if I wanted to start a business in China, I could probably make $1 million in a year easily. Like the entrepreneurship culture is just so powerful that you like not easily. I would have to work a lot, but there's so much opportunity. That was my feeling.
That's interesting. I mean, it may be true. The one of the guys I knew ran a bagel shop. This was the buddy of the guy. He ran a bagel shop. I remember I went into his apartment once and he was like smoking weed and he's like, "Do you want some?" I was like 19 or whatever, like or 20. And I was like, dude, I'm thinking to myself, like, I'm in a foreign country. Do I want to like fucking go to jail in
Get the
China?
death penalty.
Yeah. No, bro, like I'm fine. But yeah, this guy ran a bagel shop and the bagels were actually pretty good. And I guess they would like fulfill orders for the U.S. Embassy because
that's cool.
They would have trouble getting bagels that they thought were how are you gonna get a bagel in China?
Comforts of home.
Yeah, exactly.
I was blown away by the food in China. Like, I love Chinese food. Sichuan food is my second favorite food.
Love Sichuan food, absolutely.
Although, actually, I went to a Sichuan restaurant in Shanghai, which was really well regarded, and it was recommended to me by someone from Sichuan. And they were like, not that spicy compared to what I'm used to at my Sichuan place near me.
Oh, really? That's interesting.
Yes. I was like, can you guys like add more pepper or something? I think the staff was kind of embarrassed that I was able to eat everything without any problems. I do love spicy food. I eat very spicy food. And I think the Sichuan place near me is like kind of famous for how spicy their food is in America. So probably real Sichuan food is not that spicy. And I was just trained wrong.
You were memed into it. I love Sichuan food. So you may recall this, but at least when I was there, and actually, if you were there before me, it would certainly be the case.
I don't think I was there before you. It was like 4 years ago.
At the
3 years ago.
You were talking about Japan was 2007.
Sorry, Japan.
Right.
There's no spicy food in Japan, so that doesn't even come up.
But basically, you couldn't get cold water at a restaurant. You can get hot water that was boiled. Yeah. You can get tea. You can get bottled water sometimes, but not always. And what I would love to do is go to an all-you-can-eat Sichuan place, and you just drink beer. And it is great. It is a great time.
That sounds amazing.
It is a great time. It's a great combination. Yeah.
So Proteus, as to your point about foreigners getting the wrong food, that can happen. I was at that restaurant with a native Chinese person. They took me there. So
Yeah.
I'm sure that the food I was given was what the Chinese people get. And it was delicious. Don't get me wrong. The restaurant was awesome, but it just wasn't that spicy. And I asked her to ask them to make it spicier, and they were like, we can't.
We hit the limit. The best food I had on my, oh God, I had so much. This is the most I've wanted to go back to China in years. Us talking about this right now, just because we're talking about the food. The best
food was the best part for sure, and it's so cheap.
Yeah, oh God, did you have those not the little xiaolongbao, but the larger
Yes,
soup
I had the
dumplings?
soup dumplings. They were amazing.
The big soup
The place
dumplings.
we went was so good. I had soup dumplings twice. I loved it.
We might have gone to the same place because I think there is one like well-known one. And the other one I was gonna say, best food I think I had when I was there. It was called on the menu wooden bucket beef, and you got a wooden bucket inside of which was a metal bucket filled with oil, hot oil, filled with slices of beef.
Sounds so good.
Real good.
So my favorite meal there was hot pot. I went for hot pot. I knew I wanted to get hot pot while I was there, and like the big group hot pot.
Yeah.
So I actually arranged it. I asked a bunch of the students if they were interested. So I took none of the girls wanted to go. They were kind of done with Chinese food. I think they had all gained like 15 pounds, and they were just eating salads at that point.
Yeah.
But the guys didn't care.
Yeah.
So I got a bunch of the guys, and then one of the guides who was attached to the trip, who was a girl, and we went to this big hot pot place, and we all ate all we could eat. Right.
Yeah.
And this was not an all-you-can-eat place, though. All the meat and stuff was ordered by piece. So I just told everyone, like, don't worry about it. I'll cover it. Just order everything you want. And like, we have these 8 college-age guys and me and a girl. And the girl's pretty tall, so she had an appetite. All just eating until we were sick and drinking a lot of beer and everything. And the final bill comes, and it was $120.
Wow!
Once you convert it, right?
Oh my!
And
God.
I was just like, the guys at the table were like, "Are you sure you got it?"
You're like, "Don't worry."
Are you sure?
Bro.
And I was like, "Yes, I'm sure I got it. This is incredible. The food is just so cheap, and it was all delicious."
That's great.
So that was the great thing for China. And the other good thing about my trip to China was the Great Wall, which I had a really fun time going
I didn't
walking
actually
up and
visit
down.
it. I did not
The
actually
Great
visit
Wall
it.
is worth visiting if you get to the right part of it.
Yeah.
The most fun for me was when you're done, you don't have to walk back down or take a bus back down. There is a luge system. There's a metal slide, and they give you a little cart, and you slide all the way down the mountain.
Oh my God, that's awesome.
Yeah, you can find YouTube videos of it. It's amazing.
I'm about to order tteokbokki right now.
Excellent. I'm happy for you. Are you getting the kind with cheese? Yes, you can slide down the mountain. You don't slide down the wall. You walk off the wall and then slide down the mountain. The slide is great. It's only at some parts, so you can't slide down anywhere. If you went to the part of the wall that doesn't have it, you just walk or take a bus. But I got to slide down. Although there's guys situated at every 20 feet down the mountains to tell you to slow down. And there's brakes on it, and you're not allowed to go too fast. So
that's bizarre.
That was kind of a bummer. But it's for safety's sake. Okay, so that was my question. Just like, what's up with Asia? I am not ever eager to go back to China. It was just so gross.
Yeah.
And the service and stuff just made me feel bad. Everywhere I went, I really just felt like a number.
Dude, but do you like being able to yell "Fu Yuan" in order to get attention from the?
No, I don't like that at all.
I
have these Japanese manners, and I'm just like,
Yeah.
you have to be calm, you have to be cool, you have to be quiet, you have to be respectful of everyone else. Then in China, there's guys walking around with their shirts hiked up to their armpits, trying to keep cool.
Yep.
Horrible.
Dude, I tried to explain that to people. The dudes walking around with the shirts fucking hiked up. No one gets it. It's like, I'm glad that you mentioned that. I'm so glad you mentioned that.
So,
Dude,
It was just, I mean,
let me tell you. So, I was with this family in Beijing, and that was a fascinating experience because it was sort of like the sense was like it's like rising incomes all around, middle class family though in fourth or fifth ring road. So in Beijing, like sort of people who don't know, Beijing has these ring roads. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, like rings, concentric rings of highways at the outer parts. So they were out there. But they had a kid and they had a cousin who was visiting, and but the communication wasn't great. So they would ask me, hey, do you want to go for a hike? And I'd be like, sure. And so we'd go out for the hike, and we'd be I don't know, 45 minutes in, and I'd realize, holy shit, we're about to be walking for 6 hours. This is
in the summer in Beijing.
Yeah, on this mountain
Great.
next to the thing. And we go up this mountain, and halfway up, we find a little old lady. This is like RPG shit. And this helped me understand RPGs better, honestly. Where there's a little old lady hunched in a bush selling popsicles. And
Wow.
in the fucking beating sun on this mountain in China, just selling popsicles like tourists and stuff. And the kid, so she tries to charge some amount of money. The kid starts yelling at her, don't rip us off, that's too much, right? And I'm thinking, this poor old lady who got up at 4 a.m. to climb up the mountain or whatever. But they don't give a shit. They're just fuck you, that's too much.
That's the attitude of China.
I get to the top, and this guy is really excited. Some random guy is really excited to talk to me. He's handing me his phone or something like that. And I think he's he wants me to take a picture. But it turns out he wanted people to take a picture of me and him.
Oh my gosh.
Why? To tell his friends he met an American, or it was just a weird. He gave me his card.
You meet people like that anywhere. Yeah. There was a guy so we went to Korea in 2017 for my friend's wedding. One of my friends is Korean and was getting married in Korea, although she normally lives in the United States. As just, all of her family and the groom's family were Korean, so they had the wedding there. And we took our daughter when she was 18 months old, which was a nightmare. Yeah. But we made it work. We went a week in Japan and then a week in Korea. And while we were in Korea, the time we were not at the wedding, which was a very small amount of our time there, we were struggling to find ways to entertain our 18-month-old daughter, who needed constant engagement and interaction. And there is a little park. It's actually quite a big park in Seoul, which is called Seoul Park. It has a petting zoo. It has some other stuff. So we went out there, and it was a nice time, but we are sitting on the bench getting our bearings right when we arrive at this park. And this old guy walks up to us. I don't really speak any Korean. And he started talking to us, and he was asking us questions, but we were just trying to tell him, we don't get it, buddy, sorry. And he's pointing at our daughter, who is just hanging out in the stroller. And he's asking questions, and we're not getting it. And then he finally points at his crotch, and he's like, boy or girl.
Okay.
And we're like, whoa, girl. She's a girl. And he's like, okay. And he's talking to himself a little bit. And then he looks over at my wife, and he asks another question pointedly to her. And she's just like, I don't know what it is. And then he goes grabs his chest, and he's like, look.
Oh my god.
And we were just
is this Milker's discourse?
Yeah, exactly. You can't escape it. So we're just all right, that's enough of that. And he kind of got bored of us not talking to him and left. But you meet weird people everywhere you go.
Yeah. Jeez.
Good times, though. Horrible experience on the airplane with the 18-month-old. Never do that.
Yeah.
But aside from the horrible sleep deprivation, we did okay.
I would really
okay,
like to visit
we have
Korea.
a couple of minutes left of the normal time.
Yes.
Before we hit the limit, I do want to bring up Aries' question, which is at the end of my list, but I'm going to jump ahead because I'm deeply in love with Aerie.
And Lithros,
Aerie,
because it's
did you
you,
want to...
Lithros, because it's you, and because I ordered my food already, we can go longer if you would like to.
Cool. Great. Works for me.
Yes.
Aerie, did you want to jump on and ask me the question
yeah,
in the call?
We can totally do calls. That's a great idea.
Yeah, we can take calls. Anyone else who wants to call. Aerie's in the lobby. Aerie's ready to go. All right. Hit me, Aerie. What you got?
All right. Who the fuck is the Thunder God, and why is he so fucking... Okay, I guess we should explain for Kersey.
Yes.
So he isn't totally fucking lost.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
In Final Fantasy XIV, there's this raid, Orban Monastery.
Yeah.
And the third boss is this fucking giant dude with 3 swords called the Thunder God. And he's like top 10 fucking hardest bosses in that game.
Yeah, he's awesome.
And, yeah. And like all that shit is like Final Fantasy Tactics crossover. So I'm like, why the fuck is this dude so like strong?
Thunder God.
14 Thunder God.
He's not going to look quite like the character from Final Fantasy Tactics if you look up Final Fantasy 14 because he's a boss, so he's like all stylized. So yeah, that Final Fantasy 14 is an MMO, and it has these raids which are frequently set in or referencing other Final Fantasy games.
Yeah.
And so there's this specific raid, Orban Monastery, which is Final Fantasy Tactics. It has the characters and enemies from Final Fantasy Tactics. And the Thunder God is one of them. Yeah. So the Thunder God in Final Fantasy Tactics is not a god. He is a mortal man. And his nickname is Thunder God Sid. He is the Sid in Final Fantasy Tactics. As we know, many Final Fantasy games have a character named Sid.
Yeah.
So his name is Sidolphus Orlando. He is, yeah, I know. He is a knight, originally in the service of Gultana, who is kind of the main antagonist for the first half of the game. Although eventually he is betrayed, and that's with a C, Sidolphus. And
you said you had a relative named Sidolphus?
I said I had a relative named Aloysius.
Aloysius, sorry.
Yeah, that's Aloysius is how you would spell that. So anyways, you also happen to, in the course of the game, meet Sidolphus Orlando's stepson. And you become friends with him and save him from some trouble he's in, so he's kind of working with you. It's with a Y. The first I is a Y. And because you know Sid's stepson, he is kind of disillusioned with serving his people, and he decides to join up with you. He does not have a lot more to do in the plot after that point. He is kind of just like pumped up as this awesome hero, and then they just give you this amazing character. He is the strongest character in the game. Final Fantasy Tactics is different from other Final Fantasy games in that you have incredible freedom in choosing who's in your party. You can choose from the story characters the game gives you. You can choose from characters that you recruit who are basically randomly generated punks off the street.
Can we, Lithros, can we see a screen share of your Steam library?
Yeah, we'll get to that. Give me a second. Yes, he has all the good sword attacks, right? So he has access to all the characters' magic sword attacks. There's a lot of other characters with magic sword attacks, which are themselves very powerful, and Orlando has them all. So he is just a god, and in the game he is called the Thunder God. That's his nickname because he's such a powerful knight.
Yeah.
So you don't have to use him. You can also, when I'm saying you can pick any characters in your party, you can also pick the monsters. You can recruit monsters in the game and put them in your party.
Dope.
Yeah, you can do anything you want. It is an amazing game. The story is incredible. I would recommend if you play it, you get the mod that patches in the translation that was done for the PSP version, PlayStation Portable, because the original game's translation is terrible and barely comprehensible. But the upgraded one is very good, and it has like fancy medieval style language, which is very fun to listen to. It was on the PlayStation originally, and then released for the PSP. So the best way to emulate it is to get the original PlayStation version and then apply the patch that gives you the translation and some fixes for the PSP version. I can explain it all to you later. The PSP version runs fine, but it has some slowdowns that the PlayStation version doesn't have. So I'd recommend the PlayStation version.
Huh.
Anyways, so Thunder God Sid is the most powerful character you can recruit into your party in that game. And again, as Bungo said, he breaks the game. There's no reason ever not to use him. So it makes the game a little less interesting. And he's so strong that you kind of have a cakewalk. There are other things that make the game even more of a cakewalk. You eventually can unlock a character class that can cast any spell in the game for free instantly. And affect anyone on the map that you can match to certain mathematical formulas.
Were they on?
It's like an end game thing. So you have to know exactly which jobs to advance to which levels to unlock it. It's kind of a reward for being a power gamer. But if you get to that point, the game just stops being interesting to play, although it's still really cool. To answer your other question, Bungo Man, I have only done the first of the deep dungeons. I really hated the darkness mechanic, and I got frustrated when I experienced that. Yes, calculator, or it's been upgraded to arithmetician in newer versions, but it was originally called the calculator class. It is the best class. It's just not fun after you figure it out. So,
what is your favorite Final Fantasy game?
Final Fantasy 14, hands down. It
That's
is so
such
amazing.
A weird answer.
No, it's not. If you play that game and you play
nerd.
the Heaven's Word, you're gonna be like, "Oh my God, what have I been doing with my life?" It is so good.
Up to level 60, including the expansion, Heaven's Word.
Hold on a second. Hold on a second. Hold on.
Final Fantasy game right now for free.
Hold on a second. 14 is an MMO, is that right?
It is. Yes.
How the fuck are you telling me that your favorite Final Fantasy game is one of the MMOs? That is such
because it's got a great story.
Do you pay monthly?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, you can drop your subscription when the content's not being updated. But you can play free with no subscription up to a certain level, which has truly amazing story moments.
Yeah.
Most of the first 2/3 of that is kind of standard MMO stuff, although they've taken steps in the last year to speed that up.
It's your favorite. Like, I'm saying, I listen, I am...
Oh, Bongo's saying too. It is so good. When I get to certain moments in that story, I stood up in my chair cheering. I was so excited and pumped up by what was happening. The twists are great. The characters are great. Again, the first 2/3 of that trial period is kind of ho-hum. But when you get through that, it's awesome. And it does not stop being awesome until the end of that first expansion. And you get to Shadowblood and you're just like... or Stormblood, rather, and you're just like, oh boy.
There's so many questions. I just have so many questions. I like my favorites. Let me just tell you my favorites, okay?
Yeah. Well, let me tell you my favorites first.
All right, you tell me your favorites, then I'll tell you my favorites. Go ahead.
Okay. So I have Final Fantasy VI, 3 in the United States is my first Final Fantasy game that I ever played.
Yes.
And I love it. It's so great. Wonderful game. Everything about it is perfect, basically.
That's with Kefka and Terra and all this.
Yes.
The crew.
Stormblood is okay. I don't like it compared to the others, but it's okay. So anyways, I played a third of Final Fantasy VII. I wasn't really into it. I just thought it was kind of dumb, and I didn't like the memory loss stuff. I thought it was done better in Final Fantasy VI.
They did do that in Final Fantasy VI. That's true. I forgot that.
Yeah. Final Fantasy VIII, I really didn't like at all.
Bro, I loved it.
I can't even get into it with you. The music was great. The aesthetics were good. I hated the draw system. I hated the GF system. I hated the plot. I just felt like the game did not care.
No, it did care. Come on, dude.
You could upload to Imgur, Bungo, and share pics there, or I don't know how else.
Yeah, pictures don't work in the chat here. It just won't. It doesn't add them.
You could share them in the Discord, I guess, and then Thursday could show them.
Yeah.
So then
9?
I have played 9. I have not finished it, but I like it a lot.
9 is
planning
very
to finish it. Yeah.
10.
I have played about half of 10. I liked it. I thought that it probably gets unfair treatment. Um,
Mm.
I've also played Final Fantasy 1 to go back to the old days.
Mm.
I've played about half of that. Pretty good for the time. Broken. I've played Final Fantasy Mystic Quest. And I have played parts of Final Fantasy 3 and 4. But anyway, to go back to 10, I like 10 a lot. You can sort of see where things are starting to go off the rails in terms of their game design and
They
Nomura
did
taking
change a
over
lot.
everything.
Yeah.
Um, anyways, I have not played 11. I don't ever plan on playing 11.
Is 11 another MMO?
It is.
Yeah.
Okay.
And it's still going
That's wild.
for some
That's wild.
goddamn reason.
That's wild.
All of my perspective is from Final Fantasy XIV.
Yeah.
There's a bit in Final Fantasy XIV which is supposed to be like an homage to Final Fantasy XI, and it's like the worst, most painful part of the game.
So bad.
Mm.
Okay, so anyways,
Did you play 13?
have-
No one cares about
hang
12.
on, hang on. No, 12 is amazing.
Oh my
12
god.
is set.
I hate
12 is
you.
set in Ivalice, which is the same setting as Final Fantasy Tactics, which I haven't gotten to yet, but I should have because chronologically it's back there.
I hate you.
Now, when Final Fantasy 12 came out, it was an excruciating and bad experience.
Dude, imagine you're like saying like the worst opinion I can, like if I were to come up with a bad opinion about Final Fantasy, it would be that like 12 and 14 are the best ones or something like that.
You haven't even played 14, so you can't have that opinion. You don't have an opinion about
I am
14. You
correct
don't know
in
what
judging
it is.
it with no information.
No, you're not. Anyways, 12 I played like 3 years ago. I played the remake, so it has a lot of quality of life improvements. The most important one is you can speed the game up, and there's a lot of walking around.
Uh-huh.
The story in 12 is incredible. The characters are awesome. It's got a lot of the same directors and stuff involved as 14. And the way they tell the story is just inspiring. There were moments in that story where I jumped up and cheered.
Dude.
Once you get the hang of the
I need to play
gameplay,
12. That was like my
it's
first
great.
one back when I was like 12 or something. My sister
Yeah.
had it on the
It-
PlayStation 2.
and like I was just able to design my gambits the right way, and then my characters fought and won battles on their own, and that was really cool to see and to engage with those systems. I probably wouldn't have enjoyed it coming right on the heels of like Final Fantasy X, which was the traditional mode of interaction. And then Final Fantasy 15, 13 I have not played. I've heard very bad things about it, so I stayed away from it.
I liked it. I actually really liked it. That's one of my unpopular Final Fantasy opinions. I really like 13.
Okay. Well, I can't comment on it except everyone I know hates it. Oh, those things are awesome. Look at the Final Fantasy 6. Is that like a cross stitch?
Yeah. That's
Oh, wow. All right, I'll click it real quick. Bungo Man sent in... From our viewer, Bungo Man, we have got a picture of some Final Fantasy looking shit. What is going on here? We got a Moogle. We got, this is FF.
These are all the characters from Final
6.
Fantasy 6.
We got Cyan. I always liked Cyan. I always identified.
Verloc, Edgar, Sabin, Cyan, Shadow.
I like
Bungo
Shadow,
Bungo
too.
Kid, Gao, Silas, and then crap. What's the guy who owns the airship called?
Fuck if I know.
Something cool. It's like Zester or something.
Yeah.
Uh,
Did you make this
old
Bungo
guy.
Man?
Setzer,
sounds
yeah.
like the name of a
Setzer.
freaking steak sauce.
Bro, you want some ancient lore? Some ancient lore is that my Winamp theme when I was in junior high or high school, probably junior high, was Setzer.
All right, that's a good theme.
It's some ancient fucking lore for you.
Okay, so anyways, thank you for sharing that, Bungo. That's fantastic. Final Fantasy 15, I finished when it came out. The ending. So I thought that the combat system was cool. I really liked how they designed the characters, although they got tiresome at points. The end of the game was a disaster. It was so bad. They just like stopped making it and released it, and it wasn't done. There were a lot of stupid moments in that story. There, you have to suspend your belief at many points in the story for the plot to be reasonable at all. There are clearly whole sections of the story that they just ripped out of the game to sell as DLC later, and they don't even try to conceal that. Oh, I'm sorry, Riddle Doodle. I really wanted to get your call.
Riddle Doodle, you gotta call in.
You don't need lunch. Skip lunch. You can nourish yourself by talking to me.
No,
You can just
listen, you can skip Prester in line because
Skip
I'm God of
Prester.
this channel.
Skip him.
I'm God of
Prester
this channel.
talks to me all the time.
We like Prester. We love Prester, but we got him already. I'm too skinny to skip lunch. Well, listen, I'm not skinny at all, and I just ordered tteokbokki. So
Have you tried being fatter?
I was going to tell Linz how... Yeah, okay, great. Get on the call. Let's see if this works. Until she jumps on,
I don't care.
I will finish saying
I feel like
Final Fantasy 15 is a huge disappointment. I heard the Royal Edition is a much improved, but I haven't played it yet. I'll get around to it at some point.
15 is a disappointment.
The ending is so bad
Don't tell me,
makes
don't tell
the
me.
game not worth playing.
Don't tell me the ending.
I won't.
I'm
like,
really
there is no ending.
Okay, well, whatever. A lot of things are like that, but I really liked a lot of the aesthetic. I liked a lot of the build-up.
Yeah, the aesthetic's great.
It's a game that I really wanted to love, given what it looked like in the trailers and stuff. I was quite into it.
Yeah, and I think they did a good job of translating the things in the trailers to how the game actually plays. So I was super duper into it. I was like, this game is so cool. I can't wait to see what it's building up to. It's making all these promises, and then it just totally bailed. It was like, we're done. So at that point, I had given the game a lot of credit for the weird moments and stuff, and I was like, okay, well, this is kind of strange that they just introduced this character with no build-up, and apparently it's a very important character, and we're... Riddle Doodle, is that you? I heard it beep.
Hello?
Hi, I hear you.
Hello, Doodle.
Hi.
Thank you
Welcome
for
back.
calling in. I'm glad to hear your voice.
I'm having flashbacks to last week.
Yeah, that's exactly why I wanted to call in. I wanted to see if you've been keeping up with your exercise regimen.
What she's saying is she wants to know if she's giving you PTSD.
So, Riddle
Yes.
Doodle, I have been lifting. I have been lifting hard. I did leg day today before the LITHROS show, and I don't have to do leg day. I got nice legs. All right? I do it because it's a good thing to do. It's a mitzvah.
No, what I'm fucking hearing from you is that you don't have to do legs, and you went ahead and skipped ab day instead.
Is it ab day? Or is there an ab day?
Yeah, every day.
Every day is ab day. The way you get... That's bullshit. The way you get abs is by losing weight. That's just how it works. Abs are made in the
It's
kitchen.
a combo. It's
What?
a combo, Kersey. It's a combo. 1-2 of eating less tteokbokki and also doing ab exercises.
But I liked how you said it. You said it really good.
Thank you. I live in Asia.
Yeah.
Well, I'm ashamed of you, Kersey. I just want to say that. If Riddle Doodle has negative things to say about your practices, I agree with her.
What's your workout protocol, Lithros?
Oh, I have a set of weights and a bench and stuff in my basement.
Yeah.
So, I'll rotate between everything. I don't do days where I just do legs or just do arms or just do core. I do it all every time I work out.
Nice.
All day, every day.
No, not every day.
Someone you want to make fun about the exercise, it's me. I'm 200 pounds and just walk.
And just walk? Just
That's
walk
not going
all
to
day.
cut it for raising my son.
Yo, I'm 200 pounds.
Look, I'm raising your son to eat, right? You gotta get those good cuts
Oh,
of meat.
all right. Fair enough.
I'm not gonna corrupt Kersey's stream anymore with cannibalism. It's Lithros' show, not mine.
That's
Thanks.
true.
I appreciate that. So, Linz, anything else you wanted to bring up while you're here? Did she leave?
No, I'm in an elevator, so I thought I would cut out.
Oh, good. We still have you.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I'll
okay.
pop back in when I get out. I don't want to be
Is
the
there
annoying
anything you
elevator
want to say
person.
about your elevator experience right now?
Yeah, how is that?
How are Asian elevators
Yeah.
different from our Western elevators?
so much faster.
That's true.
Not fast
You
enough for you
guys
to.
know this. My building has 69 floors, and
Nice.
it moves very
Nice.
quickly all the way up to 69.
Do you live on the 69th floor?
No, I only wish I did.
Oh, okay. That's a shame. Do they cut out the 13th floor like our buildings?
Do they cut out the 4th floor?
Yeah, I think they.
No.
I've heard of that in Japan.
Yeah, you would think that they would do one of those, but I haven't seen it. Although annoyingly, a lot of places cut out, or like they confuse like the first floor. Like the first floor is actually the second floor, and the
Ground
first, like
floor.
the bottom floor is the ground floor. That's really annoying.
My work does that actually,
I hate
so
that
that's
shit.
fun. Although my work actually is on a hill, so you can walk into the first floor on one end of the building and walk into the ground floor on the other.
Chris, do you have your food yet?
No, it's about 10 minutes out.
Well, I know the right forms now. If you want to try again.
The right forms.
She can talk you through the correct form of the exercise.
Oh my god.
Yeah, because I went to my Pilates class again, and I got taught by a real teacher instead of just my amateur memory of what the moves were.
Riddle Doodle, we need to get you a workout show. We gotta get you your own media property where you make people hot.
I'll just turn on spaces when I'm in my Pilates class.
Yeah. Yeah.
And then everyone can listen in.
The world would be better if all of us were rich.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, no, that's the plan. That's what we're working on. Ari, you're gonna make. Listen, I have plans for every one of you, including you, Prester, who has been abandoned in the lobby. I have plans for every one of you. Lithros is gonna do a weeb style gaming show where he goes in depth with like obscure games, talks about the lore, like translates shit from Japanese, tells the story, all this stuff. That would be a great show. Ari's gonna make Moth Sight. Okay, she's gonna make Moth Sights for
Moth Sight
everybody.
is already perfect.
Moth Sight is
What are you
perfect.
saying?
Yeah.
No. Moth Sight is perfect, but so much more horrible websites could come into existence, and people would pay for them.
Isn't perfect. There isn't enough of it.
There isn't enough of it. Exactly. You can
Not enough magpies.
multiply and mutate it. Riddle Doodle is gonna run a like Pilates style like get hot. It's like really easy to imagine Riddle Doodle's thing. That's like no problem. Fitness, shit, like whatever. Prester, there's a lot of different things that we could do with Prester, and I may just end up putting Prester in vocal stuff, but I think Prester will clean up on TikTok because Prester is hilarious, and he's got chickens, he's got a great voice, he does funny stuff. It's just a perfect combination. So
I thought I had chickens. Don't take my
All right,
chickens.
thank you for laying out all of our futures. I'm gonna order my lunch now, since you cowardly just pretended you didn't hear me about doing some more ab exercises. And maybe I'll hop on once I have lunch.
okay,
Bye.
enjoy your lunch. Bye. I'm doing my
Okay.
best.
So we were talking about Final Fantasy. In conclusion, Final Fantasy 14 compared to all of these has
Yes.
the best story. It simply has
can't
the
believe
best
that, dude.
story.
I can't.
I mean,
how
what
can
is
an
a
MMO
Final Fantasy story?
Look,
Because it's
here's the,
fucking good.
listen, whatever about what you read on the wiki, okay? What game has that is an MMO has a good story? Tell me one.
Why are you approaching this with such prejudice in your heart?
Because I've never in my life played an MMO. Every time I play an MMO, it's like, hey, go do the tutorial quest, and then they're like, go do a boring ass fetch quest. Get 14.
Alright, so first of all,
What?
that stuff is in Final Fantasy 14. That's not the story. Those are random quests that they put in because they were competing with WoW.
Yeah, and I okay, I'm not against that idea because I played a little bit of WoW. I enjoyed WoW, but just tell me how does the story unfold? How do you?
Are you asking me for like the narrative structure? Are you asking me for the major beats? Are you asking me for how they actually tell the story? Like,
I'm asking. I'm a player. I show up. What do I do first? I'm like, I play the tutorial or something.
The very
like...
first thing that happens in the game is you start in a city, which is determined by your starting character race. That doesn't determine anything else and doesn't really matter. But that just determines where you start. And the city you start in, you meet a character who is one of the main story characters. And they kind of tell you about this group of heroes that they're part of and what they're working on. And you progress through the main story quests, having adventures with this group of people, getting to know these characters, experiencing their struggles, their conflicts, their disagreements, the ways they grow together, and how they combine their strength to overcome each obstacle as it presents itself. Along the way, there is a story told of intrigue, betrayal, international conflict, opening ancient empires that have closed all their gates to diplomacy, dealing with powers from beyond time that are mysterious and controlling people with beyond their will. And all of this kind of comes together over the main story quest. Your personal involvement in it is that you are a part of this group. You are participating in their adventures. You are a hero chosen by God, basically. And you are getting to know everyone. Your character can have a personality based on how you choose to respond to dialogue cues in the game. And you just go through, get to know all these great people, see a lot of cutscenes with them, and experience the story that way.
I guess, okay, I guess
they are not hanging out with you while you're questing. You only see all these characters while you are doing the main story missions.
Okay, so let me just say that one thing I haven't liked about this style of game is that separation. It sort of throws me. Yeah. But if I were to just get over that, then I just haven't had a good story experience in an MMO ever in my life. 0 times. Since I first tried EverQuest in God knows what year. And so...
Yeah, quite honestly, Final Fantasy XIV is the one MMO I've played which has a good story that I care about. All the other ones, I just like the gameplay or whatever.
Yeah, it's a huge outlier.
Okay.
But it's a huge outlier not only in the context of MMOs. It's also a huge outlier in the context of Final Fantasy stories.
That's why that I'm having real trouble with. Real trouble with. From a guy who doesn't like Final Fantasy VIII, which I understand if you're saying it's sappy.
Who likes Final Fantasy VIII? It is widely regarded as one of the worst ones.
It's great. It's a great story.
Okay, but I'm just saying that, the public opinion on it is on my side.
I see Desiderata is saying 14 is an exception with a capital E on exception. I'm seeing that.
Yeah.
And I would buy all my friends copies of 14 the visual novel if such a thing exists, as I know most are not MMO people. It's interesting.
Well, it's not true. For Final Fantasy XIV, if you want a good story, you should play that game. It has a better story than 95% of games in general.
It's such a weird claim. It's such a hard to understand claim.
The story of that game itself,
it's like you're telling
its development is moving and amazing.
It's like
and
you're
how
telling
they
me,
overcame obstacles to make it.
It's literally like you're telling me the best burger I ever had was at a sewer grate in New Jersey or something. That's
but if somebody comes up to you and swears up and down that sewer grate is different than every other sewer grate, and that sewer grate is legitimately amazing, and they wish all their friends could experience that sewer grate, maybe your response should be maybe there is something to this sewer grate.
No, I'm interested. I'm open to the hypothesis that the one exception in the genre is Final Fantasy XIV. Oh, here's a way to test. Do you think there's another example of an MMO with a great story?
I've heard of some. I have not personally played many to much extent. I've heard that the way the stories are told in Star Wars The Old Republic, which was kind of made in the style of the KOTOR games and the Mass Effect games, and how your character goes through them and interacts with people and deals with situations, is strong. I've heard the storytelling is strong in KOTOR. I have only played about 5 hours of KOTOR.
Same.
I was impressed by it, but I didn't feel like I cared about the plot.
Yeah.
You won't feel like you care about the plot after the first 5 hours of Final Fantasy XIV either.
Yeah.
it takes like 10 to 20 hours before you're like, holy crap, this is a great game. And then after the 30th hour, you're like, holy crap, this is the best Final Fantasy game. But I know it's been done. The
That's
Secret
like
World
why-
is another one I've heard of that has really strong story elements, but I
People
never
in chat are
played it.
talking about Guild Wars 2.
I didn't really like Guild Wars 2 that much. I know Alapex Snow in person, so you shouldn't listen to anything he says.
Okay.
And it's
Maybe I
all
need to
right.
meet you in person, so you stop being obsessed with me and start telling the truth that I'm terrible.
I mean, you can be terrible and I can love you at the same time. Those aren't mutually exclusive.
Shut up.
Shut up.
Flatter me like that.
Yeah. Okay, so Portal, I think Portal 1 has a really good story.
Ultima
there-
7 is not a fucking MMO.
That's funny. There are like dozens of games that have great stories. I don't think that are single player games,
All right.
not MMOs.
Let's
So-
talk about. Okay. This is a good topic. And Ari, feel free to hang out. Right? I feel like at this point, by the way, we're at 3 hours and 30 minutes. We're spinning off into the void. We have sort of like outlasted the the planned length of the show.
Yeah, the moment you let me on, it was over.
we're now just slowly degenerating into chaos, and we'll soon merge with the rest of the universe. But let's talk about peak gaming experiences. You know,
Man,
it's a
so
hard
many.
question. I know.
Why don't I work back in time?
All right, and I have some thoughts on this as well. I have some answers for this
Sure.
as well. Let's go back and forth. And Ari, you can jump in as well.
Yeah, so I will start from the present day and work backwards. And the most recent peak gaming I experienced that I had, and I'm not going to mention any multiplayer games now because that's kind of not fair, right? Like the excitement you can feel in a game of Sea of Thieves, for instance, just because you're playing with other people is so dynamic
No.
and different.
I do want to know about that, though, because to me, Lithros, this is okay. I'm about to compliment you greatly. To me, as a gamer, I think I'm just gonna go out and say I believe that you have soared to heights that I have not understood.
All right.
Okay.
Cool.
That doesn't mean I believe you about every game. I'm still gonna argue with you about all of your opinions. But I think that you have pushed it. You know, I think you've been like,
Okay.
where can this go? So if it is a multiplayer thing and one of the ingredients was
Right,
having a group of the right type, I'm interested to know that.
Okay, fair enough. So anyway, although we had a good time playing the other day, that instance of Sea of Thieves did not quite rise to the best level of Sea of Thieves that I've had. So I won't start with that. I am going to start with Disco Elysium, which is the best game I have played in the last 5 years that I played for the first time.
Fine, I gotta fucking play it. Yeah.
Disco Elysium made me cry like 8 times while I was playing it. It made me laugh like 800 times. It made me crack up and have to pause the game. I have an entire thread about it that just has amazing moments from it, which is just a tiny fraction of how great that game is. So Disco Elysium changed everything for me about storytelling in games. And
That's wild.
what kind of relationship you can have with your own mind, your own experiences, the choices you can make about yourself, how you can determine your own fate. I mean, the character is in a position where he's lost his memory, so he has to kind of choose the kind of person he wants to be. But there's no reason, and the point of the game is, there's no reason any of us can't do that at any time. You don't have to wait to lose your memory to start out on a new path and decide to be a different kind of person. So I played that game. I played it a second time and loved it even more.
Yeah.
I had a completely different experience because I used a different character build.
Yeah.
The first game, I chose a character who was very intuition-based and kind of feeling things out and using his imagination to approach the world. And so he would have like conversations with inanimate objects and stuff, and it was very fascinating, but I didn't really know what was going on. I was in a dream state. And the second game, I played very logical and very knowledge focused, so I learned so much about the world. Everywhere I went, my mind would be like, oh, I know a random fact about this thing, and just tell me all about it. And it was extraordinary. I discovered parts of the setting I'd never known about. What's that?
Just saying, I have that kind of playthrough of real life. I just absorb random ass information.
Yeah, that can be hard. It was challenging at times, and there were times when I was asking my encyclopedia brain to stop talking because I wasn't actually that interested in the subject, and it would be like, "What do you mean you don't want to know the whole history of labor relations in this country?" Fine, talk about something boring like solving crimes. But that game is just amazing. You know, there's no other way to put it. It's a tremendous achievement. I can't wait for the next thing they come up with. And now that it's fully voice acted and they fixed all the bugs, it's stupendous.
Good. Yeah, that's good. I actually do have to play that.
Yes, next one in this vein that kind of changed the way I looked at how games could tell their stories was the Outer Wilds. This is distinct from Outer Worlds. Thank you, Eric.
I love Outer Wilds.
It's amazing.
You know,
and
there's nothing like it.
I liked Outer Worlds.
No, I didn't like Outer Worlds very much. I mean, it was fine. It was like playable, and for what it was trying to be, it kind of met its goals. But I wasn't really interested in another game that was just. It kind of felt paint by numbers in terms of hitting the various elements of it.
True. That's true.
So it felt very lackluster. I would have liked it more if I had never heard of it, but it was hyped up so much that then when they just released this thing,
game reviews. That's another thing you do. Game reviews.
Yeah, I could probably do pretty good game reviews. Okay, so Outer Wilds is a game where you are a space explorer, and you have to fly a spaceship around the solar system, which is not our solar system. And the spaceship you have to fly using Newtonian mechanics.
Yep.
So
I played a bit of it.
Great. Yeah. Well, I can't believe you stopped. So the conceit of that game is the world ends in 22 minutes after you start. So you start, you get on your spaceship, you fly wherever you want in the system. Doesn't matter. In 22 minutes, the world will end and time will reset. And you have to try to solve the mystery and uncover why the world is ending and try to find a way to stop it by exploring all these different places on the solar system, putting together all these clues, figuring out all these puzzles, and solving an ancient mystery, just repeating the same 22 minutes over and over again. So the time mechanic is amazing. The way that you explore the planets and use gravity to get around is amazing. The actual interactions between portals and time on the different planets is amazing. The game is just, and it's beautiful. It's got amazing music. It's got gorgeous graphics for what they are, and there's no other game like it. So yeah, you got to go back and play that one.
I played it for a while. I moved the planet. I played the beginning. I flew around. I went to one of the planets. It was a cool planet. It was kind of freaky. I liked that.
Yeah.
And then I died, and then I was like, I'm bored.
Yeah, you start out and you're like, what is this game?
Yeah.
Where is it going? It's so weird. Why do I keep dying?
Yeah.
And then you start to uncover pieces of it and you learn how deep it is.
Right.
And how dense it is because the solar system is relatively small and how everything is an important part of the puzzle. And you start to just recontextualize the entire world as you play. So
yeah,
that game is beautiful. So good.
Yeah, there's really nothing like it. I've looked. There's like nothing like it.
That's it. Yeah, there's just that.
Hold on. I'm going to get my food from the door. You guys keep talking and keep entertaining our wonderful audience.
Sure. Yeah, we've got people to entertain. I'm just looking through a list of like recent games. Oh, I should share my Steam library while I'm at it, I guess. Like, I know there are other games between the next one I'm thinking of and what I just talked about that I should bring up, but like my mind keeps jumping to the other ones. Hades, I really enjoy. I didn't finish it. I've played a lot of that company's games. I've played Bastion. I've played Pyre.
I played like 10 hours of it. I don't know why.
It's like, it's just repetitive.
Yeah.
And you get to a point where you can skip the early levels, which helps a lot. But at the same time, you're basically mashing the same two buttons over and over again and occasionally dodging attacks for hours. So some people get really into that stuff, and like it gets more of like a shmup the later you go, which is cool. But the character's still a little too floaty in how he moves to feel very precise, and like it feels more like I had bad luck when I die than I screwed up, you know. And the mechanics where you can't control which power-ups you get, you can't control what kind of rooms you wind up in, are cool from a roguelike perspective, but it ultimately adds a ton of randomness to each playthrough that I don't personally enjoy that much.
I guess sort of related about, like... Did I disconnect or something?
No, I hear you.
I guess, like, related, another game I kind of bounced off of was Monster Hunter.
Yeah,
Like,
I can't get
10
into those at
hours
all.
And loved it, and then just stopped.
My friend...
I keep wanting to play that. I keep wanting to play Monster Hunter, but I haven't actually picked it up.
My friend wanted me to play Monster Hunter World with him so badly, he bought it for me.
Uh-huh.
And I played it for like 2 hours, and I was like, I just don't want to play this.
Yeah.
Like, I don't enjoy it. It's just dragging me down. So
Yeah.
I felt pretty bad, but...
I guess my rant about this is, right now I'm playing Yakuza 0, which
Mhm.
is an amazing game. I love it. This is the first game I've played, which I feel like nails this kind of, like, beat 'em up, damage, spongy, I guess, kind of gameplay.
Yeah.
Because, like, the
Is
first
that the
boss
turn-based
fight-
one?
Huh?
Is that turn-based combat, or is that where they're still doing
No.
the arcadey combat?
It's like arcadey combat.
Okay.
Like the first boss in that game, for
I have played
example,
Yakuza 5. I
wailing
haven't
on
played
him
any
for
of the
like
others.
5 minutes or something, and it was great.
Okay.
It's like the first game I've played that feels like it's nailed that. Like Monster Hunter, you're like wailing on a guy forever.
Yes, it's
you know?
terrible.
And Phantasy Star Online too.
My
I was
friend has been
playing,
trying to get me to play it so hard.
And that, oh god, I love that game's like aesthetic.
Yeah.
And, like,
I used to play
fighting,
Phantasy Star Online
like,
1.
I was hitting things over and over. And
Uh-huh.
it, like didn't click. But in Yakuza, for some reason, it's like so fun to just beat people up.
It is. All the different
What game is this?
animations when you hit
Yakuza
them,
0.
the finisher moves, the different weapons. It keeps it fresh, which is important because the whole game is walking around and fighting people like that.
It's got good reviews.
The Yakuza series is wonderful. I would recommend them.
I thought
Family as hell. I love it.
It's so melodramatic that I can't really give it my top recommendation. Like, the story's not going to make me cry, but it's
On
exciting.
the other hand, I love melodrama, so I will absolutely
Okay,
recommend it.
I did cry in Yakuza 5 when there was a side story about a baseball player who had been a star pitcher, but then he like threw his career away because he refused to throw a game when the Yakuza demanded that he do it, and he redeemed himself. He came back and he pitched one final game, and he refused to like bend to his principles, and you help him beat the bad Yakuza and survive his choice to stay true to himself. So that was very inspiring, but the main plot itself with the mobster stuff is not very good.
we got questions about what games do you play with your kids?
Good question. Okay, I try not to play too many games with my daughter because I don't want her to like think that video gaming is
You
the
don't
best
want
use
her
of
to
her
turn
time.
out like me.
Exactly. The
Totally.
games that I have exposed her to so far have been some Mario games. We've played some Mario stuff on the Switch. She is really bad at games that require any kind of physical coordination. So, like, you can show her how to move, and she'll just, like, get distracted by the colors on the screen, and she might try to walk, but she can't jump at the right time, so she just dies. But she loves watching me play the Mario games. She loves watching me play, like, I've been playing Mario Sunshine and Mario Galaxy on my Switch. She loves. Recently, I have gotten her into playing Spore, the old Maxis game. She is a huge fan of it. She is not good enough. You should get a Switch. Switch is very good. She's not good enough at the game to understand how to get past the first couple stages, which are like a stage where you're a paramecium basically floating around in under the sea, eating other things, and then there's a stage where you're a creature walking around on the land. But she loves designing the creatures. She loves showing off her creatures, which are very cute. So, what's that? Yeah, I'm not going to talk about what she names them. It's inappropriate. Then there is Captain Toad, Treasure Hunter on Switch, which she likes to help with. It has a secondary player mode where she can like pick things up and move them around the world and assist me. She enjoys that a lot. We haven't played it in a while just because I've been playing Mario Galaxy. There is a mode where she could help in Mario Galaxy too, but it's a little too action-oriented for her to really help with. She's just not that with it in terms of coordination. But yes, Captain Toad Treasure Hunter is a very fun puzzle game. It's not an action game, so that's more her speed. We also were playing some games online. I think there's a code.org website that has like block-based programming challenges, and she was really good at those. They don't get very advanced in terms of programming. It's just like the basics of the logical flow, but she was pretty good there. Oh no, pooper butt. Yeah. That's pretty much it for video games that I play with her. Although she likes to watch me play Rocket League as well. Although I don't like her watching me play Rocket League because she sits there going, "Go get the boost. Go get the boost. Go get the boost." And I'm like, "I don't need to get the boost. I need to get the ball." And she's like, "But I want you to get the boost." So
that's how every fucking Rocket League player is.
I know exactly.
They're just going for the boost.
I was holding my son in my lap playing Rocket League the other day, and he kept trying to grab the thumbsticks and move them around. So he seems pretty into it.
Trying to get Louis gaming early.
Well, I wasn't expecting him to do that. My daughter never did that when I held her on my lap and played games. She didn't want to touch the controller, but he wanted to grab it. Yes, Untitled Goose Game. She was a huge fan of that. She also really loves VR games. I have a VR headset. The one game that I've let her try is Job Simulator. If you haven't seen any about that on YouTube, you should look it up. It's very funny. Job Simulator, you basically are in a random setting, like an office or a kitchen or whatever, and you have all these tools at your disposal to achieve basic tasks. And she just likes to get in there and mess around and make a mess. Just put ketchup on plates and throw them against the wall and stuff like that. So that's a good one. Yeah, I'm optimistic as my daughter grows up more and becomes more able to translate her intention into the controller, that we can play more of those kinds of games, racing games, flight simulators I want to get her into, but not the super complex stuff, obviously. So I have lots of joysticks. I think we can make that work. And one of my major goals is to get my family playing Sea of Thieves at some point, because I have a wonderful time playing that with my wife. And if I can get my daughter to a point where she can play it, I think we have a great time. Yeah, for real. And now I have 4, so I can have a full crew and leave you guys behind.
You have a pirate family. That's awesome.
I'm hoping. We started watching Pirates of the Caribbean for a little bit tonight, just to get her in the piratey mood. And she was pretty interested in it, which surprised me. We showed her Star Wars, and she was not that interested in Star Wars. But Pirates, she seems fascinated by. Anyways.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I was just going to say I watched that first movie in theaters. And I loved it.
Yeah, me too.
I loved it.
It was very good.
Yeah.
Okay, so...
by old men.
Full of regret. The next most recent game I played that really blew me away was Red Dead Redemption 2.
Yeah.
The story in that game,
that's true.
Unbelievably good. And just how in-depth you could get with the character relationships. And the whole story of Arthur Morgan. I was in love with him by the end of that game. Well, no offense, Ari, but like I could not get enough time with Arthur.
Yeah.
And the end of the game broke my heart. But then getting to continue on and see where John Marston goes was really cool. I really liked Red Dead Redemption 1. I was not blown away by the story by any means. I didn't really care about John Marston as a character. I was a little sad at the end of that game, but it didn't really move me. Red Dead Redemption 2 wrecked me. I couldn't think about anything but that game for weeks after I finished it. And I still find myself lost in reverie about it. I reinstalled it the other day when I got a new drive because I just need to go back to the West.
Yeah, man.
I've also put a huge amount of time into the online for Red Dead. Although Red Dead Online, it's not that rewarding to play outside of getting to be in that world and experience it that way. But it is, if you're content to just ride around in the West and look for treasure and experience life there, it's perfect.
People bitch about it as like a walking simulator or whatever, but it's like, I don't care. I just like it. I just enjoy walking around.
Yeah. There's
Again,
never a moment where they're letting you be bored. There's always something cool to
Stuff
see,
happens,
an interesting
yeah.
conversation to have, something to observe in the world.
an animal to shoot, you know.
That too. So that game is gorgeous. It was one of my favorite games of all time. I don't know if I can bring myself to replay the story yet, but
Yeah.
man, Red Dead's good. Okay, what else we got?
Also coming from someone who really loved. Okay, what was your opinion on Death Stranding?
Oh yeah, that one. It was great. I loved it. It was. I mean, we've talked about it before, but I thought the way it explored its themes was great. I thought that the stuff that seemed stupid at first was actually pretty well done. Although I did not like the boss fights very much. The ones where you have to shoot things. I thought that was a misstep. But the ones where you're stalking guys and being sneaky were very cool. But the ones where you're fighting giant monsters were bad. But overall, just the experience of being in that world, the completely new experience of having traversal be the core mechanic and obstacles.
The first Strand type game.
Right, yeah. Well, I mean, that's referring more to the shared experience of building things for other people than the traversal aspect.
Yeah.
And the shared experience was cool. In some ways, I felt it trivialized parts of the experience.
Yeah, I agree with
because it became so easy to get around when people are just leaving vehicles everywhere. But that was fine because although the traversal became easy in that part, you had already had the experience of traversal being hard, and then they kicked your butt with the mountains at the end. So nothing's helping you through that.
Let me tell you really quick a Red Dead experience that was funny because Dancing Horse mentioned cougars to get mauled by. On my first playthrough, there's a part where by the time you're John Marston, where you ride out and it's like the beautiful prairie and they're playing music, you know, it's like the game is like providing its own music and you're like, hell yeah. And I remember I walked out and I'm like going out and I'm like, hell yeah, getting in the zone, and immediately got decked by a cougar. It was like, and then the music stopped the second I got cougared.
Yep, that'll do it.
Yeah.
Okay, what's another game that came out recently? Now, I've been focusing on like story games that are awesome, and Death Stranding did make me cry when you get to the end of the story of Cliff, like and find out the climax, the emotional climax of the game. It was so beautifully told. It was mostly just weird up to that point, and most of the stuff that's actually the main plot, I didn't really care that much about. I was like kind of interested in seeing how the beach worked and everything, but the again, it's all about the characters, and having that character drama come to a head at the end really hit me hard.
Yeah.
So that was a beautiful moment.
By the way, this is part of why I love Mads Mikkelsen.
Oh, of course, he's fantastic.
This is like the reason I love Mads Mikkelsen.
I liked him before, but he really knocked it out of the park with that. Okay.
BD.
So again, I'm really just focusing on games whose stories have moved me greatly. There are great gameplay experiences outside of that, but we would literally be here for another 10 hours if I was talking about all those. So the next game, and this is very important for this show, is Nier Automata. And if Harry's listening,
robot waifu, robot booty waifu.
I mean, yeah, everybody talks about that aspect of it, but what I love is the existential aspect of it. That it's a game that takes seriously the existential concerns that would arise if you were an android living in the future.
Yeah.
What are you thinking, Ari?
Like, okay, the thing that got me is okay. I guess the best way to talk about this is to swing back to Final Fantasy XIV.
Yeah.
There's new stuff in there. There's a Nier raid called the Puppets Bunker in Final Fantasy XIV, which is like, it really slathers on hard the Nier shit.
Well, they actually got the director. You should make that clear.
Yeah.
The director from Nier Automata came and designed the set of dungeons and the story for this part of Final Fantasy XIV.
Yeah. And like, okay, the story was kind of crap, but like, Puppets Bunker,
they at least surprised me.
The Nier shit with like the robots thinking and having pain and shit. And at the time, I hadn't played Automata yet.
Oh man!
It just like that, like kind of shook me. There was like That was like an experience.
Which is what? What's the experience?
It was just like this existential, like,
I mean,
you know?
the core philosophical question is like, if you design a robot and you give it intelligence and a sense of its own mortality, and you program it to be able to feel pain and dread and love, how real is that suffering? And how meaningful is it?
It's like AI.
And it's exactly like that.
It's like AI, that movie.
Yeah. It's exactly like that, except there's this interesting twist to it, because the main character and most of the people the main character interacts with are very human resembling robots, right? They are androids, but they look like normal human beings.
Yeah.
And
Right.
unless you rip them in half, you won't know they're robots. They sound like people, they talk like people, they don't seem like robots, but they are. And you also have in the game, and particularly in this raid, some very much less advanced robots that look like spare parts stuck together.
Yeah.
They are like tin cans with eyes, no mouth really. They can talk, but they talk in a really disjointed fashion.
Right.
So they don't seem nearly as lifelike. But they're the ones that are telling you about their pain.
Yeah.
They're the ones that are affirming that they have souls and qualia and real experiences. And they're your enemies. So
Right.
you're going around killing them. And
Okay,
you have to
My
justify
favorite
that.
part of Nier Automata is at the beginning, like, I'm gonna try not to spoil anything too hard, but at the start,
I
you're just
appreciate
beating
that.
up these robots, right? They aren't talking or anything. And sometimes you're in like a factory, and sometimes there will be an automated announcement, and your partner is like, "Oh," like your partner 9S is like, "Oh, it's just random human data," and you're like, "Okay," but gradually, like the machines start wearing masks or something and saying, stop, this cannot continue, help. And it's just like so disquieting. And I guess like I don't know how long, but the first part of the game is like amplifying this, and your partner is just getting more disquieted by this until you eventually find like machines that are like fully friendly and fully like as much people as you are, and they're like friendly, and you're like, oh, you don't want to fight, and then you're like, but like you're androids, right? And your mission is to destroy these these machines, and like your commander still wants you to kill them, even though they're like thinking people and peaceful and stuff. Like that's just my favorite part of the whole game, that initial build-up.
What I'm hearing is that it's like actually sci-fi. Like they actually managed to do some good sci-fi.
Yes, I mean it's so distant in the future, and everyone is a robot, so it's hard to get some of the same sociological implications that most of really good sci-fi does.
Mm-hmm.
You can't really map a lot of what they're talking about onto our society.
Well, they're still
Or our
managing
way
to
of
deal
life.
with the philosophical question.
Yes, it gets the philosophical side of it.
Yeah.
Okay, so other great games in the last few years. Sekiro, amazing. It's from Software. Everything they do is wonderful.
I just started playing the Demon Souls remake.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Enjoying the shit
I-
out of it.
I've heard good things about Sekiro's gameplay, that it like teaches you, kinda,
Yep.
you know.
I think
Yeah,
it's
I kind of bounced off Dark Souls. But
It's much more accessible, I think, than
no
Dark Souls.
the opposite. Literally the opposite. No.
Are you saying you're not good at Sekiro?
I am way worse at Sekiro than Dark Souls. I can slaughter in like Dark Souls. I have no issues, but like Sekiro is like there's a couple things about the mechanics that are really not well explained.
I don't agree with that at all. And the problems I had with it was that I was trying to bring the Dark Souls mentality into it, and the game was telling me don't do that,
Yeah.
and I was ignoring the game, and I was
Yeah.
playing the way I played Dark Souls, and I kept dying. And then finally, I was like, "All right, game, you're telling me to press the parry button. I'll press it." And I just started to kill everything.
Yeah.
And I had to go through that experience like 4
God,
different
I love
times with
the,
different
like,
mechanics in Sekiro, but
more games need to do that, where it,
yeah.
like the management of like the pain in playing, I guess,
Hmm.
because it feels like that's such a there's so much potential there. It feels like all the games that try to do it like overload it and make it like a huge pain in the ass to play, which is like not fun. But if you can manage that and like connect a point in like the story with the gameplay where the game just suddenly clicks in a way, that would be so good.
So I would compare it to Bloodborne, because in Bloodborne, one of my favorite games ever, I think they did a magnificent job of transmuting the Dark Souls formula into something that is recognizably Souls-like, is actually new, but is different. You know, it's really is a true variation on the theme, specifically by not being a shield-based game. That's the main thing. Is they, as a joke, give you a piece of shit shield, which is a bunch of boards glued together, and it's like, you know, it saves you from like, who knows, 60% of damage. It's like piece of shit, right? I thought Bloodborne was amazing at transmuting the formula. I thought that Sekiro didn't, like, it may be that it transmutes the formula in the same way, but I just never found the guardrails enough.
So, first of all, I love Bloodborne. Bloodborne may be my favorite game ever.
It's a valid
I
choice.
think Bloodborne is a perfect game. I think there are no mistakes in Bloodborne. Yes, my daughter has played all the putt-putt games. I should have mentioned that. I'm
I
sorry.
wanted you to say my daughter. Yes, my daughter has completed Bloodborne.
She has not
Yes,
completed
my
Bloodborne, but
daughter
she has played all the
played-
putt-putt games. She's played all the Pajama Sam games. She's played a little bit of Freddy Fish. So I
Freddy
put her through
fucking
all
Fish.
those. She loved them a lot. But once you play them
like
once, you're
big
done.
bumper.
Okay, so anyways, Bloodborne I think is a perfect game. People will complain about the Chalice dungeons, but since they're entirely optional, I think they're still perfect for what they are.
Yeah,
So
no problem.
that said, even though I think it's perfect, I think that Sekiro's combat is better done. And
So you know who agrees with you is Lobos Jr., the top Dark Souls streamer.
There you go.
He believes, he has said that Sekiro is his favorite Soulsborne game. Notably, he has played the Dark Souls like definitely upwards of 100 times. So like
Yeah.
he may just be really sick of Dark Souls, but he thought it was the most good one. Like,
I mean, I feel like it's very engaging. It asks you to pay really close attention to more of the action that's happening in the moment
yeah.
and make quicker choices.
Yeah.
Dark Souls, the enemies move pretty slowly, and
Yeah.
they generally only do one thing. So you pretty much know what's going to happen, and you just have to make your choice strategically, and you have time to make that choice. Sekiro, you don't have time. You have to get in that flow state and just be really good. The game is a lot more forgiving than it seems in terms of the parrying. So you can really get through that game just mashing the parry button. But you have to learn to trust the parry button, which is
Right.
the obstacle to overcome.
That's where it lost me, but maybe I'll go back and try it.
It's
I'll go
so good. It's just
What
so
you're
good.
saying is you have trust issues.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm comfortable saying that.
I will say
When it
from
comes to a
story-
parry mechanic, yes, I'm comfortable saying
From
that.
a story perspective, nothing competes with Bloodborne, the way Bloodborne tells its story. I mean, it still has the same model of storytelling as that, but it's not nearly as engaging, and the characters are a little more two-dimensional in Sekiro. But it's still so fun to just run around being this awesome ninja, and the fights are so incredible that I love it. And I had a great time playing it, and I should probably play it again at some point, but I'm just not there yet.
I haven't played Bloodborne, but I
Oh.
love its vibe.
Yes,
Probably
it's
like deeply influential to like the whole vibe of my writing and stuff.
I've written a short story set in the Bloodborne universe, actually.
Sweet.
Somebody did a anthology on Reddit, and I submitted something. It was actually about the guy who has the shield that you kill.
Mm. Mm.
That was fun.
Cool.
The life,
Yeah. Huh?
the life and love of the shield guy.
Well, it was actually about the guy sitting next to him. He was just standing next to the shield guy when the shield guy gets murdered. Okay. So,
I love Bloodborne because I love Lovecraft.
Yes, I mean the aesthetic is amazing. I couldn't believe it. I did not know it was going to be that kind of game. I
Yeah.
was expecting a werewolf game.
And I
And-
would have been so happy with the werewolf game.
Yeah,
that would have
exactly.
been totally sufficient. But
And
then they were
as
like, boom, like, what?
As I'm playing and I'm just like, what the hell is happening here? And realizing what it was.
Yeah.
Perfectly done. There will never be a moment like that in a gaming experience for me again, I don't think.
Mm.
What else we got here? What are good games? It's funny because a lot of the games I see on sites that have high reviews, like I didn't like very much. Like Octopath Traveler, I didn't really enjoy that. But it got really good reviews for whatever reason.
Yeah.
If you're bad at Destiny 2, I played Destiny 2 for a little while with some of my friends and my
I
wife.
just like it for some reason.
Yeah, I mean the shooting is competently done, and
No, I know why I didn't like it. It was too like. I honestly like got through the tutorial place or whatever, and that was cool. And then like I got to like doing stuff in the game, and I was just like lost. And it was like, okay, I want to shoot things. I don't care about these people.
Good
I wanna shoot
reminder.
things. How do I shoot things?
Yeah.
I'm in the map. Where are the things to shoot? You know?
Yep. So you learn where people spawn, you learn how to start missions and stuff, and then Destiny 2 gets a little more engaging. But if you don't feel a deep sense of reward from getting 100 headshots in a row, then that game is just not going to do it for you. Like, you have to be motivated by the fun of shooting things, and there's just not that much different stuff to do. Although I did play a multiplayer mode that was pretty fun, but it's just not designed around that. So
That's the MMO, right?
I mean, it's an MMO, I guess.
It's like lobby stuff, I think.
Yeah. There's not really a serious amount of character progression.
Warframe, if you've played
There's like
that,
10 levels that you get
like-
through very quickly.
The reason I like Destiny 2, the only one reason is that when I built my PC, and turned it on for the first time after having to deal with it not working for like a day and a half. I booted up Destiny 2 and was like, damn, I actually can use better graphics on this machine than
Good. That's a good feeling.
my PlayStation ever could or whatever.
Okay. Next game. That's absolutely amazing. This game I am ranking up there with Disco Elysium and The Outer Wilds with, holy crap, how did they do this? They changed everything. The Return of the Obra Dinn.
Oh, I fucking love that.
Literally never heard of it.
Amazing. I don't want to tell you too much about it because the more I tell you about it is the more I'm going to spoil the experience.
All right,
Captain,
don't sweat.
open the door.
It's made by the same person who made Papers, Please, if you've heard of that game.
10 out of 10 on Steam, 86% Metacritic, 98% on Humble Bundle.
It's goddamn amazing.
Yeah.
It's got a beautiful aesthetic. It is a game of
Closest
investigating.
I've ever played the Outer Wilds, honestly.
Yeah, it's a game of investigating a series of. You're an insurance adjuster, basically.
Series of unfortunate events.
Yeah, exactly. That happened on a sailing ship in like the 1700s, and
It's
the unique
essentially
mechanic.
your job to figure out what happened to all these people on the ship.
Yeah,
And
the unique mechanic is you're going back in time basically and observing the events as they happen, but you don't have complete information. So you have to piece together the past scenes and use your intuition. The game relies on you to figure out what's going on and tell the game what happened. So amazing. I was totally enraptured by that game, and I thought about nothing but that game for the week and a half that I played it.
Yeah.
All right, we're done talking about Oberdin. Yeah, I don't want to go into it anymore because any more than that would be a spoiler.
You know what game I started playing but never got too into, but seemed kind of cool? Was the Edith Finch game.
Oh, I just played Edith Finch last summer. It was very good. I enjoyed that story a whole lot. I think I enjoyed it much more because I went through it with my wife, so we were able to talk to each other about the different things that happened as we went along.
I need a
I think
wife.
playing it by yourself, well, you could just stream it for all of us. We could go with you, right?
Don't we all need a wife?
Chat is my wife. That face with no chat waifu. What?
It's rough. It's rough not having a wife, I guess. I wouldn't know.
I feel like if I had a wife, I'd want another wife.
I mean, I've been there too, and it's probably not worth the trouble, is all I can say. So, what other games have I played that I really loved? I'm just going back through like a list of the best games year by year, so I'm talking out loud as I go through them all. XCOM 2 War of the Chosen was a fantastic gaming experience. Now, the base XCOM 2 is really good. The base XCOM 1 is really good, and they improved every aspect of that in XCOM 2. So if you like tactical games like Final Fantasy Tactics, it's awesome. And then War of the Chosen added all sorts of new mechanics, added characters that you have to interact with on the enemy side. And
what's the way to start on XCOM games?
XCOM 2 War of the Chosen.
Cool.
That's where you want to start. There's no reason to go back and play XCOM 1, and there's no real reason to play the base XCOM 2. War of the Chosen is great. And it's an expansion pack for XCOM 2. So it still has the core XCOM 2 gameplay in it, but they add a lot more. So, yeah, go play that. You'll love it. It's so good. And you get to build up this army, basically, from nothing and just become an elite alien fighting force.
Hell yeah.
But you're also fighting insurgents and trying to develop technology to stay ahead of the aliens. It's really cool.
Shit, that makes me want to play that. I think let me look. I have...
Yeah, me too.
XCOM.
I'm good at that.
I have XCOM 2.
LITHROS' fucking tactics killing us tonight.
Yeah.
That's how I roll.
I have XCOM 2.
So you would need to buy the War of the Chosen expansion pack.
But can I just play XCOM 2, or should I add...
You can play it, and you'll probably want to go and play again when you're done, because War of the Chosen it fixes all the problems of the base game. There aren't a lot of problems, but people said some of the core gameplay was less than satisfying, and it didn't feel like there was a serious end game challenge. And War of the Chosen adds that.
Shit.
And that we're having Chelsea.
Okay, here's a good question for you, Lithros. Is there a genre that you are particularly that you particularly love, or are you truly an every genre gamer?
I mean, this is a hard question to answer because there are certain genres that I preferred, especially since I started having kids. Games like I've basically, until the pandemic, I was pulling away from online games because I would never know when I would need to help with a kid, right? And I wouldn't be able to devote 5 hours a night to doing raids with friends or whatever. And so games that I could play on my own time, that I could pause at any time, that particularly turn-based games or really slow-paced real-time strategy games like Crusader Kings, for example, would really draw me because there was so little tension and I could just come back to them whenever. Because even if it's a game I can pause, like Nier Automata, if I'm in the middle of a fight and I have to pause and come back, or even if I'm in the middle of a conversation and I pause and come back, then the flow is broken and I've lost some of the magic. That's not so much of an issue with strategy games because figuring out what's happening moment to moment is the whole game. So yeah, I tend to really love those kinds of turn-based games. I tend to love turn-based roguelikes, and I've played a lot of NetHack. I'm working in Caves of Qud, trying to figure that out.
Nice.
I've played some others. I used to play a lot of the Dwarf Fortress Adventurer mode, which is a turn-based roguelike. I've played a ton of the Dwarf Fortress main game because that's kind of one of those let it run on its own real-time strategy kind of games.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would say the genre that I most enjoy is a game that has complex underlying systems that interact with each other on their own. So you can interact with the game, or you can step back and let it unfold and see what happens. So, like Dwarf Fortress, RimWorld are great examples of this. You can have your characters are agents; they do their own things, and you can give orders to them and assign them to do things. But if you don't do that, then you can just watch things unfold, and that leads to emergent stories, which I love. Crusader Kings is the biggest example of this, where all that's happening is emergent stories.
Right. Yeah, I've had built-out relationships with basically procedurally generated characters. Right?
Yeah, all the time.
Yeah. It's like my brother's wife or whatever, who keeps fucking doing shit, and like who I accidentally made a duchess, and like, damn it. Like, yeah, stuff like that.
Yeah, I love that emergent shit. Like one time in Crusader Kings, I died, and I was like, okay, what's this dude steal? Okay, when the fuck did my son murder the Duke of Apulia? Like, what? It's so good. And then I get like emotionally charged with these people, like converting to Catharism because the Pope pissed me off that one time. It's great.
Right.
I had this character who was the daughter of a Norse king of Scotland, and she had like 6 brothers who were older than her, and she was born hunchbacked. And I was like, well, whatever. I have 6 heirs. I don't need to worry about her. I didn't pay any attention to her. My sons start dying in war. They start getting assassinated by like each other. And when I died, I didn't wind up playing as her immediately, but the guy I was playing as, one surviving son, basically, he got killed in battle right after I started playing as him. So that daughter inherited the throne, and I wasn't expecting anything to happen with her. She was like an 8-year-old hunchback. I was like, all right, she's just going to get assassinated in like 10 minutes, and then I'll play somebody else, or my game will end. She didn't die. She wound up living to like 85 years old, and she conquered the entire British Isles and formed the Empire of Britannia, and was like the most influential, I guess she was a Norse ruler, but we reformed the Norse faith, the most influential ruler in the world. And to have her rise from an expectation of nothing, and just by her own excellence because she had great education stats, but also my good gameplay, was a really amazing experience. I wrote a short story about that on Reddit, actually. That was fun. Yeah, I might be able to find that later.
Oh, nice. That's great.
Here we go. Another great game that everyone should play is Doki Doki Literature Club.
God.
I don't want to spoil it. It is a visual novel.
Like the epitome of things you don't want to know anything about.
Yeah. You should not know any details about it, except that it's a visual novel, and you should play it. It's really good, and it's free.
Type it in the chat. What's it called? By the way, Lithros, I appreciate that you know how to do things like use Twitch and shit like that. It makes everything very, and like stream and whatever, it makes everything very
My pleasure. My day job is IT, so I should be good at it.
No fucking clue.
Yeah, so Doki Doki Literature Club, again, no spoilers, but it has some intense moments. Yeah. So if you are easily upset, you should not play it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it is free. It is awesome. Doki Doki.
What if you're not quote easily upset, but nevertheless are a member of the human race and have some sensitivity to, its dark side as well as its light side? What about a regular person?
Then give up your humanity. Easy.
Yeah, that's what I would say.
Just
It's
play.
it's not worth having humanity if it means you can't play that game.
Do you guys just immediately jump into the Dark Souls metaphor? Is that what that was?
I think you started that, but yeah, I'm willing to roll with that.
Yeah, cool.
No, it was more JoJo. I reject my humanity. JoJo.
Perfect. JoJo. Oh my god. All right. What other good games have existed in the last years of time? Oh, do you want to see my Steam library while we're at it?
Yeah,
Yeah.
Okay, let's do that.
I put you big.
It's a lot.
Yeah, I do
sharing.
want to see.
I am sharing now, so prepare yourselves.
Here we go. Oh, there's a new Baldur's Gate coming out.
Yeah, Baldur's Gate 3. I don't know much about it. I am working my way through Baldur's Gate 1 right now, but it's kind of slow going.
No, not. Oh, wait. We should talk about Baldur's Gate.
Sure. I'm not very far into it.
Yeah. Okay.
So, these are the games I have installed.
Yeah.
Just a lot. This is just my Steam library. Of course, I have the Xbox library and I have Epic.
Right.
So there's a lot on here, but you can see a lot of the stuff that I've played recently.
Oh, but this is just installed stuff.
This is just the installed stuff.
Okay, can we see all of it?
Yeah, I'm going to take you down to the full list.
Yeah.
Okay. I don't know why that's organized. I actually don't want this to be organized at all. Well, I guess we're just going to go through the RPGs.
214 fucking RPGs.
Yeah, well, I've had Steam since the very beginning, since it was released for Half-Life 2.
Oh,
I was working at Target, and someone returned a copy of Half-Life 2 because one of the discs was missing. It was sold on like 5 discs, I think, 5 CDs, and when I marked it as returned, the Target computer told me throw it in the trash. There's different categories of items based on the return. Some got resold, some got put for repair, and some were thrown in the trash. So I put it in the trash, but inside the case was a Steam key. So I took the Steam key and brought it home and installed Half-Life 2 on Steam, and I've been on Steam ever since. There are things in here that are not RPGs, really, so it's not really a good rule of thumb. Like Battletech, that's a tactical strategy game. It's not an RPG.
Yeah.
Binary Domain, this is a shooter. It's not an RPG, so you can't really trust what this says. I'm getting rid of that collection. I don't want to deal with that. So this is organized games that I am intending to play. These are games in my library I haven't played yet, but I want to.
Yeah.
And I don't know why Crusader Kings 3 is in that list. Like, why is it here? Playing it. So I don't know why Grand Theft Auto 5 is in there. I'm playing it. Papers, Please, I actually have played, but I want to finish it. I have not finished it.
I've heard
All
good
these
things
other
about it.
games I have not finished. Someday. I'll get to them.
835.
Here's my games. I have 835 total. There are
Holy
659 uncategorized.
Holy
I have
shit.
I have.
Shit.
You know that I have played Valhalla, Cyberpunk, Bartender, Action, Alapex, Snow. So why are you asking? I have played Journey. I really like Journey a lot. I played it on my PlayStation 3, and I started playing Abzu, and I liked it a lot. And Flower too. I think they made that one. So yes, most of these games I purchased as part of Humble Bundles.
Right. So you get a lot
the
of
vast
games.
majority were purchased all at once, or a Steam sale with a bunch of bundles. So
Right.
I have not individually purchased 835 games. I have probably individually purchased about 300 games.
Yeah.
It's still a lot.
Or just scroll through it. Just scroll.
Yeah. All right. Here we go.
All these different Armas. Bastion, cool. A bunch of Batman games. Yep, makes sense. Keep going. Borderlands.
For some reason,
Cave
I
Story.
have like
Yeah, it's great.
like this objection to like big bundles like that. Like, okay, it'd be like those bundles on itch that have like 1,000 games for $5.
So
I get utility out of that, but
Uh-huh.
it feels wrong.
they're not nearly as good as they used to be. The bundles, anyway.
Yeah.
When Humble Bundle was first starting, the deals were incredible. And I haven't finished Valhalla, so I can't comment on its narrative excellence adequately.
Game of the Year Deus Ex, that's cool.
Yeah, that's awesome. Anyways, I have played most of these, but there are a bunch I haven't played.
All the different Far Cries.
Yeah, I don't actually enjoy most of those.
Yeah.
Far Cry 1 and Far Cry 2 I really like. Far Cry 3 was pretty cool. Blood Dragon was better. I don't really like Far Cry 4.
Yeah.
I like how you didn't enjoy most of them and then listed 4 games in a row which you liked.
No, I didn't like playing Far Cry 3. I just thought it was cool. It had like some good ideas, but I got really bored of it about a quarter of the way in. Blood Dragon was not boring because it was crazy, like cyberpunk nonsense stupidity, but it was very short. That game is like an hour long, so it's not really worth the value.
I might watch that one.
Yeah, it's probably worth watching, but it's a stupid game. It's just cool. Let's see. Firewatch is a pretty good game, story-wise.
I've heard that.
And that's a good experience to have with someone to talk about. I don't think it's one of those games not nearly as good to just play on your own. Let's see what else.
Need wife.
It could be anybody. It could be just a bud. It doesn't matter. Get a roommate.
Get a roommate. Oh, Grim Fandango. I had a little fun with that.
Oh, all the LucasArts Adventure games are wonderful.
Yeah.
Grim Fandango. I had the LucasArts Adventure pack when I was a kid, and I played all those. Monkey Island, Full Throttle, Indiana Jones, Grim Fandango. It was a golden time. Let's see.
I don't mind walking simulators, though.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If they're interesting and pretty, there's no problem.
20%.
So Hitman 3 is not on here because it was an Epic exclusive, but I love Hitman, and I have played Hitman and Hitman 2 and Hitman 3 extensively, as you know. I mean, I showed you guys on the stream the other night.
Would you say, Ari?
Hitman's so good, I need to play more of it.
Yep, it's great. Okay, what else we got here? We are losing viewers.
That's okay. We'll wrap up soon.
I am very disappointed in how Hive Swap went. Friend Sim is pretty good. Like, half the things are good, and I really enjoy some moments from Friend Sim. But Hive Swap is just a big letdown, and I was sad that I bought that. I was sad how it went. I don't care about the next game that's coming out. Yeah, anyways. This is one of the LucasArts one I was talking about. So good. This is a flight sim that I have not played yet, but it is by the same people who made DCS, and I heard really awesome things, so I'm planning to play that eventually. I had to uninstall it because I ran out of space, but I bought a new drive, so I should be good to play it soon.
Wow.
Let's see, what else we
I
got
enjoyed
here.
Just Cause games. Those are fun.
Yeah, I mean, Just Cause 2 was good. Just Cause 3 is great. I don't really like... Except some of the DLC for Just Cause 3 breaks the game. And I don't like Just Cause 4 at all. Let's see.
We're only on M.
Yeah, it's a lot of games, huh? This is my life.
Back paid. Got Revengeance.
Of course I have Revenge. This is my first Metal Gear game.
Oh, that's such a weird way to start, but yeah.
It is weird, but my friend picked it because he thought the awesome action would get me into it better, and he was right. It got me into it.
Yeah. But it's like if you play a real Metal Gear game after that, it's such a change of pace.
It is, but I mean, this was like the shallow end of the pool. I just got a taste of the weirdness.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, there's Flight Simulator 10, which I have barely played, you can see, but I did play it a little bit.
Yeah, what is that? What is Flight Simulator?
That is, so there's, the original Microsoft Flight Simulator came out in the mid-90s and was real old, and Flight Simulator 10 is like their gold standard, and they have been updating it continuously through 2019, like till this game came out. So it was like you could get mods and stuff that look pretty good.
Mm.
Nothing compared to what it is, what Microsoft Flight Simulator 2020 looks like, but this is what everyone was playing in civilian flight simulators until 2020.
I picked the right year to get into flight sim.
That is true. It was a good year for you.
Yeah.
What else we got here? There's Nier. So good. So many beautiful memories.
You got Okami.
Yes, I have not finished Okami. I have it on my Switch, so I'll probably finish it on there. But it's a little too easy.
When I was a kid.
I mean, it's fun. It's got a beautiful aesthetic. It's got an interesting plot. It's just really easy, so it's hard for me to feel like playing it.
Huh.
There's Outer Wilds. Yay!
Yeah.
Bleh.
Okay.
Shut up.
I regret that this is in here.
Fantasy.
Planescape Torment. There's another game with amazing writing. I strongly recommend this game for everyone.
A lot of text.
Oh yeah, it's got a lot of text. I mean, that goes for Disco Elysium as well.
Yeah.
And this game is the most like Disco Elysium in how the writing contributes to the overall experience of playing it. Although this
that
one
helps
is,
me understand it a bit better.
yeah, this one is significantly less experimental in its approach. It's got a much more straightforward narrative style than Disco Elysium.
Yeah.
But it's still great for what it is and the time it came out.
Word.
What else we got here? Pony Island. That's a pretty good game.
What is that about?
I can't tell you.
Okay.
Ponies on an island, presumably.
Yeah, it's fun. You should, if you get the chance, you should play it. But it's one of those games I cannot tell you what it's about. These games, Prototype and Prototype 2, these are like my guilty pleasure games is the term I'm looking for, because these are just murder simulators. You just go around killing people everywhere and absorbing them into yourself, and sometimes walking around in their skins and killing other people.
Yeah.
Yeah, dirty pleasure, right? Thank you. Although they don't really run on modern computers, which makes me sad. I dream of a third Prototype game. This is like, it's the game for me. Cyclonials, this just came out. It was by the same guy who made Homestuck, Andrew Hussey, and it is great. It is a wonderful story about the pandemic and how the internet affected people and helped them get through it or made their lives worse in the pandemic and kind of around that. It's entirely about the internet, but it's also about a young woman who takes over the world and starts a paramilitary clown organization to help her do it. It's a visual novel, so it doesn't really have any gameplay, but it is very interesting. I have a long thread showing my favorite parts from that, so highly recommended. Yeah, if you didn't hear about it, this is Andrew Hussey. He released it over the series of about 2 months this year, and it's awesome. So you should definitely play it. It is probably not, it doesn't hit the heights that Homestuck hit in its best times, but it is way better than Homestuck 2, and yeah, it is very, very good on its own, although it's a lot shorter than any of his other stuff.
I feel like there was a marketing failure there because I would have wanted to hear about that, but never heard about it. I
mean, it's a niche game made by one guy for a specific community. He's not really marketing it outside of the Homestuck fandom.
I guess I should have followed him somewhere or something. I read.
He doesn't have anything. It's only the Homestuck people. So if you're not plugged into Homestuck, you would never have heard about this game.
But I read the entire Noir one.
Oh, you read Problem Sleuth.
Yeah.
But what I'm saying is, if you're not participating in the communities around Homestuck, there is no way of you hearing about this.
In other words, it's a marketing failure, like I just said.
Well, I don't know that it's a failure.
Words, he doesn't care.
The point is, if you like this game, you probably like his other products, and you probably know about it. And he doesn't need to pay to market it. You're an outlier.
Excuse me, princess. All right, keep going. What is Rage?
Rage is a game by id Software that they made after Doom 3, but before Doom 2016. And it is kind of weird. It's got kind of like a Mad Max aesthetic. It's got very strange guns. It's got John Goodman voicing a character. It is I haven't finished it, but the reviews I've read of it has said it's like got cool ideas and great technology, and the game itself is just kind of boring.
Got it. Is there Psychonauts 2 yet?
It's about to come out.
Okay.
So I did want to talk about Psychonauts. Psychonauts is amazing. If you haven't played Psychonauts, go play it. You can get it for almost free in a lot of different places, and it's one of the best games ever made. So go do that.
Is it good for its time, or is it really one of the best games I've ever made? I played a couple levels, and it seemed like a generic platformer with like a good vibe.
Oh no, I mean the ways that it plays with psychology ideas and kind of turns the tropes of games upside down to interact with those ideas is singular. It's really fantastic.
All right.
Let's see what else we got here.
I guess something that I wanted to say is I need to fucking keep my mouth shut about Psycholonials because my instinct is to shit on it without knowing anything because I have I have Andrew Hussey trauma.
Yeah.
Because
from what? What particular thing did he do to traumatize you?
Fucking everything after 2011.
Oh my god. That's funny. I didn't even get into Homestuck until like 2014, 2015.
God.
I have no idea.
Like, plugged into it at the time and like all the hiatuses and stuff.
Yeah. I bypassed all of that. So I rolled up like right at the ending and I was just blown away.
I got really far into it, but I have no way of knowing how far I got into it because it's so long.
Yeah.
I don't know either. If you don't tell me what was happening when it stopped.
I got to a part where there was like they had like people in like either the distant past or the distant future walking around like a desert landscape.
Desert? So you're like halfway through, I guess, or maybe 1/3 of the way in, because that could be the very beginning, actually.
Not the very beginning.
No. Was it like the postal officer?
I don't remember.
Were they trying to deliver a package?
I don't remember.
Was it a person who was white?
What happened was I played several of the like games. You know how there are phases where there are games?
Yeah, but they're not. Okay, so if you played several of those, then you were probably about halfway through.
Okay. That was probably halfway. Jesus. Yeah.
But the second half is very, very text heavy compared to the first half.
Yeah.
So you were not time investment wise, you were not halfway through, but you were at the halfway point of the story.
At some point, someone has to explain to me Homestuck and like how the way in which its community became a thing. Because I read it and I thought it was wacky and cool. This keeps happening to me. Let me tell you, this shit keeps happening to me.
Honestly, I couldn't tell you. I was 11.
I mean, I could probably give you a pretty good rundown into it because I read a lot about its development and the history of its community when I started getting into it. And I love Homestuck, so I'd be happy to talk about it, but we probably need to do it on like a separate stream.
Yeah.
It's too much to get into here.
All right.
That's like 10 more hours.
Well, I mean, it is 1/20th of the way through Homestuck when people start walking around the desert, but if he played multiple Flash games, it's well past that point. So long, Proteus.
No,
it's like people walking around in the desert in Homestuck up to like halfway through.
It's happening at the very end. They never stop walking around in deserts.
I read the amount of I can at least say that the amount of Homestuck I read was like easily 3 times as much Homestuck, 3 times as much Problem Sleuth as I ever read.
Yeah, I think you were halfway through.
All right.
Okay. Let's see here. Anything else really good here?
Because we all mutually agree to stop talking about Homestuck.
Great. Yeah. Let's leave that lying.
Yeah, thank God.
That's a lot of Star Wars content, bro.
Well, of course. I mean, most of this stuff was sold on like 2 Humble Bundles, but I used to be crazy about Star Wars.
Yeah.
I have actually not played Empire at War or Galactic Battlegrounds, but I think I played all of the other games. Rebellion is one of my favorite games ever. Really wonderful game.
Old.
It's a super old game. It barely runs on modern computers. Republic Commando is awesome. Everyone should play that. Squadrons came out last year really blew me away. That's a flight simulator.
Yeah.
This is the best experience I've ever had in VR.
Why are you laughing, Ari?
Oh, I like this one. It's the flight simulator.
Yeah,
Yeah.
go figure, right?
It
I mean,
sounds
but I
fun to
have
play in
all
VR.
these flight simulators, X-wing, blah blah blah. I'm impressed by Squadrons in particular because the VR experience is so good and the performance is amazing. Like, there's VR in DCS World, but the performance sucks. So it's basically not a good experience to play it. But playing Squadrons, sitting in a TIE fighter, felt like I was in a TIE fighter, and playing with the joystick's amazing.
That's sick.
I need to get into VR.
Yeah, you should. Okay, what else is in here? Anything else? That's Steins Gate is another visual novel that I really love. Amazing story. Incredible sci-fi concepts in here. What's that, Ari?
Go back. Steins Gate was one of like the very first visual novels I read, and it was super good.
It is
And
super
I
good.
need to- It's been years. I need to go back into that.
This game is weird because there are occasional choices you have to make in how you like respond to people. Someone will ask you like, "What do you want for lunch?" And you can be like, "Oh, I want like a sandwich, or I want rice and fish." And that choice has a huge impact on the outcome of the game, and you have no idea and no way of knowing. So I got a really bad ending. I got one of the worst endings, and it was just because I made the wrong random choices. I will not send you a VR headset. I don't have any to spare. I'm sorry. That's a great suggestion. It seems like I have oodles of cash, but I have just enough cash from getting really lucky on crypto this year to buy all this cool hardware. And these games are a result of sale hunting over the past 15 years of Steam and buying all this stuff. So like my total amount spent on
Have you
Steam.
just tried being richer?
I mean, I think my total amount spent on Steam is like less than $200 a year. It's just over 15 years. So I have tons of games.
I keep thinking, how does this guy have so many games? And I keep forgetting it's because you're old.
Yes, that's the whole reason. All of this is because I'm old. Knowing everything is just because I'm old.
I don't know if that's true though, because I know some people who are plenty old that don't like know
Right,
shit.
well, but if you talked to me when I was 20, I wouldn't know nearly as much crap. There would be like 3 subjects I would know everything about.
Right, but that's the difference. That's the difference.
I've just been continuing to learn new subjects all my whole life, and now I'm really old.
Well, you just have a functional process, and it is enhanced with volume.
Yeah, that too. There's a lot of cross.
I have a feeling I'm going to turn out to be a stupid 35-year-old.
Well, we'll see if we all make it that far.
I should just start believing in quantum immortality so I don't have to worry about that.
That's what I'm talking about. I have not actually played Thomas Was Alone. Is that a recommendation for it? Oh, wait, no, I did play Thomas Was Alone. I didn't finish it. That's right.
It's the one with all the boxes.
Good game, but I didn't finish it. It's got like these different. It's a platforming game, and all the different boxes have different mechanics, and you have to switch between them and move around levels that are designed for the different characters. So it's more like a puzzle game than a platformer, but it's cool. Let's see.
I'm loving that we're having like 2 bonus hours just talking about games.
Sure, why not?
2 bonus hours with me on it. It's almost
Vampire is a
like
huge
my
disappointment. Never play this game. I was so mad when it came out.
I really wanted to like that. I didn't play it, but I really wanted it to be good.
Yeah, I did play it. I pre-ordered it. I figured even if I didn't like it, I should support vampire games because I love vampires. And I was really disappointed in the gameplay and the plot and everything, so I never really finished it. Let's see. This is a really cool platformer. Terry Cavanaugh made this. If you like platformers at all, you absolutely owe it.
really good.
And then I forgot Warframe is a game I really like, which is an MMO. It's not an MMO really, it's all instanced, but it's a lot like Destiny in that way. And it's got really cool setting and aesthetics. It's kind of ugly, but they're still good aesthetics. It is kind of grindy though. So, what am I supposed to pronounce? V.
V.
I got the 40K games in here. I love 40K. Dawn of War was kind of my introduction to 40K, as well as the tabletop RPG Dark Heresy. Highly recommend all the Dawn of War 1 games. The expansions are all awesome. Dawn of War 2 is kind of lame, but can be fun with friends. Mechanicus is a really cool tactical game. If you play XCOM 2 and you enjoy it, you should definitely play Mechanicus. It's the exact idea, but a lot of iterations on the theme. It's kind of like a roguelike approach to tactical games, so it's very cool. And Space Marine is very fun. You just kill everyone.
Nice.
Let's see. So we're getting to the bottom here. There's XCOM 2.
Hallelujah.
Yeah, I know, for real. These other ones, they're not that great. XCOM Chimera Squad is pretty interesting. It's a story-focused game, so it's like a combination of visual novel, tactical game, but the tactical elements are very light. I have not finished it yet because I like heavy tactical elements, and I feel sad when there's not strong tactical elements. All right, let's see if there's anything I wanted to mention up here. Oh, this is a 40K game, Battlefield Gothic Armada 2. It's amazing. I used to play the tabletop game of Star Wars Armada, which is the same rule set. Very cool game, moving fleets around on a table, blowing each other up. They translated really well into a real-time strategy game. Beat Saber is my favorite VR game. It's absolutely amazing.
I'll fucking play that.
People say good things.
Like VR demo thing.
I'm
So
Beat
good.
So the basic stuff of Beat Saber is really, really good, but what raises it to another level is the custom tracks. Because you can play like any song that's a popular song that somebody made a Beat Saber level for. And being able to just put together your own playlists and go through your favorite songs is awesome. So I have a lot of my favorite K-pop songs in there that I dance to, which is a good time.
Oh yeah, I have it on my list of things before I die to get K-pop recommendations from you.
Oh, I got so many. Yeah, we'll have to save that for another time, but
All right.
I am ready to lead you through that world.
Episode 2 on Pop Tarts.
Oh, I don't want to do that to everyone else. Okay, so let's see. What else is here? As I said, Caves of Could. I would like to play this on a stream sometime.
Yeah.
Maybe my own if I start something, because it's a really crazy game and it's really fun.
Dude, I'm
and
telling you.
I want Chaos to come and yell at me about what I'm doing wrong.
I'm just all you got. Just do like 2 hours a week. Easy start. You know.
Yeah. We'll see
fun.
where we get to.
Yeah.
Okay, here's my proud proof of my playtime for Crusader Kings 2.
I wonder how many hours I have.
Yeah, I'm gonna check mine.
And then we have DCS World. Oh, this is a great time to mention this. So, the old model for DCS was that the base game was free, but the base game only includes one map and includes a really crappy Soviet-era bomber and a training jet, which has no guns on it. So, on top of that, you would have to purchase one of the other planes. You could pay for a bundle, which had some less impressive lower fidelity planes where you couldn't click on the cockpit, etc. Or you could pay like $80 for a really fancy weld-formed plane, and also $80 for a great map. So that could be an expensive thing to get into. They have just announced a new model. Not only is the base game free, but there is now going to be a 2-week trial for every piece of content that renews every 6 months. So you can download the game, pick any plane that they have, and fly that plane for 2 weeks. And then after 6 months, you can fly it again. If you buy it, you can fly it whenever you want. But they now have this really amazing option to just try the game out and get into it and see if you like something before you have to commit $80 to it. I'm really excited about that because now I can fly things like the F-16 that I haven't been able to fly yet. What do you think, Kersey?
Huh?
About the free model. I was just talking about it for your benefit. You were the one who shied away from buying the planes.
No. It's a cool model.
It
It's a cool
sounds
model.
lit.
It sounds lit.
Great. I'm going to get you in one of these planes, and then I'm going to blow you up, and we're all going to be happy. I've been playing a lot of GTA 5 lately with my friends. We've gotten deep into the heists. The heist gameplay in there is kind of unique in how they set it up, so that's very enjoyable.
Totally.
285 hours. I expected more. And let's see. Anything else worth here? So I'm still working through Nier Replicant. This is the original Nier game that's gotten a remaster. Automata is a sequel to this. And It's cool. I like it a lot, but it is very sleepy. The music is very beautiful and peaceful, and the game is rather slow paced, so it's hard for me to get through because I start getting tired, and I can't stare at a sexy android lady all day.
It takes something out of you, man. I know what you mean.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah. Those android ladies, they really,
Yes, Ari.
I do have a job. I wish I could stream Bloodborne, but unfortunately that's PlayStation only, so I guess you can stream a PlayStation on Twitch.
You can. You gotta get one of those things. I forgot what it's called. The name is escaping me at the moment.
I thought it had built-in Twitch streaming.
You can stream from PlayStation, and there is a built-in thing, but the way I think that they recommend doing it will let you stream all kinds of different shit. Like you could stream Switch with it. There's a device you buy.
I've heard about those capture stuff.
Cards, right?
Yeah, capture card.
Yeah.
Capture card.
Well, my home setup's not very good for that, so I'm unlikely to do that anytime soon. But maybe someday. I could do PS Now and stream Bloodborne that way, but it wouldn't be the same.
Yeah. I mean, I would totally love to stream PS. Like I literally am borrowing my friend's PlayStation 5. Like
I should go stream Front Mission 3. That would be a great game to stream.
Okay.
If you haven't played Front Mission 3, that's a PlayStation 1 tactical giant robot game. The cool thing about Front Mission 3 is you can totally customize your robots, different arms, legs, torsos, and weaponry, and pilots. So you have a lot of control over how you approach any given situation. It's also got a really good story. It was made by Squaresoft, and it has 2 stories. That's another game where, like, 10 minutes into the game, one character is like, hey, you want to go get lunch? And you can say yes or no. And if you say no, the campaign is entirely different. And I was talking to my friend about it when it came out. We were talking about our experiences in the plot of the game. And we were like, wait, we're talking about totally different things. Like, are we playing different games? Mm-hmm. And it turned out we didn't realize, well, I had gone for lunch and he hadn't.
So cool.
Yeah. They were able to get away with stuff like that back then. Okay. Yeah, it's almost 2 a.m.
You've become blurry.
Oh, sorry. Hang on a second.
Yeah, we need to fucking stop.
So basically what it sounds like is I have outlasted both Ari and Lithros.
I mean, I could keep going.
I can keep going. I just don't want this. I don't want this to be my show. It's Lithros' show.
That's true. Why? Because you want your own show.
Mine. Okay, and we could go through the rest of my things. Actually, gaming was one of my questions, so that's crossed off. Am I blurry again?
No, you're not. You're good.
All right, I have 2 questions for you if you're ready to keep going.
All right,
we're gonna get away from the games for now.
All right. We'll do a little more. I am ready to call it soon.
Aha!
Just cause, but for the honor of outlasting you, yes,
all right.
Please ask.
Question 1. This is about your approach to music and sourcing music for your show.
Oh yeah.
What do you look for? I mean, obviously, royalty-free is the first thing, but once you've crossed that hurdle, how do you decide if music is going to be a right fit for your show? What do you listen for in the music that makes you go, oh yeah, this is it? Does it just have to sound good? Or are there other things you do? And where do you get the music?
Okay, so for my vibe reel videos, I search out specific tracks. For Twitch, I literally, once I pass the bar of it's royalty free, I'm just like, fine. Like, if I don't hate it, I will play it, because it's so hard to find long playlists of good shit. I'll tell you exactly what I use. I use Pretzel Rocks is one website. They have a few different, bunch of different playlists or whatever. If you exclude the one, so there are different rules for Twitch and for YouTube. So you can play something on Twitch and it's no problem, and you won't get a copyright strike. But then you upload it to YouTube, and it will say, sorry, you can't monetize this video because that is copyright owned by somebody. So basically, a lot of shit is like differently managed by YouTube and Twitch. So basically, I use Pretzel Rocks. I use a couple of YouTube playlists, but it's sort of hard going. It's sort of hard to find the right shit.
See, it's an ongoing challenge.
Yeah.
I was just curious. You seem to have a nice selection of music at your disposal, like different things to match different moods.
There are a couple of Spotify playlists that people put together, and there are a couple of YouTube channels. I really like this YouTube channel, Aim to Head. That's where I get my super hype cyberpunk shit. I'll type in the chat, aim to head. It's sick. It's good, intense. Like if you're like in the fucking zone, like Adderalled up, like want to do some like work or whatever. Aim to head's pretty good.
Aim to head. Okay, excellent. Thank you.
Yeah.
All right. One more question, and then we can call it, I guess.
All right. We can both agree that we will both step back from the edge. Yes.
What's important to me is just that I beat Eigenrobot. So if we go longer than 5 hours, I'm good.
Oh my god.
And we're almost there, so I'm feeling great. Just make sure we keep talking for another like 10 minutes.
Okay.
Oh, you can ask your question, Prester.
Okay.
You can go first.
All right. Let's bring your Prester. All right, Prester. Hey, Prester. You're in.
Hello.
Hello. Thank
Hey,
you for
Prester.
waiting in the waiting room for 10,000 years.
Oh, you're welcome. You see, I'm sleep deprived and I'm tipsy, and so between the two of those,
Bravo.
time has little meaning to me.
What are you
Yeah.
drinking?
It's Cointreau. I don't know.
Oh, Montreux's very good. You're drinking that straight?
Yeah. It's like orange. It's
That's
like Grand Marnier.
Unusual.
I mean, I didn't really have much of a choice, you know. I wasn't really much to mix it with, so
Good for you.
thank you.
There you go.
Anyway,
Cointreau
at the
straight.
risk of sounding like Pontius Pilate, I must ask, what is goodness?
Is that a
So
question
this is
for me?
Question for, yeah, who is it? Both of
Both
us?
of you, yes, why not? Because you said telos is for the good, but what is the good?
But what is the good?
Okay. Well, my question is going to be, my answer is going to be very different from yours, Kersey. So,
That's true.
do you want to go at the beginning and say what Telos is pointed at?
I could try. I mean, I can give my answer. Again, it will be different. I believe that goodness is. I believe there's a concept in everyone's mind which is goodness. I believe this concept is elaborated on most clearly in Emerson's The Oversoul. And it's hard to describe. So anything you experience that you attribute goodness to has some share, at least apparently to you, in goodness full stop. For example, if you're cozy in bed, we all like being cozy, and you think this blanket is so nice and it's great, you're attributing a bunch of descriptors to the blanket. It's warm, it's soft, but warm by itself isn't good because warm can be a bad thing. Soft by itself isn't good because soft can be a bad thing. But you say, and furthermore, it is good. And in doing so, you are referencing that concept of goodness. So that's what I'm talking about.
Right. So you say of goodness, I know it when I see it.
Pretty much. I mean,
Well, I think he would say everyone knows it when they see
yeah,
it.
we all do.
But presumably, of course, this admits a kind of subjective element to it, because obviously a different person might be comfortable in a different way than another person.
That's true, but that's also maybe a fact about goodness. It makes sense that we're comfortable in different situations because we have different bodies and we have different, like, our rooms are different temperatures and stuff like that.
And our brains are wired differently sometimes.
And it is in fact more good for one person to be in the blanket than it is for another. You know, another person might enjoy good air conditioning, right?
Right. So I guess the question comes down to what happens when two perceptions of good, you know, or two priorities, I suppose, come in conflict. When someone else is good, someone else is evil. Yeah.
That may be not actually contradictory. It may be, in fact, that the one thing is good to A and the other thing is bad to A. To not to B, right? It can be that different people, that the things are good or bad to different people. I also think that when people understand their values well enough, they find that in the ultimate course of events, it is better for like more people to be to satisfy their desires and to be well off and things like that. And so I think of it like there are many, many, many people triangulating on the good and recognizing what is good for them and having difficulty recognizing what is good for them or good in the big picture. There's a lot of error, and nevertheless, it is a project of increasingly coming to see that some things like really truly are good, like family. A lot of people will be like, yep, that's pretty damn good. We like that. And it's one of
Right.
those things where we like that better than disease, right? And it's sort of
Right.
from completely de novo, you would have no reason to apply the descriptors of goodness or not to either of those. But we have eons of experience, and so it's through the lens of all that experience and learning what begets what that we've come to our views on what is good, and we continue to come to our views on what is good. That is how we're following the tailors of goodness. That's how I understand it.
Okay, I think that's a definition I can more or less get behind.
Go.
All right. Well, I totally disagree. Yeah, I believe that goodness is simply that which gives someone pleasure for their first priority. They call good, and anything that gets in the way of meeting their first priority in the moment, they will not feel is good. Your priorities may not be what you believe them to be. Your priority might be feeling like a good person. And so, I would prefer to eat this piece of candy to taste because it tastes good, but I can give it to you and I can feel better. And
Right.
then I get more pleasure out of that feeling of moral superiority or rightness than I would get from eating that candy. And that's what I call good, is just
Right.
that personal satisfaction. And I don't think there is that objective standard you can apply things to.
Right, but I don't see any contradiction between what Kersey said and what you said.
So I see a huge contradiction.
Okay,
because
probably I'm being sick, but
He said there are things which are good in themselves because, everybody can get behind the idea that they're good. And I don't think that exists at all. I think it's a purely subjective thing. Not even subjective to the extent that, we have our own slight variations in preferences, but subjective to the extent that, like, for certain people, family is bad. Family is evil. Family is the thing they must avoid. That's very unusual. It's extremely rare, and
right,
you could
saying there are
probably.
edge cases.
But those edge cases make a really big difference when you're talking about things that are
But it's
objective.
But that is compatible with my view because, like, I'm gonna go ahead and say family is good, okay? But that doesn't mean that family is good to everybody. Some people have a shit time with.
Then why say it? I don't understand the value of picking out a thing and then just saying except when it isn't.
Because I'm saying it's one of many dominant theories. But imagine that in time immemorial we had no theories, and yet right now we over eons, again coming out of the state of being literal animals, right? From when we had no written language or anything, we have somehow discovered. You know what? At least a lot of people find that family is good. And a lot of societies decide to orient themselves around this idea of family, for example, just because even if a lot of people don't like it, we still think it, it's interesting. We transmit children. We're able to, in the Bible, it says populate the earth, right? And there's something to it. It's just, it doesn't mean it's true for everyone in every case.
Yeah, but I think this leads to a circular form of reinforcement where because a thing is identified as good, more people decide to identify as liking that thing, right?
That's also
there are
true.
definitely
Like a shelling point.
That's also true.
Right. But like there are people who don't like their families and don't want to deal with their families, but they feel like they are supposed to like their families because liking your family is good.
Right.
And
this is why I hate authority.
But authority is the only thing that can promulgate those central ideas of goodness.
Authority is how they're commonly promulgated. That's true. But nevertheless, a person can reject all authority and wander in the universe and nevertheless come to the conclusion that family is good.
I guess they could, but that's them coming to their own conclusion about it, and it doesn't really have any connection to the concept of family or the concept of goodness in themselves. It's just that person's preferences. So why bother with that central objective idea at all? Couldn't we do just as well and get to the same endpoint by not bothering to define the good and assuming everyone's just trying to satisfy themselves?
I don't. Why couldn't we say that everyone is trying to satisfy themselves? Many people are trying to satisfy themselves. It's because they're
everyone.
Everyone is, yeah, everyone.
Well,
I mean, okay, well, except
people will kill themselves for other people in non-stupid ways. Like people will sacrifice themselves for others, right?
Because they value those people's
Right.
lives more than their own.
There's a kind of satisfaction.
And on what basis? That's the
I
question.
mean, satisfaction seems too crude a word, but there is a.
And
It's like I said, it's your priorities, it's your preference. It's
yeah,
your,
right,
but
exactly.
these
But
priorities
how
and
do you-
preferences. But priorities and preferences is a way of clouding up the essence of the matter, which is on what basis did they choose to sacrifice themselves for others? Is because there's some higher good. There's something higher than that they valued more.
Right, but ultimately there's an emotive element, right? They would feel quite guilty if they didn't do that. They would feel sad.
It
if
was
the
a
person
less
ended up dying.
painful choice.
I
for
think there are
them.
two people. I
to
think there are two
die.
people. No, I think there is a person who is so wrapped up in the idea of morality that they have to actually sacrifice themselves for others because otherwise it would cause them suffering to violate their own moral instinct. I think there's a different person for whom it's not about moral instinct. It's just that they'd rather that the other people exist. And
Right. Well, they might not be able to. They might not enjoy existence without those other people. Do you see what I'm saying? They might, in fact. Although that sort of makes it kind of suicide, and I don't know. That's sort of different.
Well, I mean,
in and of
that
itself.
kind of noble self-sacrifice is a form of suicide.
yeah,
I don't
presume
think
that there's
anybody has a
some
problem with
saving
that.
other people, like something heroic.
Right.
The way okay, I'll try to say my actual objection. It's hard to state. I think you guys are confusing the signal for the substance. So the experience that the person will have is of picking a course of action because the alternative seems so bad. They will measure that in a certain way. They will measure it like phenomenologically, by which I mean in their experience they will be like, this feels good, that feels bad. But those feelings, those are measurements. So it's like those aren't essences. I think that there are people who are tripped up in the measurements, but there are also people, like better form of it, I guess, is people who are tracking the essences. I don't have any idea if that made any sense.
You're just calling the people who make the choices you like good.
No, I'm not. No, I'm not. Because people choose evil things on the basis of the belief that those are good to them.
But you wouldn't call them good, would you?
Whether I would or wouldn't is immaterial.
We're talking about what is good.
Right.
Of course, it's material.
I will explain the essence of goodness. Okay, find something in your immediate environment.
All right, I have this joystick here.
And how do you feel about it? Is there something good about it?
I mean, it's pleasing to touch. It's physically satisfying.
Perfect.
It makes
That's
good
enough.
sounds. It has nice lights.
That's enough. Okay, you said it's pleasing to touch.
Yeah.
And are you in touch with that feeling?
I'm not holding it right now.
But are you in
Should I
touch
put my
with
hand
that pleasingness? Whether or not you're touching it, it may help to touch it, but the pleasingness of it.
I can imagine how it would feel in my hand, and I know that it would be satisfying.
Okay, and the fact that you know that it would be satisfying, it probably brings up positive thoughts or positive memories, or there's something positive.
I would say yes, this is a positive impression I have of the joystick because of how it feels in my hand. I mean, I also feel good about it for the things I can do with it, computer games I can play, etc.
Right.
But I'm focusing on the touch right now.
Right, so
Right. And
there's a variety of things that are good about it.
Sure.
And all those things that you deem good, all those things that please you about it, are the result of some eons of evolutionary selection, right? And
So
I assume so. I can't go ask the eons and make sure.
It may be a result of this or that, but nevertheless, here we are, and you like it. Now, let's say that thing was murder, okay? Now, I would think that murder's bad, but I would still think that you were using your concept of good to choose murder. Just like you were using your concept of good to choose the joystick.
Right.
I'm glad that you
whatever I choose is the result of my concept of good, because I believe that anything anyone chooses is an expression of their own concept of good.
Yeah.
Right. Like I eat dead animals, and the animals cannot participate in human moral
by
systems.
definition, I cannot take an action of my own will that is not consistent with my own view of what is good.
Yeah. So, and by the way, that's part of my teleological view, which is that you are pursuing the good. Right, you return again to the joystick because You seek what is good. And among what is good, there are many things that are good to you, including the joystick.
Okay.
Right? So, I don't need to agree with your judgments in order to know that you are seeking goodness by means of making those judgments.
Okay.
So it doesn't mean I don't... so that's my answer to what you're saying.
Okay, but if what I gather is that you don't have a definition for goodness, because if I murder a bunch of people, the word is just as good at describing my decision-making process.
No.
Right, and we kill, again, we eat dead animals, we kill animals, and the animals don't want that naturally. It's again,
Yes,
it's sort of,
so what I'm saying
contra
is-
their terrors.
So what I'm saying is, to you, the killing is good. To me, the killing is bad. And nevertheless, in the fullness of time, as we or our progenitor or our progeny
Descendants.
or descendants, as part of their seeking of goodness, in time, some sense will be attained of whether it was truly good or not. I'm saying the court is not yet
I see.
in session.
You know what? I actually
You take-
agree with you on that point, because
Yeah.
I do think that there is a higher level of cognition which is attainable to us through, Gnostic direct apprehension, basically. And I think that anything short of that is the result merely of these animalistic expressions of preferences, which make me choosing to murder a bunch of people or touch this joystick no different in a good or bad sense than a deer choosing to eat a plant. But I do think that with suitable contemplation, meditation, insight, you could attain a form of knowledge that would inform someone of the true goodness beyond all that.
Yeah, and yes, okay, we agree.
So,
and then,
so are we taking a kind of cosmic consequentialist view then, sort of?
Well, I'm not saying that we would even necessarily assume there would be repercussions for any of those actions, murder included, once you understood and apprehended that truth. But I think there could be.
Okay, and then when you talk about like this Gnostic higher consciousness, is there a more? Can you elaborate on that?
So the word cosmic, I think, is getting mixed up here. What do you mean when you use the word cosmic?
Well, I mean, sort of. You seem to be referring to the grand scheme of things beyond. When you said it, or when you were, was it Kersey who said that? The jury's still out.
Yeah. So what I mean is that there is a shape of reality that is perceptible to a person, and I specifically mean a human being.
Right.
A human being who is in the right state of mind and with the right preparation. And once that person has perceived that shape of reality, it may be possible for them to ascertain certain truths about good,
yeah,
like the teleological purpose of the universe.
yeah. Sometimes we have a
yeah,
more expansive attention that is more accounts for our best sense of the world.
And I personally feel like I have glimpsed edges of that shape. I don't think I've taken in its full shape. But my point when I'm talking about goodness not being real is that anyone who's not existing in that space, the word good does not really mean anything applied to them beyond what would be applied to an animal.
Right. So if you have higher consciousness, you're doing something that a deer cannot do. You're
Right.
Or some people would say the deer only sees that, and those people are dumb.
Yes, I'm inclined to agree. I know, not to be too tangential, but there was that comic doing the rounds where it's like these birds saying like, "Oh, are there any other intelligent life out there?" And then they go on to say, "Well, if there was, it would have to have beaks and wings, right?" And I thought it was really annoying. Like a lot of people seem to like it, but it was like, look, birds didn't actually build civilization. There's only one civilizational species on this planet, and it's humans. So obviously, making this comic and having the birds saying these things, putting human-type arguments in birds' mouths and saying, as if to say, "Oh, silly humans," seems like a really massive straw man.
Well,
Yeah, I agree.
it's one of our civilization's achievements is being able to stupidly make fun of ourselves by making comics about birds.
Yes, that's the thing, but it seems like the person who made the comic didn't really grasp that. Like, anyway, I'm sorry, I'm not going to go rant about the Fermi paradox or the Drake equation or any of that nonsense. So let us steer things back on course.
All right.
Sweet. All right, thank
Any
you,
other
Prester.
questions, Prester?
Thank you. That was grand. That was marvelous.
Right.
Cool, thanks.
I'm glad we got it in.
Yeah,
All right.
I don't get enough arguing done these days.
All right, see you.
See you.
We are getting a lot of questions about caves.
Oh, yeah, you gotta
You're
not-
supposed to say the word spelunk, I believe.
I
Are
am?
you willing to say that? Yeah.
Spelunk.
Okay, Kersey said spelunk. You are welcome, Bungo Man. Your dreams have come true. I was supposed to just nudge you towards it, but I forgot because it's really late. So I apologize. I would have done that.
No worries.
I actually had some other plans for this stream where I was gonna really like mess with you
Yeah.
and cause you big problems, and it just all fell by the wayside. So I apologize. I was supposed to make your life a lot worse, and I didn't.
I'm okay.
Okay, so here's some other questions while we're on the subject of Bungo Man's questions. Would you drink blue Gatorade you found in a mysterious pool inside a cave that you fell into?
Am I thirsty? Only if I was thirsty.
All right, only if you're thirsty. That's good.
real
And
thirsty.
they had another question that basically got answered already. But what color of Gatorade is your aura?
Honestly, probably red.
Red. Why do you pick red?
I just love red.
My daughter's favorite color is red.
Good taste.
I'll also say that her favorite color is rainbow, and all the colors.
Yeah,
She's a very
kids say shit
complicated
like
person.
that. Kids say shit like that.
The color of blood. Yeah, that's pretty good. I do like blood a whole lot. I'm not sure what my color of my aura would be personally, but I think it would probably be white.
How do I turn off this weird headlamp?
I have no idea. I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's fine.
I don't know what any of those buttons do.
No
If you
worries.
were in a Thunderbolt, I could help you. I know what the buttons in a Thunderbolt are, but I do not know
nice.
the buttons in a Spitfire.
Well, no, this is just the.
Yeah, I can talk more about liking blood. That's fine. So, I have a flirtatious relationship with death, and that extends to grievous bodily harm.
Whoa.
I really like vampires. I have been super into vampires since I read Interview with the Vampire when I was like 13, and have just, gone all in on vampires ever since. So the idea of the flow of blood in veins beneath the skin at a constant movement in a way that is not perceptible except through, a very close inspection, you could say, is very intimate to me, and I
Bro.
find it to be very exciting. The actual flow of blood from an opened vein is fascinating. Arrests my attention. The entire process of the blood dripping and running in rivulets and coagulation
Bro.
is very interesting. Hey, what's up?
So check this out. All right, we're talking about goodness, right?
Yeah.
I'm telling you, because I've had a few drinks, I'm telling you, I am specially attuned to the nature of goodness, including
All right.
as it is performed by other people. And what did I make for the art for your show?
Yes, it was blood.
It's
themed.
blood
It
shit.
was wonderful.
It was blood. How did I know that? We haven't talked about that.
You know that I love Bloodborne.
I know you like
have-
Bloodborne. A lot of people like Bloodborne. My buddy in the
Okay.
chat loves Bloodborne.
Sure.
A lot of people like Bloodborne, but I knew on some subliminal level, intuitively.
No, but you have to understand, not saying hot was hotter. Okay. So anyway, yes, I believe that you are specially attuned to what is good. I also believe that the majority of people in the world would think that blood was a bad thing to be super into.
No, I know, but what I'm saying is I recognize in this slimmest of ways your participation in the spiritual sphere as having something to do with it. I'm saying it's part of your juice, part of your energy in the universe. It has this
yes.
sort of
Thank you.
thing. Oh, I landed on the ground.
Good work, if you did it on purpose. Dancing Horse, I'm not sure what you mean by death in life, but she does not understand this side of me at all. So, much as she loves me and tries, there's just no accessing it for her, unfortunately. So that's okay. Nobody can be everything to all people. she's just wonderful in a million other ways, and I can, just go on Twitch shows and talk about blood in a kind of creepy way and satisfy myself that way. So, anyways, I wish I were a vampire. I used to do cost-benefit analyses of becoming a vampire when I was a teenager and thinking about the complications it would add to surviving in a suburban environment with not being able to go in the sun, etc., and needing to procure blood. I think that, now that I know how the world works and I'm fully grown and understand everything, it would be a lot easier than I had anticipated. I was not the prom king, unfortunately. That would have been cool, but I was not. I mean, it was pretty popular in high school, but I just wasn't that kind of popular. So I was like the king of the nerds, basically. Anyways.
I wouldn't imagine you being among the nerds. I wouldn't imagine you being anything other than king.
It took time to get there.
Yeah.
Until I was like 14, I was just not good at social interaction. Up until that point in my life, I had lived with the principle that if you don't have anything nice to say, don't say anything at all. And so I very rarely spoke to people. And then when I turned 14, I decided it wasn't getting me anywhere. I was tired of, keeping my mouth shut, and I just started insulting people. But they all thought it was really funny. So generally speaking, the more interesting people who can handle a bit of light ribbing got along with me really well, and I had tons of friends from that point on. So it was great. But again, not the kind of people who get elected prom king and do that kind of stuff. Although I was, involved in my high school, just not that kind of stuff. Yeah, I had to grow into it. It was not a good start for me. I didn't do well. But I realized I would need to change my ways if I wanted to have a happy high school life. And I was very happy with my high school life. I had a really good time in high school. Okay. Anyway, let me just say thank you very much for apprehending what would be appropriate for me for the graphic. It is beautiful. Okay. I will treasure it forever.
Excellent.
And I agree. You have special insight in that regard.
As soon as we start your Twitch show, you let me know. We'll make
you got it.
Content.
Sounds good. And I'm glad you mentioned that because that leads me to my last question.
Yes.
I want to talk about your vision for Twitter's potential in terms of, building these communities and steering people in good directions and helping people achieve their dreams or your dreams, if that's the case. But how has your relationship with Twitter evolved as you've come to appreciate what it can do in this regard? And what do you think people are sleeping on right now that they need to fix and start pursuing?
This is a great question. And I wish I had even more answers for you. I think that people making the best shit they know how to make is good for everybody. I think it's good for them and it's good for the world. And so I think that there's a bunch of worldly stuff it would be good to handle, like getting money to people that need it and things like this. But a lot of that can come later. Because I think there's something just the special thing that no one can really account for is just how it's awesome. How a lot of what's happening around Twitter, and it happens in different circles. You and I are in one corner, but there are different corners. There's different corners that have their own thing going on, and a lot of it's high speed, it's super real, and it's fun, right? And I definitely think anyone who's not having fun on Twitter should log off. I mean, it's just a fucking waste of life. But for those who are, what is that fun about? I think that fun is about connecting with people. I think it's about self-expression. And honestly, I mean, to go, my off the deep end version of it is I think American society, Western civilization needs a revival, basically. And it's, what does anything good come from? It's people doing shit they love excellently. And how do they do it excellently? It's by following the spirit of what they love more and more closely. So I do daydream a little bit. I'm like, oh, this person should do that, so this person should do that, in part because more near term, I think that let me just hit next on this song. There's something I don't like about the song. Is because I think that the collection of people can be way more powerful than any individual, right? So like, I've got a Twitch show. That's cool. Okay. Like, imagine that there were 6 Twitch shows, right? From Twitter people, right? And let's say they were all like a little bit more like intellectually interesting than your average Twitch show, right? All of a sudden, we are going to be sucking up people from like Twitch, right? Not just bring, so like Philosophers and Twitch playing Flight Sim, that's basically bringing in all the Twitter people to Twitch. Imagine we were sucking in Twitch people, right? And Visa screws around with this. Visa was like, fuck it, let's make a subreddit for like in-group subreddit or whatever. It's like, maybe we are like riding a magic carpet of just awesome energy that so many people can get involved in. And that is both the economic side, like getting products to be cool enough and like functional enough that they can support themselves and people can make careers out of them, right? But it's also staying close to that realness, right? It's staying close to what is fun. And that is both an individual thing and a collective thing to figure out. So for me, that's why I like to think, what could each person specifically do that is nearby to their life that they really like, get something out of doing. So it's like when Riddle Doodle, it's like totally makes sense that she would run a show, that she would like help people be hot, right? Again, that's my version of what her thing could be. Maybe her version is completely different. Maybe her version is like the opera thing or something completely different than that, right? So I don't know. I guess I just have this idea that like, follow the good energy, eventually figure out how to make money, keep having fun, don't stray from that core juicy thing that is actually worth doing. That's my answer to your question.
That's awesome. That's very exciting. I have been having a great time just with running like the Shakespeare stuff that I've been doing.
Yeah.
And not that that's like my ultimate goal to turn that into a business or anything, but the exhilaration people feel about being involved in that is way beyond what I expected.
It's iterative. Yeah. People love it. And oh my God, it's sorry, I'm jumping in, but it's like not only that, it's all the stuff I was just describing about like the energy and just making things, but it's also like it's Shakespeare, dude. Like that's our fucking society, right? That's our fucking civilization. That is like art. It's like the good side. Like there's a lot of shit to hate about our civilization. Like, I don't know, nuclear bombs, right? Like poisoning the ocean. But this isn't that. This is fucking Shakespeare. Like that's wholesome shit. I love that.
Yeah, and I thought it was just going to be like a fun thing to do with friends, and it has been that. But I did not expect it to be this thing that was like an axis around which people would want to rotate. And it's been exciting to see how much untapped potential there is from that one thing, right? And granted, it's Shakespeare, so of course there's going to be a lot of unbridled energy, and I mean unbridled in the sense that it hasn't been bridled yet.
Yeah. It's a little messy to start.
But think about how many other things are out there that people are just waiting for someone to say, "Hey, I want to do a weekly event about this thing."
Right. And it's also like Shakespeare himself. Think about like Shakespeare the dude back in like 14 whatever, 15 whatever. It's like that, that dude and the people around him or whatever it was created that energy, and maybe it just hasn't run out of gas yet. You know what I mean? It's just still making energy. It's almost
I feel like you need to go right place.
Go right place, dude. Hell yeah.
Okay, excellent. Well, I think that is a great point to wrap things up. Unless anyone else has any questions. Oh, we have a recommendation from Prester, who didn't actually go to sleep. Good for you, Prester. So I am actually planning to schedule the next Shakespeare, send out the messages about scheduling it tomorrow.
Right.
I'm hoping to hold it this coming Monday.
Cool.
I don't know yet if I want to try on Spaces again. What I've been hearing is that we did ask the Gatorade question. He said red. I've heard Spaces is a little more reliable now. We were talking about it the other night, and like it doesn't have to be Spaces. I still like that idea because it's kind of just built in, but maybe it's time to move to a Discord model where we just share the link with everyone and have people just show up on Discord.
You could
At
stream
least we
it.
know it'll work.
Another one would be
You can stream it on Twitch as well. Yeah. And so that's another option, and that would work fine. I haven't really made up my mind about what makes the most sense, but so my initial fear was that if we take it out of Spaces, if we take it out of the Twitter app, then drawing that crowd in will be too hard, and we won't get people. And we don't need to get people. We're having a wonderful time just with our core group, who are amazing. But the opportunity to reach out to other people is also really exciting.
Yeah.
And so trying to get that exposure, if we can do that and do the base streaming, is the dream. And I've been nervous that if we take it out of Twitter, that won't happen. But the sheer levels of energy I've seen from people who are still messaging me about the Spaces one that was, what, 5 weeks ago?
Yeah, that's crazy. That's crazy. Yeah.
It's still going. People still remember and care about it. And that's amazing to me because that one failed, right? We gave up. And we were having technical problems the whole time. And even in spite of all that, people still really connected with it. So I think we could probably make anything work, is what I'm getting at. I think there's enough energy there that if I tell people, click this Discord link to come or go to this Twitch site, they'll go.
Yeah.
And it's just a matter of deciding what's the best way to do it. And if we could still do it on Spaces, that would be ideal.
Right.
Because you get those built-in community aspects. But, you know...
you can always move it. You could always do it in Discord for a while and shift it over.
Sure.
Yeah. All right.
All right.
Have you successfully dominated Eigen?
Yeah, I mean, there's that guy. I should probably give him his wins here and there.
Yeah, allow him a few.
Yeah, a couple. He's got it hard enough.
Yeah.
So this one in particular, though, I had to call for my own. Yeah, and I'm just really grateful to have been able to participate so much in your show.
Yeah, dude.
And engage in your community building projects and have your support for the stuff that I'm interested in. So thank you very much, Kersey. You're awesome.
Love you, dude.
Love you too.
All right, man.
All right.
Thank you, audience. Thank you, everybody, for coming by. We have done the Lithros episode. There may be more Lithros streaming soon. If not on his channel, maybe I'll still drag him back to mine. Make it work.
I'll be here giving you flight codes and airport codes.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Somebody had asked how I know the airport codes. So when Kersey starts talking to people about the show, I open a Google window and I get ready to type airport, and then I type the place they want to go to. And the first link is the Wikipedia link, which has the code in the summary. So I never even have to actually click into Wikipedia. I can get that airport code. The important thing is you have to get the ICAO code, which is the second code. Flight Simulator does not use the first code that most airports use. So once you get that, you'll be good to go. But I'm not going to stop. I'm going to keep supporting you in getting your guests into the air, Kersey.
Hell yeah, man. All right, everybody. Good night.
Thank you.